It was the
No.
tiniest of
No,
tiny
no.
switches. I had trouble with it.
Like, I don't get why he's so small.
I
A
don't
child's gonna break
know.
that easily. Like, that was fucking like pixie sized. I'm a large, strong man. How do you expect me to not kill it?
It really was just the tiniest of tiny, tiny switches.
Just felt like oh, how broke did it?
I have muted my
Alright,
stream so that I can hang out and watch and check chat people without having to hear myself echo ad infinitum.
okay. Yeah,
But
your audio's good.
okay, good. Audio is good. So, hello everybody. This is Deus Ex Machina powering on. Welcome back to another episode of Dyson Men. We are Caterpillar and DZI and Kintaro. Hi guys. We have fun people in chat today. Say hi everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
That was very literal.
Come on. Come on, Twitch. It's being weird and not actually showing you being live.
It showed up just a minute ago on mine, but it might take a second to...
Like, the host worked through. I'm just trying to jump over to actually yours so I can monitor your chat properly. But it
kick on
don't
and...
wanna pop you up. Come on, you dick.
Oh, I do.
It
Yay.
doesn't let you.
There you go. Stupid Twitch. Go home, Twitch, you're drunk.
Alright, why am I getting a black screen?
Because Twitch is an asshole today, apparently.
Is anybody else getting a black screen, or is everything coming through just fine for you guys?
Oh, I see it. I'm on your channel now. It works.
Yeah, I'm in. Oh, I see. You mean through Discord? I don't watch the stream because spoilers.
Which I appreciate, because then you don't have to get the...
You can put it into just chat only, though, too. There's an option for that. Which I'm going to do shortly. I just always make sure that it's actually coming through okay first.
I'm going to minimize that because I don't need it. And then I can just have chat open.
Doodly do.
Okay, I'm hosting.
Thank you.
I know how to find it on the goddamn
All right.
phone.
So, welcome back, everybody. We are jumping back in to another episode of Dyson Men today. Where we left off last game, our adventuring party had gone deep into the frozen wasteland to hunt down the Frozen Death, a very old, very angry white dragon who had been causing some havoc in some of the local towns. After a fairly strenuous fight, where a couple people got knocked unconscious, but thankfully nobody died, they were successful in taking the Frozen Death down to a very minimal amount of health before he attempted to flee. They followed him back to his lair, and in one very swift move, Seeker ended the life of the dragon, sending him tumbling down off of the ledge he had been perched on, where you guys looted his hoard and came out with an unbelievable amount of gold, gems, and magical items. And then you guys also cut off his head and then used a teleport scroll to bring yourselves back to Oprythis, where you had been told you needed to return with the head of the beast in order to satisfy Malor. Bringing the head into the temple, a signature and a symbol appeared on the scroll of the gods you had been given, signifying the end of the quest. And Seeker had also been successful in completing a personal questline for Malor. He was required to get the killing blow on a Remores, a large, kind of fiery centipede-type creature that
Centipede
had taken
from
up
hell
residence.
on steroids.
that had taken up residence. Succeeding in getting the killing blow, Seeker has been made a Hand of Malor, allowing him to access conversations and abilities with the god and automatically get 1 level in Paladin. So, where we left off now, you guys are sort of split up after a very long, very hard day where you have been frozen to the bone for several days solid. Kel, Granthar, Seeker, and Rex all took shelter in the Temple to Malor for the evening, where Ilmir and Himbo returned to the inn to get a slightly warmer, more pleasant night's rest. So, picking up first thing in the morning, everyone
I'm fine.
everyone is now level 10, so yoo-hoo. Our party members have leveled up to a new degree of violence and capability.
Lex,
Yes.
sorry, you keep dropping out. Like there's some stutter in your speech.
Right, I'm going to turn my
Machine stutter.
sensitivity up a little bit. Is that better?
That might be you. I'm hearing it just fine.
Okay.
Me as well.
Yeah, that seems to be fine now.
Okay, I did turn my sensitivity up a little bit in case that helps.
Okay.
Okay, so first thing in the morning, we are going to start off with... We're going to start off with Himbo. Oh, now I'm getting echo. Himbo.
Let me turn my sensitivity down a little bit.
First thing in the morning, your hit points have all been restored. You spent the night at the inn. Is there anything you would like to do as the day starts out?
Okay. I go over to Grant. Where's Granthar currently?
Granthar spent the night in the temple.
Okay.
Did you want to go find it?
Sure.
All right. As you are making your way over to the Temple of Malor to meet up with Granthar, I'm just going to scooch my way right across to Ilmir. What are you doing first thing this morning?
I'm guessing the poached goose in a bar.
It's kind of a local tavern.
Right, I'm gonna collect my things from where I was, and I'm just gonna walk over to the poached goose and get something light, something smooth to drink, maybe some breakfast.
Okay, beverage-wise, what are you after?
I didn't really have anything in mind. Honestly, I don't know the drinks.
Okay, well, let's start off with the question of, are you going for alcoholic or non-alcoholic?
Alcoholic.
Roll me a constitution check.
You would know what was going on if you watched the past games.
24.
24. All right, just a second here.
And Rex, I'm not lost. I know what happened last game.
You don't throw up, but the idea of imbibing alcohol is not appealing to you.
Okay.
So the bartender, who you have dealt with previously, looks at you as you enter and offers you a delightful breakfast spread. There are, little puff pastries and fresh fruit. There's an assortment of things that you could go for if you were so inclined to. He also says that he has some delightful herbal teas available and asks how you are enjoying the robe.
I'm quite enjoying the robe. It's nice. Can I have a look at your herbal teas, please?
Of course. He lets you know he has 5 different varieties. He has a couple of standard green teas, he has a couple of white herbal teas, and he has 1 black herbal tea available.
It's the black herbal tea.
He lets you know it is smoke bush. It has an earthy start and a delightful kind of smoky finish to it. It's a delicacy here.
Actually, sounds very nice.
How much will it be for the black tea?
And he says, well, if you'd like to buy an offering at the buffet station, it is 3 gold, all you can eat and all you can drink.
All right, that sounds wonderful.
He happily takes the gold from you, so you can mark 3 gold off of your sheet. You are welcome to enjoy any of the offerings at the buffet, and he puts on a pot of tea for you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I will let you enjoy your breakfast. We're going to pop over to the temple to see how everybody else is doing this morning. So, Himbo, you are making your way there. It's going to take a few minutes because this is a relatively large city. Let's see how Cal is doing this morning.
Well, let's see. Well, Kel spent a chunk of the night meditating, as she does, and she is somewhat angrily going around the sanctuary of this particular god, just cleaning up any little traces of blood and cracks and stuff in the floor and the altar that she can find that somebody missed, grumbling to herself under her breath while she does. She's got a small knife, one of the small throwing butter knives that she borrowed from Granthar, that she's angrily winkling little bits of blood out of the cracks of the altar with, while just cursing under her breath.
Rage cleaning. That's fantastic.
Well, they just fucked me up. I actually believe that they wouldn't run with the blood and they go, God, this is supposed to be the place of a god, and I can't believe they wouldn't actually get on their hands and knees.
Actually,
Actually?
he's a hunting god. Blood's
Okay.
not out of place.
I
Blood's not out of
don't
place.
think Kel gives a shit about that. I think it's, scraping the elf blood out of things is,
You know what? In the interest
Wait,
of
is this
in the-
something Rex is saying to her, or is this just an aside?
It's just kind of an aside, but
Oh,
like,
okay.
yeah, it's Malor's a hunting god. Blood's not something he's unfamiliar with at all.
You know what? In the interest of this, because it is entertaining when this happens, could I have both Cal and Rex roll religion checks for me?
Kel and
Ready?
Rex roll religion checks. Okay.
Well, that is hey 24.
Kel rolled a 9.
Okay. Cal is not overly familiar with the practices of Malor. Rex, because you were quite close with Dahlia, you do know that elk blood or other things wouldn't be an offense here, but the blood of a priestess would be highly
Yeah.
offensive.
I was gonna say the blood of a priestess is like that's where it varies off. Just blood in general, not so bad.
Yeah, not so bad, but this
So-
is, this is any place they missed forensics, let's say.
So you do give Kel like an affirmative nod of that's probably a good idea.
Yes. She just sort of looks back with a look of just, Kel's usual level of sort of barely simmering rage, and goes back to digging blood out and wiping it on her tunic.
Okay, I have a delightful mental image of full plate armor on an elf with like an apron on and a toothbrush. But that's just my
I'm
personal
just
mental
picturing
image as a
basically
DM.
The little fabric, that little fabric banner, like the belt part on the tunic, basically just wiping it on there.
Yeah,
on
that's
her
what she's
armor.
doing. She's just wiping blood on the front of her tunic.
Beautiful.
Pouring a little bit of water in there just to get the dried, crusty stuff loose, and then like with the knife and
Perfect.
all the
Okay.
while under her breath, just going on about how careless people, blah blah blah.
Then it was. I burned a lot of it off.
So Kel is
Oh,
rage
that's why
cleaning.
it's baked in.
As Kel rage cleans, we're gonna touch base with Rex. Rex, what are you up to this morning?
Give me just 1 sec. I am going to grab an pack of smokes because I just ran out.
All right, we'll take a pause on Rex. Granthar, what are you doing today?
Yeah. Okay, Granthar, after having slept a sleep wrapped up in a lot of blankets, in one of the cleaned out bedrooms, is sitting in front of the statue, sword across his knees, and just silently trying to commune with the god or any gods that might be listening, because this god actually responded. So, but trying to gain some sort of insight or get in touch with get in touch with his ancestors, because he's aware that they've been showing up during battles and helping, but he's trying to see if any of them will actually talk to him or anything. So doing a bit of a vision quest inside his head with Stabicus across his lap. Hands wrapped around the blade, not around the hilt, which doesn't seem to trigger the rage part. But not squeezing hard because it's a very sharp sword.
Okay.
Don't want to slice his fingers off. And that is what he's doing. He's looking deep within himself because he's become convinced that somewhere there is an answer for him about this object that he's becoming to realize he has a deeper relationship with than he thought.
Roll me a religion check, and you can roll it at
Sure.
advantage because of the ancestral tendencies.
Come on, 16. Okay, roll the 16.
That's not terrible.
I mean,
Okay.
it's got a religion plus 1, so
The eyes of the statue of Melora in front of you seem to glow very briefly, and you get lost in the ethereal look they take on before your sight turns inwards, and you are given a flash of woodland, far larger and darker than you have seen before. You can glimpse in the background what looks to be a crumbling temple, and there is the sound of the beating of more than one set of wings, which draws your eyes upwards to what seem to be several large dragon-like entities flying overhead. The vision flashes forward into the broken temple, deep, deep below on a set of stairs, where you get a very brief glimpse of humanoid creatures wearing furs and leathers and all carrying weaponry before your vision comes back to you and you wake up from the trance you were in.
Huh. So this would be the forest where my people came from, I'm assuming. At a temple, that looks like a place we need to visit. Any idea of where it is? You know, I really wish my mom was here. Like, Dad's great and all, but he's terrible with advice. Mom, should we be going to this temple next? Is this what we should be doing? I wish you were here.
Are you using the ability to summon an ancestor?
Sure. I don't think he realizes what he's doing, but let's try that.
Okay, so this would be Auguary.
Okay.
For anyone watching out there, this is a fun ability that our barbarian unlocked at level 10, which allows him to summon an ancestor, either for the purposes of spying on somewhere, or to give a Magic 8-Ball style, is this a good idea, answer to a direct question.
Yeah.
So you focus on the image of your mother as you last saw her when you were much younger. And opening your eyes, there is a spectral version of her standing before you.
Whoa.
Same intelligence behind the eyes, same sort of a grim countenance about her, but there's a slight softness seeing you there. You may now pose a direct question.
Use the Force, Grandpa.
Holy cow. Mom, we're thinking of where to go next. Should we seek out the temple in my vision? Or go somewhere else? I guess that's the no, we're going to go seek out the temple in my vision. Is that the right course of action?
Give me just a second. I need to look up the specifics of the spell just to see how to respond to you, okay?
I missed like all of that.
basically, if we decide on that plan of action in the next 30 minutes, you can tell if it's good, bad, or both good and bad, or nothing for things that aren't especially good or bad. So if I go and like, hey, I have a vision, we should go there. Let's do this thing.
I just want to take a quick peek here because I want to see how the response is supposed to come through for you.
According to this, wheel for good results, woe for bad results, wheel and woe for both good and bad results, or nothing. So it's like Magic 8 Ball. Should we go this direction? Signs point.
Your voice is getting really robotic.
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting
Bonus points if you for when.
You're getting choppy. You're not coming through.
Michael, you're cutting out.
Oh man. Okay, because I'm getting it on my end too. Hang on, I'm gonna try a thing.
Yeah, I missed everything you said about like the question for the Magic 8 Ball.
Hang on.
Okay, so
I'm going to.
while Michael's resetting for Dom, Michael has summoned up the ancestor, specifically his mother, to find out whether he should be trying to track down the temple he had in his vision from the god, or if that is not the course of action that should be taken at this particular point in time. I'm just going to wait for him to reset while I decide on how to answer that.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, that does seem to be better.
Okay. I actually had my gaming box like downloading stuff, and I'm thinking maybe it's fucking up my incredibly bad internet.
Probably.
Probably.
All right. The image of your mother gives you a brief shake of her head, and whoa.
Oh.
Roll me, because I'm the DM and I can decide to do this. Roll me a either religion check or history check to see if you can interpret the next thing she's going to do.
Okay. Damn it. 9.
Okay. As her image starts to fade out, she makes a gesture of 2 hands put together swinging downward, and then puts her hand out in front of her as if showing you something childlike before she disappears.
Puts her 2 hands together and puts them downwards, and then extends one as if showing something to a child, or as if she is a child?
Think she's showing you height of something with her hand out in front of her.
Okay.
And the best imagery I can give you for what I mean by that is think hands on a baseball bat coming down on a pillow.
Oh. I got no idea what that means. Hey, hey guys, does anyone else see this? No? Anyone? Just me?
It would be invisible to them.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I'm like, does anyone else see my mom?
So you're welcome to describe what you have seen.
What?
Woman, late 50s, looks kind of stern, isn't actually.
I don't see anything there.
Okay,
I don't see
all right.
anyone there.
So I just had a vision. Anyone's interested? I saw a ruined temple being circled in the air by dragons in the middle of a dense forest, which I'm kind of assuming is the forest that my people came from, full of humanoids. Didn't recognize them. What kind of humanoids? But 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. And then the spirit of my mother appeared, and I think warned me away from it because I asked if that was where we should be going next, and then made this gesture, and I repeat the gesture. Does anyone know what that might mean? I am lost.
So Granthar puts a hand out in front of him, about just above waistline, and he also essentially mimes the action of beating someone with a baseball bat.
Anyone? Cal?
Anyone trying to figure this out, could you guys please roll me intelligence checks?
Okay.
Perhaps I might have something for this.
Kel has nothing. Yeah, you also rolled a 1. I think you hurt your brain trying to figure it out.
Well, I rolled a 2.
Oh.
Granthar, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, I don't
That could-
know.
That could mean anything.
I rolled 15.
Rex rolled a 15. You ask Granthar to do it again, and he does, and you look at the height Granthar is holding his hand out to, and over at Himbo, and you go, okay, so slightly taller. And then you watch the motion he's making, and you go, that's a pickaxe.
Okay.
Slightly taller than Himbo. Pick dwarves. Drufamar.
Wait, were those humanoids I was looking at dwarves? I mean, dwarves are pretty distinctive. Was I looking at dwarves in my vision?
The humanoids you saw in your vision were similar in height to you, if not taller, and wearing furs and leathers. The message you got from your
Humanoids,
mother seems to be
furs,
telling you to go in a very different direction for now.
Since that's still
Mom
That's
says
the
we
way-
could be finding the dwarves.
Drufamar.
Wait,
To be honest, I thought about going to Drufamar fairly soon anyways. I think we need to check in with them.
yeah. Didn't we leave a petrified dwarf back in the city?
Well,
Shouldn't we maybe go try to
not
figure him
petrified.
out?
Not
I mean-
petrified anymore, but
All right, do we know that?
You guys have not
We
checked in
left-
on him, so you have no idea
Can you
whether or
read, like-
not he's still a statue.
I could have sworn he wasn't petrified when we left. That was part of what happened.
No, he was a statue when we left.
When you
We
guys
took some
left
of
him,
his stuff.
you took his very snazzy armor and his bird token, and you left him with the priestess, and she told you she would see what she could do.
All right, well, then that means a pit stop in Edoras. Might as well hit a Cillian on the way and make sure everything's okay there too. I also had a few things I wanted to try to tie up here before we left. And I'm going to look over at Seeker and kind of motion him over towards me.
Okay,
Uh,
well,
Grant-
sorry.
Excuse me, Granthar.
Yeah, Simbo?
Remember that I remember when I borrowed a little bit to get the freaking ring of jumping.
Yeah.
I wanted to pay you back for that.
Oh.
Now,
Oh,
now
okay.
we're loaded on how much was it, by the way?
You guys have to keep notes.
For the ring of jumping? I honestly have lost track, but I got lots of gold now. I mean, you know what? Consider it a gift.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it. We just looted a dragon's hoard. Dust to the wind, man. Water under the bridge.
Fun fact for players:
is dusty in the wind.
I do not track your individual
Cliche about
inventories.
cliche.
So whatever you guys have, I have no
Yeah,
idea.
Yeah, no, that's your responsibility as a player.
No,
Okay.
I think we're good.
So, Granthar, you have gotten some very interesting information. Kel is still rage cleaning. Seeker, you have been summoned over to speak with Rex, but before you do that, is there anything you wanted to do this morning?
I already talked to Malor, and that's why he changed the thing on my chest, or deepened it, so I'll just go over to Rex.
Okay. As Seeker comes over, I want to kind of go over the fact with him of one, congratulate him on being a paladin of Malor, but along those lines, what the younglings said the other day about their mother. I don't want to provoke her, but I think there's an opportunity to deepen the level of respect and non-interference.
I would suggest giving her time to adjust to the new reality of things and that she's leading the flight. kind of let her establish her power base before we go talk to her.
Why to go talk to her to reassure that we're not coming for her, that he's gone, and as long as she's not absolutely terrorizing the countryside like he was, which I don't think she will, given from what her children have said of her temperament, then we will try to ensure just kind of a mutual, everybody doesn't screw with everybody type.
I'm pretty sure the fact that we left and didn't kill her children when we talked to them probably already implies that we're not there for them. Because I really don't feel like venturing, what was it, 3 days back into the freezing cold just to go talk to her.
I don't exactly want to go and make the long trek either, but
Yeah.
perhaps it's...
You're
Sorry, go
Himbo.
ahead.
Himbo, you're not in this discussion.
Oh, okay.
We're off on the side.
I don't exactly feel like making the trek either, but maybe it's something in personal bias, draconic propriety. I don't know, but I want to go talk to her and have that be done with before we move on.
Make me a history
I'd
check.
rather do it now than have to come back. Just check my shit real quick.
That's 19.
Very nice. The way Seeker is speaking with you about the fact that the leadership of the flight has changed rings a bell with you. When you had been reading through the Draconic manual you had acquired previously, that you have since given to a dragon, you do remember vaguely there was a section about flights and how the inner politics functioned. After the present leader of a flight is eliminated, banished, whatever the circumstance happens to be, you do know that there is usually a bit of a power struggle, and any interference in that is perceived as a threat. It might be a good idea to let things lie for a little while until the new dominance of the flight is established. Because getting involved at this stage, it could be perceived that you are making a direct overture towards leadership.
The point of what I wanted to come into was to tell her that no, we're not going to. Like,
Which was already implied by us not
I know,
killing her
and
children
then just to
walking
try to
off
work for because of how pushed off the White Flight had been because of what the White Death or the Frozen Death had done. I wanted to kind of just also put it as like, look, we're not gonna fuck with you, and doors open for when you get things figured out. Maybe bring you back somewhat towards the Draconic fold.
You get the
So
feeling based.
I've talked to some of the other dragons.
You get the feeling based on what you have learned about the way dragon flights operate, that you're going to want to let things cool off for a little while, because outside interference right now, even if it's intended as peaceful, isn't going to go over well.
Right.
Oh,
I'm sending a text. Because I just realized that when Kel leveled up, she got Greater Restoration, which is specifically used for unpetrifying things.
Then for anything else, I'm just gonna want to run over real quick to the general store and grab some smoke bush tea before we leave, because I do remember it being something that Dahlia enjoyed, and
Yeah, save those.
okay.
and you know what? It's a thought on mine because I'm also a Tig of Granthar enjoys tea. It's like, wait a minute, before we leave,
Oh, yeah,
there's this
Granthar.
tea that they have here. There's this tea that they have here that nostalgia makes Rex want to have a little bit, and it's like, you're probably gonna want some of this.
Okay, so Rex is off to...
Maybe grab some other things before we leave. If we're gonna leave Obithus, probably won't be coming back for a while, so kind of gather up on a little bit of sentimentality.
All right, Rex, I will let you start making your way out shopping. Granthar, I'm just going to look up that particular thing, and then I will let you know. Because I have no problem with
Which
people
particular
using
thing?
abilities that they have. I just have to know the specifics on how they function.
Yeah, I didn't even know about this until. But yeah.
By the way, Lex, do you want to know what the new ability I have that's going to piss you off is?
In just a second, I am currently in the middle of checking another ability that might piss me off.
Well, Greater Restoration can just make things
Oh,
unpetrified.
no,
It's
that's
like-
fine. That I don't care about.
Yeah.
Greater Restoration is a perfectly viable usage. Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of
Oh, I've
significant
got
lore.
real quick. I feel freaking sleepy. Coffee. Hey, no, Puffy, you're good, bud.
Oh, no, I can totally have fun with that one. So, totally viable.
Okay. All right. When there is a moment, I'm gonna do a little bit of stereo roleplay, if that's okay.
That is
Where
great.
Kel's gonna be talking to Granthar.
I will get back to you two in a moment because that's going to be a fairly long discussion.
Here.
So,
DM, I'm not sure if I 100% mentioned it last time, but I think I did, that I grabbed a bunch of scales off the White Death as well.
yes, you mentioned that. You also grabbed a claw and several fangs.
Yep, yeah, that I did. And one of the fangs I pierced through my webbing, but
I think you have 5 pounds of scales, if memory serves.
I think it was a little more than that.
There's a limit to how much you can carry between that and all the items. I'm willing to go up to like 10 pounds, but more than that is going to be improbable.
I thought it was more like 10.
It's
But
enough
I
to
also
create
had-
one full suit of armor if you would like to, essentially. But you won't have a lot of wasted scales in that sense, because dragon scales be hefty. So you have enough to create a suit of armor, but that's about all you could physically carry.
No, that's going along with another special thing to a friend of mine.
So we'll get to that momentarily. Granthar and Kel are going to go off and have a discussion. So I'm going to circle around and check in on Ilmir. Ilmir, how was your breakfast?
You want to know the ability?
I'll get there, don't worry. I'm quite certain I'm going to hate it, but we'll have an opportunity for it.
Oh, you will.
So I'm guessing it's been enough time for me to eat my breakfast, drink my tea. I
Yes.
want to.
It was
Is my
light and
character aware
refreshing.
that they're at the temple?
You are. The breakfast you had was light and refreshing. It consisted of several, airy pastries that had a slight sweetness to them. There
Great.
was a winter apple kind of a fruit dish that you enjoyed. The tea was exceptionally pleasing. It left you with a lasting warmth and was probably one of the most delicious things you've ever consumed beverage-wise. I mean, there's a reason this is a specialty tea.
That was probably the best tea I've ever had in my life. I'll come and get some every time I have some time.
He gives you a little bit of a wink and lets you know, well, I do have bags of it for sale if you would like. They run at 5 gold per bag and will make 2 pots of tea each.
Can I get 3 of those, please?
Of course. He hands you 3 beautiful looking tea bags that have very fine scroll detail on them for the name. I mean, these were presented and crafted in such a way that you can tell it's supposed to be very high end. He takes the gold from you contentedly and tucks it away, and you are left with 6 pots, essentially, of smokebush tea.
I'm going to kind of smile and just kind of bow my head a little bit and thank you, sir. And then gonna kind of respectfully walk out and head over towards the temple.
Okay. You are making your way towards the temple. As you are heading in that direction, roll me a quick perception check.
I stopped on the map somewhere DM on purpose. When you get back to me, I'll explain it.
Yes.
So that was a natural 20 on the perception check for you.
That was a natural 20 on the perception check. The weather has improved slightly. While previously being here, there had been a constant snowfall. The snow has actually stopped for the moment, and it's a little warmer than it was. Except for in one very specific area.
What area?
It is still very cold over by the overfilled cornucopia. For whatever reason, it seems like the temperature there is holding steady.
Okay, now I found it. I would kind of like to see what's going on with that.
All right, I'm going to catch up with you in just a moment. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to jump up to Seeker. Seeker, what are you doing, buddy?
Right back.
Do I have anything I need to do? You know what? Because it was such a large sum and it would take a little bit for me to get through it all, I'm just gonna start counting up the gold and everything that we got and estimating the amount of worth of the value of the gems so I can split it up at some point.
Okay, I
Oh.
believe I gave you guys very specific numbers on how much you had each been able to collect.
Yes, so I know personally, but the party wouldn't know.
So
So like Seeker wouldn't know the actual amount because they were just stuffing gold into bags. That's what I mean.
So you're doing
Just so it
accounting.
gives me- yeah.
Excuse me, Seeker. I think I had like a bunch of like gemstones as well that I got from it.
Well, I just assumed it was all put into the party fund anyway. So,
For now,
Okay,
we hadn't quite split it up yet.
and also out of character, everyone remembered that we get to upgrade skill points and stuff at 10 now, right?
Skill
I mean,
points.
5th edition, your ASI, your ability skill improvements are at 4, 8, 10, 12, 16, and 19. So you can get +2 to a skill, +1 to 2 skills, or a feat.
My ability score improvement is 8th level. Then I get brutal critical at 9th, and then I got consult the spirits at 10th. I don't have a.
Every class gets it at the same time. So ability score improvement is supposed to be at 4, 8, 10, 12, 16, and 19.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have one at 10. I have one at 12th and 8th, but
You should also have one at 10. So either increase one stat by 2 points, 2 stats by 1 point, or pick a feat.
Right. Well,
okay.
And everybody
Weird.
says thank you to Seeker because he had just improved your stats for you.
thank you, Seeker.
That's weird. No, I don't.
weird because it doesn't say I get. I doesn't
Yeah.
say I get one.
For
It's-
barbarian, it says 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, and 19th. I don't get one at 10.
It's
Sorry, I
a
clicked
non-class specific thing, so
I know.
it might be that it's
Right.
just not listed on your particular classes, but everybody should get a 10th level increase.
Yeah, because I'm looking at. I got it says it on the rogue, says it on the ranger.
Should I just like increase skills then on the freaking ability scores, right?
It's whatever you want to do.
Either 2 points to 1 or 1 point to 2. So it's-
Okay. Do you remember what it was?
all right.
Okay. I'd have to do it as an other modifier. This is D&D. D&D Beyond's not letting me do it, so.
D&D Beyond is a little bit annoying that
I
way.
think it's in,
Yep.
and I also think like in what is it in 5th you can't go above
20.
20.
20 because I've got a stat at 20 that's +5. And so I kind of start working with
Yeah, through ability score improvement, you cannot hit above 20 on a score, but you can find items that will boost you above that point.
Like the girdle of whatever shit storm giant fucking
Yeah,
thing.
any of the giant
25
strength
strength or something ridiculous.
Yeah, there are some specific items that will allow your stats to boost above 20, but just on base stat lines, even with ability score improvements, you can't hit above a 20. Or there are lots of feats available if you guys want to take feats.
I've used to put 1 and 2 of different ones, so I have a nice little bounce up and rounding.
Okay, while everybody is improving their scores, Rex, what is that ability?
Well, I will tell you in just a second. I'm finishing writing something down. It is called Aura of Courage.
What does it do?
While I am conscious,
Me and anybody within 10 feet of me can't be frightened.
by 2.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
There is a 10-foot limitation, though.
Anything
So
you like to do with your dragons?
yes, but it is specific to 10 feet, which, I can have fun with. So,
Sniffle.
Okay, well we're also in a thing. On the way, I stopped at the fire, and I'm going to scratch in a couple places in the dirt around the fire.
There you go.
The blessing of the sign of vengeance to increase, the burning potency of the fire. Burn with vengeance.
okay.
I'm back.
And kind of further establish a tiny bit of the sort of hand-in-hand camaraderie link sort of working out between Sargonis and Malor right now.
Okay. Because you are now also outside, could I have you roll a perception check?
Yerp.
Okay, I guess I'll also modify my freaking wisdom by 2.
That was a 7. That wasn't very good.
The weather's nice.
You guys. I know what that meta-wise, I know what that means. But I can't fucking get Rex to do it. But anyways, having that done, and the idea of I wanted to grab some shit for sentimentality on the way out, anyways, because I don't think we're gonna be coming back to Opicus for a while. I'm gonna head towards the overfilled cornucopia because that's where I picked up a lot of the shit last time.
Okay, I'm going to jump back to you in a moment. Seeker is counting money.
Mhm.
And we'll get over to Rex and Ilmir momentarily. Himbo, what are you doing?
Oh, I was about to like hand off the freaking stuff, the freaking gemstones, because like I did technically have the number freaking listed on my inventory.
Okay. So noticing that Seeker is inventorying all of your loot, essentially, you hand off the pile of gems and gold that you had picked up so that he can take that into account.
Okay, do I have to tell you the strict number of it?
No, I've already got everything written down from what we looted.
So you're good.
Yep.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to do in Opithis? Are you just going to hang around the temple? Do you want to go explore? Himbo?
Hang on. As for doing other stuff, let's see. Sorry. Oh, I'm actually gonna head over to the overfilled cornucopia, see what is available for sale there.
Okay. You're heading in the direction of the general store. No problem. We'll catch up with you guys, because that's going to be an entire thing as well. But in the interim, Cal and Granthar.
Kel's going to walk over and hand Grandfar back, wipe more blood on her already smeary tunic, and then hand Granthar's quote butter knife back to him, and say, "Are you still messing about with that stupid sword? By the gods, you just give me that." Holds her hand out. He's like, "Okay, I don't know how well this is going to work out." And she takes it from him and then bows her head over it and whispers a prayer to Rao under her breath. Like, thing of a thing, and casts legend lore on the sword.
Okay.
Rao, this thing has caused nothing but trouble. It makes my companion insufferable, and he's constantly moping about, I don't know anything about my heritage. What do you know about this thing? Honestly.
All right. Because Legend Lore is a fascinating spell that gives me a lot of interpretation options, I'm gonna have some fun with that. I just need to get over a specific set of notes. Because I have notes. And they're important. For anybody out there watching, this is part of what being a DM is all about. Alright, so.
I love that it's a utility spell.
It's an interesting spell, and actually a fun one to use in this particular situation. Kel doesn't hear anything so much, but she centers in on the sword and her eyesight gets drawn into it. She gets a flash of what, hazarding a guess, is probably about 900 years ago, where there's a great battle that seems to be taking place. The figures in the battle are of varying species, but there's one thing in common about all of them. They are all dressed in leathers and furs, although these would have been the kind that were roughly hewn, think first stages of development. Her vision centers in on a single figure, taller than all of the other figures around. This enormous mass of a man who is wearing slightly better crafted furs and leathers and has a very long, slightly shimmering cloak that looks like it's been made out of some sort of a beast you've never encountered before, and is hefting a long, jagged weapon. There is a great battle that is condensed down into a few brief flashes before the man emerges victorious, standing atop this pile of vanquished enemies. The vision flashes forward in many, many years later until the same man is in the golden years of his life. Beard's gone gray, frailer, slightly hunched over. And you see several figures standing around him as he appears to be dying, with a sword. And Kel recognizes this sword very distinctly as the sword you have carried your entire life. There is a low hum as if the people around him are chanting, and a brief flash as an energy is pulled out of this man and imbibed into the sword itself. There is a flash continuing forward as you see young men in the prime of their lives fighting beasts and taking on enemies, and then being handed this same sword down the line until it seems as if the chain breaks. And then the vision fades.
Wait, the chain breaks? How does the chain break? Wow, that wasn't helpful. Wow.
From what you can gather, based on the vision you were given, it looks like this was the history of where the sword came from and how it was forged. There's a lineage, you can see it being passed down from chieftain to chieftain until something happened, probably almost 100 years ago, where that lineage, that tradition of this being passed down stopped very suddenly. And there is nothing about it you can find past that point.
Well, how the hell did that work? Rao. Frustrating. She thrust it back into his hands. Here, take your stupid sword. Mister, I'm always talking to my ancestors. It's got a dead king in it. Presumably one of your old kings. I don't know, big guy, smelly, beard, wearing furs and stuff. Anyway.
Roll me... I'll have Kel roll it, and Granthar, because she's been explaining this to you, I'm going to have you roll it. Could both of you roll me an intelligence check?
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Hell rolled us a 9. Granthar, who isn't much smarter, or is not as smart, I think. Oh, rolled an 18.
Okay, Grethar, Kel is describing this vision to you. And while you're not 100% certain, because it seems like this is dealing with a different tribe, the way she is describing the sword being handed to someone and the great battles being fought with beasts and enemies, it sounds like this was a rite of passage that happened, and that the sword was then gifted to the individual who succeeded these challenges as a symbol of their leadership.
Wonderful. So, either my ancestor somehow obtained this sword, my great grandfather, because that's about 100 years ago, and it's cursed to our bloodline, or else they didn't do the thing, the rite of passage. Lovely. Lovely. So there's a rite of passage from that isn't tied to my people somehow. But I mean, the sword passes down through the bloodline. You can't escape it. You're telling me the sword doesn't work because there's a ritual I haven't performed?
That's about what
I
you
don't
can
know.
gather.
I don't know. It's not my culture. It's your people. Your people and your dumb, smelly barbarian gods. What do you want from me? I just gave you more information than you've gotten in the last, I don't know, how old are you? 50? 60? 45. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I can't deal with humans. You crumble so fast. Anyway, so there you go. It's a king in there. I don't know. Maybe talk to it like a king. Flatter it or something. You know, king stuff. All right. You need me. I'm going to be drinking. He storms off towards the poached goose.
Okay.
Charming as always, Calabreth.
So, interesting usage of that spell. For anybody who ever wants to look that up, that is legend lore. And part of the fun of it is that it's up to the DM's discretion to decide what information is given out. But with that being said, this was a very good idea because it does give you some details you wouldn't otherwise be able to acquire. So, props for that intelligent usage of a spell.
Thank you.
Right, Granthar, I'm assuming you're going to spend a little bit of time kind of pondering the information you just got.
It seems to be just the same place, really. I mean, arg. I'm gonna look at it and say, are you my ancestor in there? Is this should I even have this sword? Does this belong to me? I can't get rid of it. I mean, I just assumed. My father told me it was mine. It seems to travel through the family. So, how did we end up stuck with this sword that doesn't are those people my people? Just say something. You're supposed to talk. Your Majesty?
You are.
What do I need to do? I presume that you're as frustrated with this as I am.
You are greeted
We
with
have to go
silence.
and save the world. If there was ever a time to talk, now would be the time. I throw it on the floor in front of the statue of the god. You know, maybe you'll talk to them.
The sword
Heard him walk.
disappears and reappears on your belt.
I'm gonna go outside and punch snowmen until I feel better.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, dirty 23.
Okay, there are no snowmen. There are some snow-covered stumps, and you also notice that the weather has improved dramatically. Although it seems like there's an almost localized blizzard that is swirling around where the overfilled cornucopia is.
Okay. Wait, what? All right, I'm gonna head over there because that's not good. Localized
what?
any weather phenomenon. Okay, maybe screw punching snow-covered stumps for now and head over there and see why there's a blizzard happening in one spot.
Right. So, Kel, I'm also going to have her make a perception check because she left the building. And Himbo, I don't know if God, I should not have put it that way. Elvis has left the building.
Yeah.
Himbo, I'm going to have you make the same check to see if you're also noticing the weird localized weather phenomenon.
You rolled
Hang
a
on.
dirty 22, so I'm going to say yeah.
I'm just
Probably
gonna.
not.
Let
I'm
me
just gonna
see.
ask
Let me
why
see.
Himbo was already over there.
Let me see here for Himbo. Freaking 16.
Okay. You do notice the weirdness in the weather, but you were going to be going shopping there anyway, so you figure you'll check it out at the same time.
I also have the. I also like am a little bit resistant to cold, so like.
And Kel, what did Kel roll?
Oh, Kel rolled a dirty 22.
Yeah, that weather's weird.
Okay, well, grumbling because she was going to go and have some tea with a healthy shot of whiskey. Instead, she heads over there to be like, what the freaking frackin' dirty shit?
Okay, so everybody meeting up. It is weird that everyone's gathered in the same location all of a sudden. Do you guys discuss amongst yourselves before you all head into the shop?
So, Blizzard, right here on this one spot, anyone think that's weird?
What in the gods is going on here?
Okay, because I didn't notice it beforehand, am I rolling something now?
Now that it's been pointed out, it's
Pointing,
very
yes.
obvious.
Okay.
You know, it's one of those, you had been distracted because of the religious tendencies and everything that happened here that you weren't paying close attention. But the mention of localized blizzard, you're looking around going, huh.
Yeah, I think I might have an idea.
That's weird.
But it's far-fetched. But that is weird. And it kind of goes hand in hand with something that I was talking with Seeker about earlier, if I'm right. It's something that makes sense to me but it could be just because I wanted to think that way, that's what it looks like to me. We'll see. I wanted to come shop and buy stuff anyways, so let's check it out.
Sure. Let's all go inside.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Ilmir, you were enjoying your breakfast, so you have not come out yet. But we'll touch
Has
base.
anyone seen the elf?
But we'll touch base with you on that one.
Now that I'm actually inside and I notice the weirdness, can I roll a perception on entry and looking around?
Just one moment. I will let you. There's a token I forgot to put on the map.
Oh, Lex, did you say that I was still eating breakfast?
You had just finished your breakfast, and I was going to be touching base with you to see if you had also come out at some point.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
I walked out, I said goodbye, and then I rolled a natural 20 for the perception
was
check, and then I
already over.
walked over to here. I was the first one that noticed.
Yes, so you have noticed the weather. Everybody has noticed the weather. All right. Entering into the overfilled cornucopia, the owners that Rex, you in particular, had seen before are there, but there is also another patron. Kel, roll me a history check.
History check. That'd be an 11.
Okay. Looking at the other individual in the shop, it jars your memory a little bit. This looks a lot like the young woman you had a conversation with deep in the frozen wastelands before you guys encountered the frozen death.
Oh, it's you. Hello.
She gives you guys all a nod, and Kel in particular, she looks at and gives a very subtle kind of a don't say anything look.
17 for perception, by the way.
Okay. Looking at the individual, you can tell this is not a human. And you do catch the look she gives Kel of recognition and of, for the love of God, shut up. Which makes it clear that the owners of the establishment probably are not aware of who and what she is.
Okay. I'll hold it for now.
She's one of the White Dragon's children.
The owners
they established. The owner.
give the young woman a pleasant smile and continue sort of checking her out and everything. Could I have everybody roll a perception check?
Sure.
Okay.
Perception.
That's
Ooh, natural
a
20 for Cal, so 29.
14.
Cal has a nat 20.
14.
Rex and Ilmir have a 14. Granthar?
Has an 18.
Himbo?
And usually
I got a 9 despite improving my.
So, Himbo, you don't notice anything particular about the interaction. The rest of you all pay attention to what she is purchasing, and it looks like she is purchasing a lot of healing supplies. Health potions, strips of cloth, herbs. There are some specific fruits she's buying that are known to have medicinal properties. For whatever reason, she is stocking up on healing items.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide in a little bit closer to both of them. Be polite and wait for the transaction to finish. And then I wanted to buy my shit, but I was also trying to do it that way to try to catch her on the way out.
Okay. Is Kel just keeping an eye out, or is there anything she'd like to do or say?
She's going to lean into the woman, and she's going to sort of conspiratorially say, "Thank you for letting us do what we needed to do. I hope you and your family are well."
Roll me a persuasion check.
Sure. Be persuasive, be persuasive, be persuasive. 17.
17. I have to do an opposing roll here.
What?
17 will do it. The
Okay,
young
that
woman
works.
looks back at Kel and looks at the rest of you kind of apprehensively and says, "We appreciate all of the help you gave us in dealing with our problem. Unfortunately, my mother is going to take some time to recover. If you wouldn't mind, I really should get back to her." And she gives you all a nod and goes as if to start heading out the door.
Okay. If there's anything we can do to help, let us know. You know, the way of healing. I sort of gesture to my, now I realize, blood-covered smock and general cleric getup.
She nods in thanks, and as she is passing by, she cuts directly between Rex and Kel. She looks at the two of you and says, "If you really want to help, meet me at the outskirts of town in 3 hours." And then she leaves.
Okay,
As she's walking by, Rex whispers to her in Draconic, "You can count on it."
Okay. So she heads off in her, very standard kind of a walking speed and starts heading off towards the edge of town. Ilmir and Himbo, you guys are both near the door. Roll me a quick perception check.
Okay. How is a 10?
Not great.
17.
17 is good, though. Ilmir notices right off the bat and kind of gives Himbo a little bit of a nudge and points. The localized storm you guys had seen on approach here, while a lot more subtle, does seem to be following her out of town.
I kind of nonchalantly but quietly try to get everyone else's attention without getting like the workers of this area to know.
Roll me a sleight of hand
And then I
check.
kind of tilt my head towards the outside.
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
19.
19. It is a very discreet motion, but you manage to catch the eye of the rest of your party members and give a subtle head nod towards the direction to sort of point out the fact that the storm is following her as she leaves.
Rex kind of looks over at him and gives him like a we know, like a little, just kind of a little nod of yep.
Okay, so Granthar.
Yes.
I need to speak.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I need to speak with you all. If we could go to an area where we will not be disturbed.
Shopping first. We'll leave in a minute.
We'll get to that in just a second. Granthar, is there anything else you want to do or look for while you're in the overfilled cornucopia? You guys have a couple hours until you're supposed to meet up with the young woman.
I probably could go for something to eat, but I could rather go to the goose for that. So no, I'm going to give the shopkeeper a nod. I'm gonna, I don't know. Looks like there's some apples there. Is there apples? I haven't had an apple in
No
ages.
apples.
Yes,
No
there
apples.
are snow apples available, which are white fleshed. They're absolutely beautiful, and they have a distinct sugary flavor to them.
Great, sounds good. I'm gonna scoop a couple out in my hand, flip them a gold coin, and say, "Keep the change. I'm going for breakfast."
The elder
Have a great
shopkeeper gives you a pleasant nod and a smile, and happily hands you an additional apple as you're heading out the door.
Okay, a little much for my hands, but yep. And I'm just gonna mow down on them while I'm walking over to the goose. Yeah,
Yes.
the goose.
They are juicy, crunchy, and have a sort of sugared apple or candy-like taste to them.
Hey, Kelly, you want an apple? Yes, that would be good. Thank you. Tosses her an apple. Okay, come on, let's go get some breakfast. That's where I was headed in the first place, and then I got interrupted, and now I am hangry. All right.
The apple does
So
seem to improve her demeanor slightly.
So she's curious rather than like livid. Okay.
They are a very, very rare item that are only found in this particular part of the world, so it's not something you would have encountered previously. But there's something about them that is very unique and extremely pleasant.
So, Kel, just out of curiosity, how did someone with your, let's say, temperament end up as a cleric of Rao? Well, I was troubled as a younger person, and I was pledged to Rao as perhaps a way of getting some of my impulses under control. Oh, so it didn't
Hasn't really worked yet.
Okay, well, good to know.
So, Granthar and Cal are marching off to go and find breakfast at the Poached Goose. Himbo and Rex, you guys wanted to do some shopping.
Yep.
So, Himbo, we'll start off with you. What are you looking for?
More sort of supplies for like trips and for like adventuring and stuff.
That might be the goose or the lantern that you'd actually would better get for that. Like this is kind of like the little small general store of like little odds and ends.
The Overfilled
actually,
Cornucopia is food centric in what it does, but they do carry some general supplies, healing ointments, potions, things like that. But they don't have a lot of heavier gauge equipment by any means.
Yeah, that was what I thought. I figured it was
sort
there
of
was
little odds and
definitely
ends
something else.
are here.
Yep.
Little healing stuff, I guess.
They have some herbal pouches that have medicinal properties. They have things like lantern oil. They have empty leather satchels and vials that you could use for storing components, and they have food of all variety, from fresh fruits and berries to dried rations and hardtack style breads. So anything you'd like to buy? Himbo, did I lose you?
Still here.
Gotta make a noise to indicate that you're still there. and
Oh,
thinking of-
yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Is there anything you would like to purchase?
What sort of containers are there?
They have some rudimentary style leather satchels. They're just small pouches you could tie on a belt. They have a couple of empty glass jars, sort of mason jar style, and things like empty wine casks or skins. Sort of your usual, I'm going to be going out, I'm going to grab a wine skin to fill up on the way kind of a deal. It's nothing too fancy. It's all fairly basic stuff.
Perhaps like two of the jars and like two of the wine skins.
Okay.
How much would
The
that be?
shopkeep gives you a pleasant smile and says, "Oh, that'll come up to 3 gold, dearie."
Okay.
She happily, carefully packages up your items for you and hands you an apple as you go to head out.
Thank you.
Wait, helpful shopkeeper, we're getting free stuff. We're boned.
Pleasure doing business with you. And then I head over to the freaking poached goose to meet up with everyone else.
Okay. Rex, we're going to get to you in just a moment. Ilmir, is there anything you are shopping for? Ilmir.
Not really. I think I'm just gonna head on over to the Pouch Goose.
Okay. That leaves Rex. Rex, you wanted to pick up some things.
Yep, I'm going to do kind of like a hunter supply package. So some of the hardtack, some of the dried rations, some snow apples, kind of like a variety thing that like a hunter would usually grab in here.
Okay. She
And-
packs up a fairly large satchel for you that has an assortment of different supplies. There are some fruit preserves made out of the apple purees. There are some fresh fruits. There are some dried berries. There's some hardtack. There's some sort of dried meat. It's probably enough here for give or take 3 days without too much issue.
Okay.
And she lets you know that it will be 5 gold total, please.
Okay, that's fine. I'll give her the 5 gold, and I'm going to also reach into the. You said I had 5 or 6 teeth.
Yes.
One I pierced through through my lobe, so I'm going to reach in and pull out one of the other teeth I have, and give it to her as a gift.
A gift signifying the end of the frozen death. And
She-
hopefully hardship for all of this.
She looks a little confused, but she takes the, hand-sized tooth from you and gingerly hands it over to her husband and says, "Well, thank you, dearie. Maybe we can make an interesting blade of some description out of it. Please take a few apples on your way out."
Happily do so. I bid them good day, and I'm also going to stop back in by the sword's point. Give him. No, I gave him something else. What else? I gave him something else, like a big chunk of it.
You haven't stopped in to see him yet, actually.
Did I not?
Nope.
Okay. I thought. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna pop in there
Okay.
and stop for a minute and let him see me, and just wait for his reaction. Hopefully, it's a little bit better because I have kind of mended that fence.
Elris is still a little bit gruff with you as you come in, but looks at you and says, "Well, I'm a little surprised to see you're still alive. But based on the weather improvement, I can only assume you were at least somewhat successful."
I'm gonna kind of tilt my head a little bit and waggle my new web piercing at him.
What do you think?
He gives
I'm
you
gonna
a
reach into the
very
bag.
slight nod.
Reach into the bag, pull out another one of the teeth, a couple of the claws, and some of the scales. I'll take 5 pounds of the scales out for him and put them on the desk for him.
Okay, the claw that you pull out is probably about 3 feet long.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah, no, it's
their
a big
claws are
bag.
big.
No.
And you set all of this on the counter.
For you, peace offering.
His look softens a little bit as he sees the pile of extremely rare items you have just dropped on the counter. And he says, "Well, I would not have been capable of acquiring these myself. And I don't like being in debt. So, one moment." He reaches underneath the counter and pulls out a very long wooden staff. This is a standard size quarterstaff. And he says, "This is not my weapon of choice, but perhaps there is someone you know who may be able to use this." Um,
I take it from him, kind of test the balance, like swing it around my hand a little bit and go,
Yeah, it's not mine either, but I do know somebody who can make use of it.
okay. He does let you know that it has some very specific properties to it. Specifically, this is a staff of striking. It requires attunement, but it can be wielded as a magical quarterstaff that grants a +3 bonus to all attack and damage rolls. And the staff has 10 charges. If you hit with a melee attack while using it, you can expend up to 3 of its charges at a time. And for each charge, the target takes an extra 1d6 force damage. The staff regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, it becomes a non-magical quarterstaff.
okay.
So he gives you a nod and says, "Well, I hope you can find someone who can appreciate it. The craftsmanship on it is exquisite. I made it myself. I just never found anyone whose style it seemed to fit. These items, however," and he points down at what you left, "will make some very fine weaponry for my own personal arsenal. So I thank you for that."
I'm gonna give him kind of a little nod and head out again towards the poached goose.
Okay. So you guys have all recongregated at the Poached Goose. The owner is pleased as punch to see the bunch of you there and asks if he can get you anything at all.
Kel's in the middle of a rant at Grandfather about something stuffing food in her face, so she's like, "Yeah, and I told my dad that, I may be an elf, but I'm not a maiden, and I'm not gonna like prance around the forest and dance around springs. And if I want to date an orc, I'm gonna date a freaking orc." And what he said was, "Not in my woods, young lady." And here I am getting shipped off before I know it to the Temple of Rao, and that was 150 years ago, so he's dead now. Anyway, so
Okay.
you wanted to know why? That's why. Here I am, shipped off into the service of a god and bound to them, which is fine because, they're one of the better ones. Are you going to finish that? Gimme.
Rex in the
anyway.
middle of thinking to answer, Innkeep kind of stops and looks over, catches this rant, and goes,
Well, that explains a lot.
and then goes back to the Innkeep and says,
Can I have 2 satchels of smoke bush tea, please?
He lets you know, of course, you are welcome to it and charges you the gold appropriate.
and when paying him, I also hand him a tooth.
He gives you a very small grin for the
death
giving of the tooth and gestures to the party as a whole and says, "For this, you are all welcome to help yourselves, and the tea is on the house." So you do not need to mark the gold off of your sheet, and all of you are enjoying your breakfast and tea gratis.
Yeah, can I have whiskey in my tea? Actually, just bring me whiskey. I'll drink that. Thank you.
He gives you a look and says, "Very well," and sets a decent whiskey on the counter.
Rex slides over past to the counter and drops one of the bags of tea next to Granthar, just kind of pats it.
Ooh,
You
lovely.
enjoy this.
Ooh. For a barbarian, you're awfully obsessed with tea. It seems a little fruity to me. Hey, tea is wonderful. Anyway. So anyway, yeah. So that's what I got shipped up. Blah, 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 blah. Granthar's gonna kind of tune her out as he
tea.
Bring me hot water.
Okay, the purveyor of this establishment sets a beautiful tea set on the counter that has exactly the correct temperature hot water in it for you.
Yes.
And looking around at the group, specifically the kind of pensive expression that Ilmir has, says, well, for 10 gold, I am more than happy to give you privacy if you would like the room.
I'm gonna respectfully put the 10 gold, like put 10 gold in a little pouch and then put it on the table in front of him and then nod. Thank you, sir.
He bows his head down for a moment, and there is a subtle glow in his hand as a small shimmering barrier appears around the room before he turns and leaves into the back storeroom.
Himbo, please come closer.
Okay.
As Himbo comes over to, I unlimber the staff from where I kind of just tucked it up by my ring and go,
Oh, Himbo. I want to take a look at this.
Sure
Probably
thing.
be better than that breadstick.
Oh, excuse me. Out of
Yes.
character though. Can you send me the stats for that?
yeah.
Yes, I can send you the link.
That's for that.
I'm just going to pop it into
I'm
the
sure
D&D chat.
all of you are very well.
The floor is yours, Ilmir.
I am sure all of you are very well aware that I've been tasked by the Accountants Guild to kill the person that took my form and kill Remy. After we do this task for that lady, I was wondering if you will all accompany me if we don't have any other tasks that we must do.
We have a great task we must do, and the thing is, it's going to bring him back to us again and again and again. And trust me, I understand your task. You aren't the only one who wants a crack at him.
I'm the only one that has been given a timeline. The only reason I have brought this to our attention is that, yes, he is going to run into us again and again and again. And so I want to finish him once and for all, so we don't have any problems with this fool.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, rather than try to chase him, because he'll always be 2 to 3 steps ahead of us, he wants to try to stop us from the other things that we're doing. Continue doing what we're doing, and it will bring him to us.
I kind of grin and just sigh to myself, and then I nod. Fine.
I get you're worried about your time,
But I
But if we
must.
chase him, we lose the time, and we lose the time on the other things that we have to do. He gains ground, we lose the world. We continue going, he wants to stop us, make him come to us.
Fine.
We have to make him play the game our
But I
way.
must ask if I can have the last killing blow, and I need to bring his head to the thieves, to the Accountants Guild.
Specifically, you were requested to bring proof that he has been taken care of. The method of that is entirely up to you.
I mean, does it have to be his head? Could it be like his spleen or something vital? Just saying.
Can't exactly guarantee it, but I'll try.
I'll bring his heart to there.
Ooh.
I kind of look around as I get another sip from my tea that I made with the rest of that pot water. And then I kind of smile with the thought of bringing his heart forward to the Accountants Guild.
Okay. I'm going to touch back with you guys all very briefly shortly. Seeker, how is your gold hunting going?
We must go back to
I
sleep.
was about to say, do I have to make a roll to see if I've got it done yet?
Make me an intelligence check.
Oh boy, this could be bad. Come on, dice.
Me can't do math because me, I'm only kill.
Except for my intelligence is a 14, so this isn't my barbarian. That's 17.
17. You have a very good count of what you have managed to acquire.
Okay.
It's a
I'm
lot.
gonna divvy up the goal. I want to try to go sell the gems. Yes, I'm going to try to go sell the gems.
Where would you like to go to attempt to sell the gems?
Oh boy. Let's start. I don't think the blacksmith will have enough. Let's go to.
Out of character, just as a meta note, I think the Velvet Cape would probably be it because that's the fancy shop.
Where I was going first. I was just pulling over the map. That's why I was like, blacksmith's not going to have enough. Let's go to the Velvet Cape, and if whatever they can't buy, I'll try to go to the other place.
Okay, just so I have a rundown, how much do you have in gemstone?
In total, give me 1 second. Let me pull the thing up here. It would be this one. In total, we have 46,900 gold in gems.
Holy crap!
Yep.
Fucking hell.
So 46, pretty much $47,000 in
Gold
gemstones.
gems. Yep.
Oh wow.
Okay, so you're going to need to know the specific breakdown of what the gemstones are worth for me to be able to sell those.
I do. We have 2 handfuls of gems worth 27,500, a fist-sized ruby worth 1,000, 3 emeralds worth 700 each, and 4 fist-sized diamonds worth 4,000 each.
Damn.
So, total math for me?
Total math is 46,900. The handful of gems are 27,500 gold. That's what we pulled out of the Dragon's Hoard. So that's actually 6 handfuls of gems, not 2. A fist-sized ruby worth 1,000 gold. 3 emeralds worth 700 gold each. And 4 fist-sized diamonds worth 4,000 gold each.
Okay. So you are heading to the Velvet Cape.
Yep. Come on, stupid map. Stop doing this. There we go. Backed into a tree. And then into the door.
Okay. The elegant elven lady that is working there looks up as you enter and gives you a bit of a confused glance and goes, "Well, I don't think you're here for clothing. But I could be wrong.
No.
What can I do for you?"
I have some gems that I'm trying to sell, and I figured you may be interested in some.
Her eyes light up a little bit and she goes,
know
"Well,
other people.
by all means, let's take a look and see what you have." So she sets herself up behind the counter and gestures so that you can set your hoard, essentially, out for her.
Yeah, I'm going to start pulling out gems. I'll start with the diamond, the fist-sized diamonds, and the fist-sized ruby.
Okay, she looks at the very large gems that you've placed on the counter and goes, "Unfortunately, gems of this size are not things that I could use in my line of work. But if you do happen to have smaller gemstones, a lot of my higher-end clothing does tend to have smaller gems interwoven into the fabric. So if you have individual small gems, those I would be very happy to take off your heads."
I'll put the 4 big ones back in the bag, and I will pull out the 6 handfuls of gems. You mean like these?
If it were possible for her to, fall into hysterical laughter, she would. But she does maintain her composure somewhat. And looking over the enormous pile of gemstones that you have placed on the counter in front of her, she starts counting them out and looking them over very carefully. So just the smaller gemstones, what are they worth?
The handful of gemstones, the ones I just put on the thing, that's the one. That's the big one. That's the one that's worth 27,500.
Okay. She looks them all over. She picks out a few that have some small cracks and dents in them and says, well, these ones aren't worth quite as much as the rest are. But I would be happy to buy the lot of them from you for 25,000 gold.
Yeah, fuck it. That seems fair. That's a deal. I'll make that deal. So that goes this to this. Okay. I'll pull out the 3 regular sized emeralds and see if what she wants them.
She looks at them temptingly, but says, unfortunately, I really can't find a usage for them. However, if you do hit some of the other crafting cities, you might find a jeweler who these would be a happy addition to their collection for.
I figured.
She carefully scoops up all of the gemstones into a bag and sets them down underneath the counter, and pulls out a fairly large chest that she opens up, revealing several rows of platinum bars. She starts pulling those out and hands you 25 of them.
Sweet. Okay.
Much more practical way to carry 25,000 gold.
So,
yeah.
Make a note on your inventory. You have 25 platinum bars, each bar worth 1,000.
Okay. So then I'm not even going to bother going to the other shops because I don't think they're going to want or give me a decent price. I'll just hold on to the rest of the gems until we can find a jeweler. So I'm going to go to the inn.
Well, if we get back to Edoras, those would probably be pretty helpful.
Well, we have to go back to Edoras because I have a contract to finish up.
Okay, so you meet back at the inn, where the party is... You can see them from the exterior of the inn, but when you go to open the door, there's a barrier. Could I have the party members roll a perception check to see if they notice the fact that Seeker's trying to get in?
13.
$19.
Kel rolled 16. Kel
Great.
rolled 16, and I rolled a... Dirty 21.
And Himbo?
Let's see here. Perception.
Perception.
Wow, a nat 1.
Okay, Himbo is very distracted by the pile of tea and food in front of him and is not paying any attention whatsoever.
I was going to say he's just busy going, ooh, look at this staff.
You know, sort of chewing on a flaky pastry of some description and looking at the staff going, this is really cool. The rest of you, on the other hand, see the door open towards the exterior and then watch as Seeker walks forward and just goes bump into this invisible wall that seems to be there.
No.
I'm gonna try and see if I can signal the bartender and
Alright.
see if he can let Ilmir in. Or, Jesus Christ. Let Seeker in.
Okay, so you call for the bartender. He pokes his head out of the storeroom and waves a hand, and part of the wall in front of him dissolves, just so that enough so he can sort of poke his head in and says, yes? Are you finished?
Rex kind of points towards Seeker, awkwardly bouncing off the thing and going, what the fuck?
I'm
Would you
not
please be
stupid
able to
enough
let
to keep
him-
walking into a wall.
No, I meant at the time where you just kind of bounced off it and looked at it, basically, like, as that kind of, what, yes? Points over to Seeker going, what's going on here?
Please let him in.
The shopkeep nods and extends a hand and waves through so that there is a gap that opens up, allowing Seeker to enter in, before he closes that particular wall back up again and says, "Are you through with the room, or would you like some additional privacy?"
Unless
5
Stika
more,
or anyone
5
had
minutes.
something to say, we're good.
5 more minutes, catch him up.
Okay. The bartender nods and goes back into the back room, closing the sound and visual vacuum up behind him. Think sort of soundproof room where certain things will still get through. You can hear muffles, but you're not going to get a full range of conversation, and everything is a little
Everybody's
bit
seen
blurred.
the Get Smart remake.
Yeah.
I'm picturing the Cone of Silence scene right now.
It's, you can see that there are people in there, but you don't get really good looks at them, and you can hear just
Therapy wants out.
bartender. So you guys catch Seeker up on what?
Well, just catching him up on that we were talking about
Ephraim.
and Ilmer's worries about his timer from the Accountants Guild on, taking out Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
And then me saying that, it doesn't make sense to go chase him. I get his idea, but chasing him, we're going to lose it because we'll always be 3 steps behind. He wants to stop us anyways, and just keep doing what we're doing. We'll run into him.
Simple. He's targeted at least almost everybody in this party at least once. So who's the one person he hasn't targeted yet, or the 2?
Hasn't done anything to Himbo yet.
Mm-hmm. So chances are that's probably we're gonna run into him next. So just be prepared for it. And oh, by the way, everyone also gets, and I hand everyone 333 gold, or 3,333 gold, and 4 platinum bars each.
So everyone has the equivalency of 7,333 gold.
On top of what we already have.
Yep. And that means we have no gold, technically no gold left in the party fund, but we have a platinum bar, so we've got 1,000 gold that way. Plus 9,000, or not 9,000, 7,100 in gems.
Sorry, how much do each of us get?
7,333.
Okay, we'll add that to my the personal then. Okay, wow, that's a lot.
Dragon Hordes.
Dragon Hordes are fun.
Hiccup.
Okay. It is getting on to be about noon. You guys are hitting close to the time where you're supposed to go and meet up with the young dragon who said if you wanted to help, you should come find her at the outskirts of town.
Yeah, I'm going to start heading out that way.
Do you wave to the bartender first?
Yeah, I'll wave to him a little bit first.
Okay.
What does he Rex walk the invisible wall?
He dissolves the barrier, allowing you
Just
guys
basically
to
kind of big open, Dragonborn waving as I'm starting to walk towards him. Okay, good.
roll me, just for fun, roll me a dexterity check.
Natural 20.
Okay. You are intelligent enough to wait until the spell has fully dissolved before walking through, so you don't bump into an invisible wall. But it could have happened, so I had to find out.
I'm gonna nod to him and then give him 5 gold. Just put 5 gold on the counter, and then I'm going to walk out.
Okay. Is everybody else following along?
Yep.
By the blacksmith's that's the crack shield. Right?
Sure thing.
By the temple?
The crack shield is, yes, that is the blacksmith's guild, I believe. I just haven't finished moving her character, but
Okay.
she is all the way back here.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, so everyone makes their way towards the outskirts of town, just where the pathway starts to head into the Mirrorvale.
Off the screen.
Oh,
Cool.
top of the screen. Okay.
Yep, right next to where the temple is at the very back of the map.
Everyone went real quiet there for a sec.
I'm just
I'm
waiting
still
for
here.
everybody to get there.
Ah. To the temple. Do. Bloop.
Okay, so the young woman you had spoken to previously is there. She is looking around carefully just to make sure that you aren't being followed at all. And it looks like she has dropped off her satchel.
Okay.
She looks at Kel, who had made the obvious "I am a cleric" connotation previously, and then looks at the rest of you and says, "You offered to help."
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Definitely ought
Yes.
to help. What can we do?
She looks hesitant to really talk about it, but tells you that her mother, who is now the Lord of the Flight, is very badly injured. It seems that the Frozen Death was not kind to her.
Well.
And she expresses that her mother, while very strong and very powerful on her own, is in no position to fight right now if the rulership of the flight were contested. And they need to get her up and moving to make sure that they don't lose dominion over their territory.
Oh, I happen to be very good with healing spells. I think I could get her in tip-top shape immediately.
Rex leans in towards the dragon and goes,
I'd been actually wanting to seek out and speak to your mother on that subject, knowing some things.
kind of looking a little bit at myself, being part dragon, going,
I wanted to extend my personal offer of assistance or protection should she need it during the transitory time.
She gives you a nod and says, once we can get her on her feet, she'll be okay. Myself and my siblings are going to be there to assist her. But right now, she's very vulnerable. If I take you to her, you are there to help. Weapons stay outside. Anyone makes a false move and we will kill you.
Granthar sticks his hand up. That's a little complicated when it comes to me. I literally can't get rid of this sword. So I will remain outside. Because I can't leave it behind. If that's okay. I'll guard the cave from the front. Yeah, that's what I'll do. You good?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion. Persuasion. That'd be a 19.
She nods at you and says, that would be agreeable, or if you would like to enter, just realize I will not leave your side.
You seem pleasant enough company. I'm fine with that. Just so everyone is aware that, yeah, I can't leave Stabicus behind, unfortunately.
She gives you a little bit of a feral grin and says, well, I can't exactly drop my weapons either.
Good point. I I smile and activate my primal savagery cantrip, which makes my teeth grow into fangs. And I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. 14.
She gives you a slightly more boisterous of a grin and let her teeth grow a little bit and says, we can compare later.
Watching this back and forth, Rex just kind of chuckles and lets a little flame snort out of his nostrils.
Gosh.
She startles a little bit at that. But
Oh, Rex, buddy, read the room.
nods. She looks at the rest of you expectantly, waiting for your answer on whether or not you're agreeing to the terms.
Yeah.
I nod.
Yep, sure.
As long as you can promise me that the holy weapon of my order will be safe. It is dear to me. But yes, I agree.
She gives you a nod and says, if you're here under peaceful terms, your items will remain unmolested.
All right. I agree.
Okay, everyone's confirmed agreement?
I agree.
Yep.
All right. She leads you a little further behind the temple grounds before her form shifts. And where there was a relatively attractive young woman, there is now a fairly large dragon. White-scaled, large wings, and there's a voice that rings out in all of your heads that just says, get on.
I kind of smile and
Rex moves forward.
laugh a little bit as I go to get on the dragon.
Kel,
Rex moves forward and goes to get on.
Kel licks her lips and gives the dragon a praising look. Is like, oh yeah. Hops on. And Granthar, fighting every instinct in his body to go away from the cold monster. It's like, all right, you can do this. Gets one up the dragon and it's like, ugh.
Noticing that, Rex goes, Granthar, you should have some of that tea I gave you.
I drank a whole bunch back at the inn. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Just lingering effects. I'm fine.
Okay, so everybody else getting on?
Yep.
Mhm.
All right. Could I have a dexterity check from everybody as the dragon takes off?
Okay.
Okay.
Fucking natural 20 again. Thank you.
Would that be a straight dex or like an athletics check?
You could use athletics or
19.
acrobatics if you have it.
Okay.
You could use it.
So in that case, I rolled a 28.
Yeah, I rolled a 26. And Kel. Oh.
Yeah, put the athletics
Roll a
bonus
2.
to it, but yeah. That's 27 for me, but
Wait, I rolled a raw dexterity check. Should I do that?
You can add either
if
an
you-
athletics or an acrobatics bonus to it.
yeah, if you've got either of those, you can add it.
Yeah. Well, Kel rolled an 8. She doesn't have acrobatics or athletics.
Okay,
She does have athletics. Never mind.
Roll 19.
then I get a 16 then.
Okay. So what is Cal's total?
9, I think he said.
9. Yeah, 9.
All right. Kel slips a little bit as the dragon takes off, but she adjusts and catches Kel in one fairly large claw. So the rest of you are all fairly securely on her back as she's flying, and Kel is hanging from a large dragon claw being carried off a la Virginal Maiden style.
If you want. Tighter.
Oh, while we're going, Rex is going to be kind of uptaken by a little bit of exhilaration of being in the air and seeing kind of full draconic potential. And I'll roll another one if I have to, but I'm going to try to sneak out a little shot of the fucking Dragonale.
Okay, roll me an extra dexterity check.
Oh no. I think we have to have an intervention for Rex.
That is a 13?
You manage to take a shot. You do spill a little bit because you're moving at exceptionally fast speeds.
Yeah, messy, I figured.
But you take your shot and you're filled with, dragony exhilaration and pride, and you're up in the air where you have never been as high before, and it's just like, yeah!
I'm going...
DM, I'll leave it up to you.
wanna-
High-low, if there's an exhilaration flame belch.
Let's find out.
Because this isn't the ends anymore, this is the bronze.
Oh no.
This is the bronze dragon ship.
I dropped my dice. There is.
Obviously, up, but like not at the dragon, but like.
There is a little curl of fire that explodes outwards in sort of a show of, I really feel like a dragon.
Oh no.
I want to say in Draconic, so this is what it's like to be on a dragon.
Hell from underneath is like, hells yes it is.
Okay, for anybody who is completely
bring
lost,
my guys on
Calibreth, our little elven cleric, several games ago got down with an ancient black. So there's a lot of you fucked a dragon puns that are going around. All right, so the flight takes only about an hour at the speeds that you guys are traveling at. Can everybody roll a perception check or an investigation check to figure out directionality of where you're going?
Whoa. Fast. Hang on.
Wait, perception or
Perception or investigation. I'll allow you to do it either way.
All right, Kel rolled a dirty 22. Granthar rolled a 9.
Natural 20.
dirty
Investigation.
2-on-1, dirty 2-on-1.
Natural
Here, I
20.
think I'm gonna grab a drink.
Rex, could you grab me something too, please?
Yep.
Okay.
24.
So just about everybody, you guys have been able to figure out you're heading in a northwestern direction towards the peak that you guys had not previously visited. It is smaller than the previous layer that you were in, but it seems like you were correct in your assumption that the dragons had opposing layers on the landscape. As the young dragon you are currently riding lands, she sets Kel down gingerly and allows you all to dismount before she shifts back into the guise of the elven woman you had seen previously. On your maps, you are on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, just
Okay.
outside of the entrance to the cave.
Kel looks over the now elf appraisingly and says, when all this is over, I'd like to come visit her. Draconic.
She gives you a very flattered glance, but politely lets you know that she has a preference for the opposing gender.
Oh.
I kind of snicker.
On an
Kind of grin.
On an unrelated note, that was something that was going to be there before. Rex leans in from the other side and goes, I personally think the draconic form is better looking, but I understand you need to blend in.
It's the horniest.
She gives you a bit of a grin and a wink, Rex, and a nod, and then gestures towards a small snowbank saying, as agreed, please leave your weaponry here.
I'll take out my dagger and put it into the snowbank, and then my staff of fire.
Still kind of holding her eyes, Rex just shrugs his stuff off and puts it in the snowbank and goes, I've been wanting to know for the longest time, what is it like to have wings? The flight. I got a taste there, but to actually have it.
She leans in and says, "It's nothing like it. It's like breathing." Right. So Seeker and Himbo, are you guys removing your weaponry?
I thrust my the freaking staff of striking into the snowbank, as well as the what is it, the freaking breadstick that I still have on me though.
Rex kind of looks at the breadstick and goes, maybe you should just leave that here. Some animal will feed on it and preserve the cycle of life.
Good idea.
Himbo, she gestures towards your hands and lets you know to remove your gloves.
Oh, thank you. I'll leave those there.
I'm gonna look at the dagger and like a protective look that I have for the dagger.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Seeker, you
in
have
a way
also
that it makes it seem like I don't like it off of me. Sorry.
Seeker, you've also removed all of your weapons?
Yep, but I'm also going to let her know that I've got one that I literally can't remove.
Okay. She nods and says, very well, just stay next to me, please.
Well, I mean, it would be blatantly obvious if I'm getting ready to use it because you'll see my arm pop up, so.
She turns to all of you and says, as you enter and approach, please keep your eyes lowered and show your respect.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna toss my belt butter knives and Agatha's frying pan into the pile.
Okay. She leads the way as you all enter into the cave. It is fairly dark in here, but much like the lair you had been in previously, there are the occasional frozen bodies around. There are sheets of ice littering the ground, so you will have to watch your step. But she does lead the way for you so that you can follow along what is a relatively safe path. She gets you to about here. I have just moved her little token along for you. Before she drops into a very deep bow, looking at the back corner of the cave. All of you are able to see there is a very large white dragon perched up on an icy shelf. She is surrounded by hordes of gold, jewels, gemstones, statues, and artwork, but her hoard does not seem to be anywhere near the same size as the one you had seen previously.
I don't see a dragon.
I have to move her just a second. It takes a minute to
She's
get
a
everything set up.
Maybe she's that healthy.
She's there. Flanking her on either side, there are two younger dragons who all look at you cautiously and let out small snarls. The older dragon that you see is visibly injured. She has a deep scar that runs across her face where she appears to be missing an eye. Her tail has several long gashes in it. Her legs are covered in scars upon scars upon scars. And noticeably, she is missing one wing.
Whoa.
Rex steps forwards a little bit and, holding his gaze up, looks at her and goes, forgive the impropriety of my gaze, but I would like to know who I am dealing with. And then drops into a deep bow and says, and now, what is your wish? We are here to help you.
Her voice is gravelly with disuse. but it does come through relatively cleanly and says, "You may refer to me as the Scarred One. I am now the leader of this flight, and one wrong move from the lot of you, my children will tear you to pieces. If you are offering your assistance, I would be grateful for it. As you can see, my predecessor was not inclined towards kindness, and I find myself in a position where keeping dominion over this flight will not be as easy as I would like."
I can't speak exactly for the rest of my party, but personally, aid in that is what I came here for. I seek no dominion over your flight. I did help overthrow the previous leader and allow you to take this place, humbly. But I seek no dominion, and I seek only to aid you in bringing the white back to where it should have been.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Well,
We're back, guys.
Okay. All right. She looks at you very shrewdly and looks around at the rest
Sorry,
of the party
13. Fuck
Okay.
the math up 13.
and says, "I appreciate your assistance in eliminating Nirmir. He was less than pleasant as a mate, but I do give him gratitude for the size of my flight. Now, what assistance can you offer, and what price do you demand for your help?"
Elbreth answers in Draconic. All right. We're on a mission from the gods to save the world from the Dread Triumvirate. And we want to make sure that when the time comes, you're either neutral or you assist. We would request your aid, or the aid of your flight, in the final battle to preserve this world. But I'm healing you because it is my duty to preserve life and to assist those in need. So everyone who wants to be healed, queue up and squish together a little bit, because I need you to be close. Come on. Let's
Okay.
move it.
Rex comes back over and says,
The name should be familiar to you enough. My motivation is the preservation and the furtherance of the Draconic flights.
Okay. Could I have both Cal and Rex roll me persuasion checks?
Oh dear. An 11.
21.
I'm going to spend an inspiration point.
Go for it.
I'm going to try that again. Better roll. Nope, not a better roll. Okay, we're going to go with the original.
Okay.
11.
The Scarred One gives you both a subtle nod and gestures to her children with a low hiss. They back off slightly, but do keep their eye on you. And she lets you know that while I cannot promise assistance in the coming fight, I can promise no interference from us. I fear we are going to have some difficulty maintaining our dominion, and I cannot spread my fright too thin just yet. However, if the opportunity presents itself for us to assist you when the time comes, we will do so. She extends a claw forward and lets drop a very small harp. It appears to be constructed out of ivory and has very subtly glowing silver threads on it. And she says, "Strum this when you would wish to summon me, and if I am in a position to do so, I will come to your aid for one battle of your choice." Now,
Rex, you want to hang on to that? I got work to do.
Yep.
you said you
All
might
right.
be able to remedy some of these injuries.
I will, with the blessing of Rao, do what I may. So I'm going to use Divine Intervention, or whatever it's called.
Rex pockets
And
the harp, and
immunity,
while
sorry.
she's doing that, I'm gonna lay on hands as well. So that is 50 health points.
Okay, and Kel is using
She's going to start with Preserve Life, which is 50 health points, but I think that actually does more because of her domain. Hang on. Whenever you use okay, so Channel Divinity, Preserve Life. Okay, so that's going to pump 50 hit points into her. Does she need any more?
The injuries you can see on her legs and tail seem to be healing, but there is still a noticeable wound, while partially closed now, where that wing had been severed.
Okay.
I am back.
She needs her wing back. Hang on.
I don't know if we could do that.
Well, I don't know. All things are possible with Rao. I mean, especially this kind of thing. I'm going to use Cure Wounds at 5th level, which should do 5d8 plus 12. So,
Could
it's gonna
I
do
have Kel roll me
Rex is watching and like pondering
a
and thinking
medicine
about
check?
things.
medicine. Oh, good. That's a good score for her.
Okay, roll, and while that's happening and she's pondering, Rex kind of goes in.
That's going to be
I
a
don't-
dirty 24.
I don't know a lot about healing or healing magic and medicine, but I don't know if we could bring back the whole wing. The only thing I could think of is Seeker, your artificer friend. Be a big task.
Kel,
The only thing I could think of would be him making a wing.
on her medicine check, gets the feeling that standard healing spells are going to help to heal the damage in the sense that it'll cauterize the wound.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to restore the wing that has been severed, you would need to move into something higher, like a greater restoration spell.
I can do that. Hang on. Let me whistle one of those up. Hang on a second.
I have a lesser restoration I can do.
All right. Hang on a second here. Greater Restoration. That's going to burn a 5th level spell slot, that's for sure. All right. Okay. All right. She's going to burn a 5th level spell slot with Greater Restoration. Touch. There we go. All right. She's going to say, yes, with Rao, all things are possible. Please, my sovereign, my lord, work through me. Restore this person so they may restore this being so they may be our ally in the coming fight. We need all the help we can get. And she, her hands spark up and glow. She lays them on the stump of where the wing was, and divine magic roars through her. She's like, ah, because she hasn't done this one before.
I'll have you make one more medicine check for me at advantage.
Okay.
With that tick off, Rex is going to look towards the scarred eye and do it at a 3rd level, but I'm going to burn the 3rd level spell slot and cast Lesser Restoration towards her eye.
Okay, I'll also have you roll me a medicine check then, Rex.
And then with the blessing on and go,
Can I finish what I was doing?
sorry, you were off rolling something. Sorry.
Right. Anyway, she rolled a natural 20. So I guess it worked real well. I don't know.
Okay. Cal lays her hands on where the injured wing was, causing the two young ones to growl slightly and look carefully at what is occurring. But as the magic of her faith and her spell passes through her, you guys watch as the wing begins to reappear. The bones first growing outwards before skin and scale start to regrow, leaving her whole once more. She looks at Cal with her current one good eye, because Rex, we're going to get to you shortly, and stretches her wings out. There is a fine curl of frozen air that extends outwards, and a gratitude in her voice as she says, I thank you, 1-1. Flight will come a long way in helping me maintain my dominion. She snaps at the two young ones, causing them to shrink back down and back off. Kel, would you like to respond at all?
Kel's gonna have a seat on the ground because she's kind of blown out. You're very welcome. I'm gonna go take a nap now.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. You're very, very welcome.
All right. She
Yeah. She went off sort of in a.
Right, so she allows Kel to bow and back off respectfully. Rex, you wanted to try a lesser restoration on the eye.
Yeah, I was trying to leave it for what was roll was like, hang on, that's actually inspired him, so he's going to do that, and then we'll go back. And he adds to his that.
And with this restoration, I add the blessing of Sargana's, restoring the eye so that you may see clearly your vengeance and retribution.
All right, roll me a medicine check at advantage.
Okay, so 14.
14. It is interesting to watch as the scarification itself does not recede, but where there was once just sort of a gaping hole, there is now an eye that is starting to reform.
That actually works better with what I was going anyways. Don't get rid of the scar. The scar adds to the vengeance.
It does take a few minutes for it to come back fully, but when it does, there is now a second crystal blue eye that is peering down at you. She gives you a little bit of a snort, and you feel a cold puff of air hit over your face before there's a low rumble of gratitude and a very slight nod to you and to Kel.
Rex bows low and steps back.
Okay. Granthar, is there anything you would like to do or say?
Actually, no. He's just sort of standing next to her, drinking us all in. It's not like he can really contribute, so it's just kind of. But he just saw like Kel grow a dragon's wing back, so he
Would you like some tea?
He glances at our elven/dragon companion and is like, "Can I go help her?" It's sort of a point at Kel staggering away. It's like, "Can I?" Indicates that he'd like to go and keep her from falling on her face.
The young dragon that had been accompanying you previously gives you a subtle nod and a hand gesture that allows you to help keep Kel stable. But it is a definite look of keep your hands where I can see them.
Okay, so he's gonna just go help Kel find a place to sit down and recover. Hang on, I'm gonna wait for Mike for a sec. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Seeker, anything you would like to do or say?
Nope, he's just gonna stay quiet, watching, taking everything in.
Right, Himbo?
Nothing really. I didn't know you could do that.
Elmir?
Kel, I didn't know you could do
that. Granthar's just stepped away from Mike for a moment, so we'll let Kel respond momentarily.
Oh, I can do that either. Anyway, leave me alone. I'm dizzy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of stand back and look at the young ones, and then look at the Lord of the Flight, and then I'm just gonna stay quiet. Kind of take it all in, like Seeker said.
Okay. If there's anything else anyone would like to do or say, now is the time to do so.
Rex is just kind of watching and looking at everything back and forth. The younglings, the now kind of restored leader of the flight. And there's almost a bittersweet kind of aura to him as he's looking at it, and just kind of not really fully intending to say it out loud, just kind of mutters under his breath. And,
it's good to see a flight at full strength restored.
Okay. And Kel, I imagine, is recovering.
Yes, she is. She is just sitting there. I mean, that was a big deal, and she's never channeled that much divine energy before, so she's just a little bit loopy. She's actually giggling to herself and kind of like
Kel's spell drunk.
Which looks weird on her face.
Spell drunk.
Yeah, little magic drunk. Little divine energy drunk.
Okay. You guys all watch as the scarred one stretches out her wings and descends from the platform. She is very careful to walk around you, but following her movement, she walks to the edge of the cave, and you see her wings unfurl to full capacity before there is a ground-shaking roar and a blast of frigid energy that shoots out into the sky before she takes off. And there is difficulty tracking her movement with just how fast she is. But looking at this, you have a feeling this is both a display of dominance and of sheer exhilaration at finally being able to take flight again.
I'm gonna look at one of the young ones and ask Draconic, how long has it been since she's been able to fly like that?
The young ones that are still maintaining vigil over the horde don't respond, but the elven maiden that you guys have been communicating with looks at you and lowers her head and says, "It's been a couple hundred years."
I'm gonna smile and say again in Draconic, I'm very glad that we were able to help her and able to help make the fight one again.
She gives you guys all a very grateful nod and says, "This will ensure our dominion over our territory and the restoration of what the flight should be. I thank you for this."
Rex is gonna kind of nod towards her and then slowly walk towards the entrance of the cave to see if he can see the scarred one kind of reveling in the joy of flight again.
Okay. Roll me a quick perception check.
Already? No. Fucking 3, no.
You don't have a clear sight of her, but you can hear a distinctive roar coming from somewhere way, way up.
Just gonna kind of like stare out at that for a minute and kind of wistfully smile.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of laugh happily and just be like proud, I guess, of that we've really helped them all.
Okay. The young dragon maiden gestures to all of you towards the entrance of the cave. And lays a gentle hand on Granthar's shoulder to lead him out.
Hey, I say in Draconic, what is it?
She gives you a small smile and says, "We do have to compare later."
I'll be happy to. One of the great things about my my way of life is I get to meet so many interesting people. For a very broad definition of people. I'm glad we could help you today.
So, does everybody else exit the cave?
I tell her where my house and my tea shop are, and I say if you're ever in either city, chances are I will be by soon. But, I say if you ever need a place to stay, when you're in either place, just tell them I sent you. My father will give you hospitality.
She gives you a grateful nod and a small smile, and leads the rest of you out towards the entrance of the cave. Your weapons are all there, unmoved and undisturbed.
Before I leave, I bow respectfully as I walk out.
Okay. Do you pick up all of your weapons, or are you leaving anything behind?
I am leaving just the breadstick.
Okay.
So long, breadstick. You have served me well.
When I go to pick up my weapons, I first pick up that dagger and I inspect it carefully to make sure that it wasn't touched. And
It
then
is
I
in
go to pick up my
exactly the same condition you left it in. It seems she was true to her word. You guys were non-threatening, and consequently, none of your things have been disturbed.
Oh, good.
And she walked out with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I'm gonna turn respectfully bow to her and say thank you for keeping your word, and thank you for letting us help you.
She gives you guys all a
Um,
nod. Yes.
Oh, I was going to say, Granthar picks up Agatha's frying pan, slings it across his back as always, but then hesitates before he's able to pick up his butter knives and is like, hey, can someone grab these for me? I can't see to. They're butter knives. They are butter knives. They are butter knives. Let me. Oh, for. Would anyone like a set of finely balanced throwing butter knives? I can't seem to pick these up.
Roll me a Constitution check.
Uh,
16.
It takes you a moment, but you continue sort of this mantra of it's a butter knife.
Butter knives.
And you are successful in picking them back up. So you haven't lost your butter knives.
Rex is still kind of a little bit zoning out, just wistfully looking towards the sky and listening to the sounds.
Okay. Everybody else, though, has gathered up their weaponry. So you guys are armed to the proverbial teeth once again.
I grabbed my weapon when I came out, but
The young dragon shifts back into her draconic form again and gestures for you all to clamber back on.
Okay.
Ready.
I'm
all
ready.
gonna
I say I'm
Get on.
roll again.
Yes, I will have rolls from everybody again, and I'm going to go one at a time because it sometimes can get hard for me to hear everybody. So we'll start with Seeker. I need a dexterity check from you, either acrobatics or athletics. Either one is fine.
28.
Okay. Himbo.
Okay, acrobatics. Let's see here.
Just be trapped. You just
Dirty 21.
Rex.
That is a 17.
Granthar?
Granthar rolled a dirty 21. Kel, on the other hand, rolled a natural 1.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
You might have to go do a snowbank or clean her off the side of a mountain.
Thankfully,
No.
the dragon rolled a natural 18 on her dex check. So she is able to catch her, although Kel is going to take 6 points of slashing damage because the claws dig in a little harder.
She's gonna pretend she doesn't enjoy it. I swear I'm not doing it on purpose.
All right, and Ilmir.
I rolled 11.
Okay. She manages to catch you as well. So Ilmir and Kel are now both dangling from dragon claws. And the rest
I'm just
of you
gonna kind of look up Cal. I'm just gonna kind of look at Cal and be like, "Sup?"
She takes off again, and it's about another hour's flight to get you back to Opethys, where she drops you back at the outskirts of town. She shifts back into her slightly elven form to maintain the guise while around so many people. And gives you all a very distinctive, thankful look.
Excellent.
I'm gonna nod to her again and then bow with a smile.
Likewise.
No problem. I'm glad that we can come to an agreement.
I'm gonna turn around and say quietly, "That was interesting," in like a happy tone, I guess.
She gives you guys all a brief bow before she turns and heads out into the frozen wastes. You watch her walk for a few minutes before you lose sight of her in the snow. But there is the subtle beating of wings that catches your attention, and you get the feeling that she has gone back to her flight.
You know, I feel like we need to have a bard following us around writing all this stuff down. Like, no one's gonna believe this unless it's rhyming.
It's all in my journal.
Do you play the lute?
I do not play the lute. No.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like we need somebody to write an epic.
It would be an interesting hobby, I do admit.
The tale of those
I
assholes.
don't know. Maybe we can. What? Those assholes?
Like, be like Geralt of Rivia.
Wait, who's the assholes?
I'm not familiar with who that is. But yes.
No cat. Stay.
Okay, so returning to Opulus, it is now about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather is still relatively pleasant. Looking off into the Mirrorvale, you can tell there is a blizzard forming there, but it isn't migrating this far down.
I don't know about all of you, but I am so tired of being in the cold. Can we go back somewhere warm, maybe with an ocean view? You know. Or home. Maybe we can go home. Figure out what we're doing next. Maybe, hey, so Kel, that dragon wing growing back spell, can that turn a dwarf back into a dwarf? They've been turned to stone? It's like, yeah. Why wouldn't it, Dunny? Oh, I don't know. You know, we did leave that dwarf behind, the one that got petrified. Maybe we could go and petrify him? I could sleep in my own bed, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay. So, you guys
As
need
long as we're moving.
you guys need to decide: are you heading back to Asilion or are you heading back to Edoras? And how do you want to get there?
Well, Edoras, I got the contract to finish out. I got to return all those stolen items.
Oh yeah.
Let's do that while we have the stolen items on us.
There were also things that were taken from Asilion, so you guys have your choice on where you want to go.
Well,
Okay.
Asilian's on the way, so we might as well stop there and then go to Edoras.
Fair enough then.
Asilion, I don't know what items were stolen though, remember? All the items I got listed were the ones from Edoras.
Well, you do know for sure that, actually you may not know, but Rex, you know for sure that there was a sword that went missing from Roshali.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I have a thing that I got to stop in Asilian and hand back.
So, where do you guys want to know? I need a party consensus on this one.
Asilian.
Cillian then.
Yeah, I mean, if Seeker has a place he has to be, then
Okay, so you guys are intending to stop off in Asilion and then make your way to Edoras probably the following day after you had a chance to rest?
Yep.
All right.
I think
Are
so.
you walking or carpeting or birding or renting a carriage?
We should rent a carriage, lay low.
yeah, maybe
Yeah.
don't pay too much attention. I'm actually out for that. Also, carriages are out of the wind and not in the freezing cold.
Yeah, we should rent a carriage, just kind of sit down, relax, enjoy the ride, and lay low.
Okay. So the last time you guys rented a carriage, you stopped off at the Post Goose, where he was able to, allow you to borrow a carriage as long as you dropped it off at one of the other inns for it to be returned eventually. He is content to rent you one again, and lets you know just make sure that you drop it off safe and sound. It will take about a half a day's travel, but you guys make your way back to Asilion, and the weather gets noticeably warmer as you start heading back in that direction. As soon as you get out of the general area around Opethus, the weather does improve dramatically.
All of the gods who might possibly be listening,
Yes, for the first time in quite a while, you are actually warm.
So miserable.
You guys head back into Acelion. They do have a sort of stable area where you can park the carriage. And
Good, good.
currently, we have most people's tokens are in the Broken Anvil. Himbo is in the Rusty Nail at the moment, and Rex, you are just beneath where the Molten Ingot is.
Okay.
So let's start off with Himbo. Now that you are back in Acelion, is there anything in particular you would like to do or anywhere you would like to go?
Get back to me in a second. Not right now.
Okay, we'll check back
I
in with
can't-
you after. All right. Kel and Granthar.
All right. I'm gonna head back to the Lace Doily. Because I want to talk to my dad. Kel. Just sorry, refresh my memory because I've lost track of things. Her temple was here, right? But it got despoiled. Or am I thinking of a different? No,
Yes.
it's this city, right?
Yes, Kel's temple is a little ways out of town.
Okay. All right. She's gonna go to her temple, and she's going to spend some time there. She's got a lot to think about. She did just, blast god power into a dragon and make it fly again. So she's got a bit of she's got a bit of communing with her god to do, or at least needs a little alone time, cleric style.
Okay, I'm gonna check in with Kel then in a little bit because that one is on a different map.
Okay. So yep, Granthar's gonna head back to talk to his dad.
Open the door for the cat.
Yes, I can in just a second. I just want to get through this one section, and then we're gonna take a quick bio break, and I'll let the cat out. So the Lace Doily is, well, you should know where it is. It's your home. I'm not expecting her to come out.
I'm trying to find Granthar on the map.
He is currently in the Broken Anvil.
Oh, okay. All right. Broken Anvil. Oh, there he is. Okay, thank you. It was like, where's Waldo? But dumber. Okay, there we go. Oh, and Kel's not there.
Yeah.
Kel can go back there. Okay. All right. I am going to head to the Lace Doily. I'm going to go and put my teapot back on the place of prominence where it belongs on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And put the paper flowers back in the vase where they belong. And I'm going to say hi to my family. Who's there?
Your father is here.
Okay, is Miriam? Oh, Miriam's off training, right?
Yes, Miriam went with Shirin to go and train.
Yeah. Dad, have you heard from Miriam lately? Oh, hi, by the way.
He looks at you with his usual over-enthusiastic barbarian tendencies and says, "Prove it!"
Sorry, was that words? What did he say?
Prove you're my son! Prove it!
No. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I do the secret handshake and the password. And
Okay.
all that.
He gives you a
Right.
nod and says, "Oh, I haven't actually heard from the girls. They said it a while ago, but as far as I know, everything's fine there.
That's good.
We haven't had any other trouble here so far, at least, and I'm glad to see that you found the teapot."
Yeah. Well, had to kill an ancient white dragon to get it back. That was awful. But yeah, been having some adventures. Also, this may sound weird, but talked to Mom briefly. She looks good.
He
Dead.
looks a little floored and sits down and says, Whoa. Okay, one thing at a time there, kid. You killed a dragon
Well, not entirely me, but you know, me and my friends, we killed a dragon. Yeah,
And
not
you
the first time. We've killed a few now.
spoke to your mother. How did you speak to your mother?
Well, the weirdest thing's been happening in combat. Like, I've been seeing the ghosts of my ancestors appearing and like messing with the enemy while we're fighting, defending the people that I'm fighting with, and you know, just generally getting in the way of the enemy. Not really helping me very much. I think they seem to be leaving things to themselves. But while I was meditating in a temple, I saw Mom. She appeared to me and answered some questions, though couldn't speak, just sort of pantomimed. Yeah, I'm seeing ghosts, Dad, but it seems to be tied to the sword somehow. Also, spoke to kind of my elf friend who's a cleric of Rao, spoke to her god, and I know some more stuff about this sword, and I have to ask. Okay, I know Great Grandpa didn't really say much to you about this, or how he got it, or why it behaves the way it behaves, but apparently this isn't just the sword of a king. This sword is a king. Like, there's a dead king in it, and it was handed down through basically trial by glory and until about 100 years ago when great grandpa would have gotten it. And there's the way to make it work, or the way to unlock it, is some sort of rite of passage. Did great grandpa tell you anything about a rite of passage that that this sword needs to work, or why it's in our bloodline now instead of being passed down for feats of greatness? Like, what gives? This doesn't make any sense, Dad.
Looks at you very confusedly, and says, "No, he really didn't know much about it. He didn't remember a whole lot from before he was 5, and from that point, he remembered growing up in the village with us, and he always had this sword that he couldn't get rid of, and it, you know."
So he had it from the time he was 5 years old? Who gives a 5-year-old an enchanted sword?
He looks at you with kind of a come on and says, "You had your first sword when you were 2.
Okay, but you didn't give me a cursed sword I couldn't get rid of at 2. You had it. I guess if you died, I would have had it at 2. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. So Grandpa doesn't really know. Wait, so Grandpa doesn't remember anything before 5, but he shows up in the village with a cursed sword that he can't get rid of. Are you saying that he wasn't part of our people before that?
He looks at me and says, "I don't really know."
Oh, this is not good. So
he never talked about anything before then. He remembers growing up in the village and taking over the tribe when he came of age, and then passing it down, and I ruled when I was a younger man.
Yeah, I get that, but Dad, I think I don't know. I don't think we come like our family comes from our people, like, or maybe, but there's some way of activating this sword. There's a rite of passage that has to happen, and somehow none of us stumbled on it in all of our adventuring, daring do, killing things, feats of strength and bravery, and whatever else this sword compels us to do. You'd think it would sort of nudge us towards it, but it doesn't seem to be. I don't know. I gotta figure out this, because this feels like it's important to whatever's going on in the world right now. I keep getting nudged into these quests, these things that have to do with world-ending events, and I gotta find this out. I gotta figure this out. Like, you never talk to our ancestors? Is this not a thing that happens to you? Is this just me?
He gives you a little bit of an ashamed look and says, "Honestly, I just thought I was crazy."
Well, 2 things can be true at once, Dad. But yeah, those ghosts you're seeing, I think it's something to do with the sword, because I'm seeing them too. Anyway, I gotta go talk to the blacksmith for a bit, but you think about it, and if there's anything you can remember, like, please tell me. You know, and anything, even no matter how crazy it sounds, even if it's a thing you thought you made up in your sleep, or you had a hallucination of great grandpa coming and telling you something in your dreams or in real life, like, no, the ghosts are real, Dad, and they're showing up a lot. I'm seeing them almost every time I draw this sword now. So yeah, but I have to go. I have to go spend some of this money burning a hole in my pocket. Oh, here, and I'll hand him 500 gold. Anything the shop needs, like make sure that it's take it. Is this enough? Do you need more?
He looks at the pile of gold you are leaving and just says, "No, that's very good. Very good.
I'm assuming that there's some crockery getting broken with you. You doing the dishes as usual. So if you need to replace some stuff, here you go. Okay, and then I'm going to go off and find the smith.
Okay, we'll touch back with you in just a few minutes.
Okay.
All right. Seeker,
Yep.
what are you doing?
I'm gonna actually try to make my little healing shots better.
Okay.
Hold on, I just gotta get my recipe thingy here. Right there. Did that already. Okay, so then I'm going to use the silver. Do I have it still? Still have it. Yeah, I'm gonna use the 2 bags of silver foil on the healing shot things that I made. Try to make them better. I think it's the silver foil I needed. I got it right here. But yeah, so that's what I'm gonna spend time doing.
Okay, I think that increases the dice by 1.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's
Memory
what
serves.
the silver foil does.
All right, and how many healing shots do you have?
12.
And how many bags of silver foil do you have?
2.
Okay, it will take a bag to do your shots, so you will still have 1 bag residual left.
Okay. So we'll do that, and then I gotta make the herbalism roll, which we said we were basing off survival. Or no, was it survival? Oh, no, it was nature.
It's a nature check, is fine.
So that's 13, 15, 18.
18. You are successful in combining the silver foil with your existing healing shots, so you do increase the damage die by 1. In this case, the healing die.
Yep. Yeah, that's time well spent. I'll take that.
Okay. Rex.
I'm gonna go to the Molten Ingot to see Roshali.
Okay. She is there, still very furiously smelting.
All right. If needed, perception on rolling in the door just to double check that that's still Roshali.
Roll a perception or an insight check.
Right. Insight. Please do that. Got proficiency in that one. So. Okay. How? There.
And system is 1.
4. 19.
19. That's very definitely still Roshali. She is furious, and the shield she is currently working on, she seems to be pounding out into some sort of a weapon. It's developing like a sharpened edge to it. But she is not being as careful as she normally is. Apparently, she's still very angry about what happened.
Gonna walk towards the counter and then kind of give it a minute for her to notice that I'm sort of standing there.
She looks up and sort of stops mid-swing and goes, "Tell me you brought me my sword."
With a wry grin, I kind of reach into the bag and then also pull out the other 5 pounds of dragon scales, the other couple teeth, and I think I took 2 claws, the other claw. Put it all in the thing for her. With an extra bonus.
She haphazardly flings the hammer she was working with behind her, and it lands on the ground with a resounding clunk. She gingerly takes the sword from you and walks back over and places it on the wall, setting a hand down on it and muttering. And there's a sort of a clunk noise as you watch some mechanical style rings come up to affix the sword in place. She walks back over, examines the pile of dragon parts that you have set down, and gives you a very, very boisterous grin before vaulting herself over the counter and giving you a good, solid, firm crack on the ass.
Surprised for a second, Rex just kind of quickly recovers and smacks her back on the ass with his tail.
We're gonna bring you a bonus. We found it in the Horde of the White we killed.
She gives you a playful grin and says, "We really gonna go tit for tat on this again, bud?" Before she looks carefully over the scales and the claws and the claw and the teeth that you brought and says, "I can make something interesting out of this."
Whatever you make, it's all you.
There is a slight twinkle to her eye as she leans across the counter and says, "So you really killed a dragon?"
Yeah. That's not the first dragon I've killed. I point at the couple different dragon teeth in my ear. Those are from kills.
There's a kind of an excitement to her, and she gives you a bit of a wink and says, "Come on, we're gonna go have a drink and tell me all about it," and invites you into the back room where she has sort of her kitchen table and sleeping area.
As we go, I start pointing to some of the other ones I've got adorned. It's like, that one's over here. That's a basilisk. That's a chimera. The dragon head off a chimera.
She leads you into the back room where there is a kind of a bar type table. It's got some leftover scraps from a meal on it. It's a very rustic, small chamber, but it seems to be enough for her. She slams a bottle of a very strong liquor on the table and says, "We're gonna drink and you're gonna tell me about it."
All right.
And
Rex chuckles and pulls up the Bahir drinking horn and goes, "Oh, figured you'd like this one too, and it's appropriate. That's Bahir."
she laughs, and you guys get into war stories and drinking and general camaraderie. I mean, this is someone you've known for a very long time. And we'll get back to what is happening with you guys afterwards. We're going to take a quick bio break here, guys, and then I'm going to go check in with Kel at the temple to see how she is doing in her meditation and anything going on there. So,
Okay.
10 minutes, get yourself a drink, use bathroom, whatever else,
Sandwich.
Make pee-pee.
and then we'll get back into it.
Eat sandwich.
BRB, everybody.
All right.
Eat cheese.
So, Caterpillar, Commander Root, DZ I Thirst, Kintaro the Nerd, and Yachtsmans. Thank you guys all for hanging out. While we're on bio break for a few minutes, if there are any questions, comments, curiosities about what's going on, please feel free to type things into chat. I do keep an eye on it. And if you have any inquiries about what's going on or anything else, I am happy to enlighten. Bit of a slower pace kind of a game today, but not all the indie games are huge on combat. Today it's a lot of kind of housekeeping and tying up loose ends. So, gives the party a chance to deal with some of the things that they had from previous quest lines and make some decisions about where they're going next and how to get there. As there are a lot of things that are going on. You guys have caught some of the little snippets of it, there's the overarching, we got to go and defeat a bunch of, you know, the Ballad of Those Assholes. I've got to hear this later. That sounds amazing, Caterpillar. You're gonna have to send me this because I really want to know. The Ballad of Those Assholes is fantastic. No, they had a white dragon that they hunted down and killed, obviously. And Seeker in particular had a quest line where there were a couple of younger white dragons that had stolen an obscene number of items from a bunch of different shops, and he was sent on a bounty to make it stop happening. So he's going to get to go and return everything that got stolen. Ilmir currently has a quest line from the Assassin's Guild to hunt down a doppelganger that is responsible for slaughtering the previous leader of the Assassin's Guild, and has been given exactly a year to provide proof that this particular task has been completed. This specific doppelganger has been responsible for a lot of mayhem in many of the players' lives, so they're looking forward to getting a piece of him if possible. And seems to be the consensus of, you know, he'll come to them if they wait long enough, which is probably very true, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. It seems like so far, Himbo is the only one who hasn't been plagued by this particular annoyance. I did put the stats for your staff in the D&D chat, Himbo, so
Yeah, I found it. Thank you.
you'll be able to add that onto your character sheet. It does require a tuning, so make sure you have an attunement slot available.
That would mean I would need to unattune one of my items I currently have, but
What do you currently have attuned?
I have the punching gloves, the ring of jumping, and the ring of cold resistance currently.
Okay. If I was going to unattune any of those, it would probably be the ring of cold resistance,
That's what I figured.
because there's a certain degree of usefulness that has, but only in very specific areas. So,
Like the area we were in before.
yeah.
Okay.
And it will take a long rest to do it, but I'm anticipating you guys are going to get a long rest, so you'll be able to switch up your attunements. And this will make your stats slightly better. Just keep in mind, if you're using any of the charges, you have to account for the fact that if you use them all, you essentially destroy the staff. So keep track of how many charges you use, and if you do use them, make sure you roll at dawn to find out how many of them recharge.
Okay.
But this will give you a slightly more effective weapon.
Then a breadstick? So long, breadstick.
It
I
served
can
you
always
very
bake
well.
bread, though.
It served you very well in its time, but
It's pretty stale by now.
now you have a weapon for a slightly more aggressive combat situation. And a lot of money. Which is always useful. So how is everybody in chat doing today? You guys having a good start to your long weekends? grinding an arc's got to be tons of fun. All right, I am going to pop off for just a couple seconds here so that I can also go and take a bio break. But I will be back.
I'll also be back.
Back.
So you in the bathroom? Okay, sandwich here for you on the end of the banister. Wash your hands.
Now that I have a bunch of like monkey in game, what's I like use it for?
Well, usually use these things for like improved armor or improved equipment, or if you have your eye on something you wanted to buy. Yeah. Oh, it's downstairs.
I mean, I when it comes to like.
Well, I mean, you could.
Thank you for the sandwich, by the way.
Things like a magic mouse that you can carry in your pocket, like pocket magic. I think scrolls are good. Yeah. Look through the player. Look through the lore. See what you find. Okay. I love you too.
I have returned.
This is just like Best Fuzzy, right? Yes. Yes, they're all like that. Oh yeah. I just got little hairs. But yeah, they're not moldy. Yeah.
What kind of event do you have up and coming on Arc?
I don't know.
No, we have a viewer who plays Arc, and
Oh, okay.
checking
I
in
was
to
so confused for a second.
DZI Thirst, who is a streaming buddy of mine. He's awesome. Go check him out if you haven't. I'm gonna pop a link into chat. He just made affiliate, so all of the congratulatory-ness. But he plays Arc. I will yell at you. You are very much of the awesome.
He told me about dinner. I'm gonna go with Panzerotti, I think. You know, it's just multiple cheese out of it. Alright. Thank you.
But no. I have popped a link for DZI's Twitch channel into chat, so please go show him some love. He is a fantastic other gear, and has always been super, super supportive for myself and for my mechanic. So, yeah. Part of what we do here is try and encourage people towards other streamers as well, who are just as cool as we are. As soon as everybody is back in, we will get jumping back into the action and see where we get. You know, we were doing things like sorting out what we're having for dinner and all that other fun stuff.
No.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
No problem. We're currently figuring out what we're having for dinner and, you know, saying hi to our wonderful viewers who are in chat. So Caterpillar, Commander Root, Discord for Streamers, DZI Thirst, Kintaro the Nerd, Cody Carlson, and Yasmins. Thank you guys for being here. It's awesome. I appreciate you being, you know, willing to hang out and enjoy our absolute insanity. Because things get a little crazy around these parts. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, DZ. Yeah, this is what we do. We get together and we roll a shit ton of dice. Jordan, I am not hearing you if you are talking on your mic. Check to see if you're muted.
I did mute. I was saying something to Kyle.
Okay.
I'll toss them in the fridge. We can have it the next time we get a break.
But yes,
Alrighty.
I'm glad you were enjoying the stream.
Let's get
Okay, so if everybody is back, could I get a sound off of, you know, aye,
Yep, I'm
Capitan?
here.
I'm good.
Okay, so, and as a welcome back in, everybody, Caterpillar, who is fantastic and watches our shows compulsively and makes hilarious comments on my YouTube channel. I love her. Caterpillar's amazing. You're fantastic. Has written a ballad for us. The Ballad of Those Assholes. Which I will now read on stream in my best poetry voice. So, Strum's imaginary lute. Dragons are better than people. Friends, don't you think that's true? People will cheat you and curse you and eat you. I admit, some dragons do that too. Sometimes all of us do shitty things, but dragons are cooler, and plus, they have wings. So we now have the official start to the Ballad of Those Assholes, because you guys do have a tendency to hit on anything with scales, which I find really entertaining. So continue
We are
attempting
indeed
to,
those assholes.
You know, I was tempted to do that with the dragon that was assisting us, but I decided not to.
I did it. We're good.
Fuck it, stupid death it is. Let's script it, you know.
It's been a lot of fun to watch you guys hit on everything. It's like having an entire party full of bards, and despite the fact that we don't have any bards at all. Because for those of you who are unfamiliar with D&D standard rules, usually if you have a bard, which is a character class, in your party, they can and will fuck everything. because that's what bards do.
My class is charisma. It's just become a thing.
So
The common
apparently,
stereotype.
our party is making up for the lack of bards by all developing their own little inner bard that encourages them to, any and all
I
available
kind of fucked a
NPCs.
ghost.
First of all, my little bard is magnificent. Thank you very much.
Mine not so much, considering I felt up a ghost.
Yeah, you felt a ghost.
Yeah, that was a little bit shy on the levels of appropriate there. That ghost felt awkward.
Is he aroused or is it lasting?
Kind of hard to tell with a ghost. It looked confused and uncomfortable.
I was gonna mention something for just roleplay's sake that I was writing in my journal about Voris, about how I'm missing her.
Okay, I will take that into consideration. You are lamenting the fact that, the barbarian cousin of Granthar that you had one glorious night with has been away from you for so long.
Oh, such a goth. Such a goth. Took his virginity, now he's just pining for it.
Hey, drows have needs, okay?
Oh my god. Your silken touch.
Drows
Maybe
do
you are
have
gonna love
needs.
Multi-class to bard.
Right,
Yes.
lamenting soliloquies.
Okay.
Leaving places for her to hopefully find.
So, now that we are all back, I'm going to jump over to the Temple of Rao to check in with Kel and see how she is doing on her religious meditations and, all of that other fun stuff.
Move myself outside because I'm not there.
Yep, I was going to say we're going to move all of your characters out because you guys are no longer there. And that we can eliminate because it has faded. So we'll get Ilmir out and running and Granthar out and running. So,
all right.
And he unfortunately is deceased.
That tree reminds me of the tree in Harry Potter. I can't for the life of me remember the name.
The Whomping Willow.
Yes, the Weeping Willow.
Whomping
Willow.
Whomping Willow.
Because it whomps things.
It whompusses.
Okay, so returning to the temple, the other priests and clerics here are recovering quite well. They're still a little bit sickly just because of the amount of energy that was drained out of them, but they do seem to be doing better than they were. The temple itself is still destroyed. I mean, the god nuke that went off here did a lot of damage.
She's going to walk in, watch them all sort of cringe away from her for a second, and she's gonna hold up a hand and say, I know that I have been difficult to deal with in the past. I know that I have been extremely zealous in my my calling for Rao. And I just want to say, looking around this temple right now, which is covered in rubble, and dirt, and you guys sort of laying around, and I have to say, I was absolutely right. Why is this place such a mess? I have been gone for weeks. I have fought dragons and went to the city of the dead. I'm glad to see you all up and rested, but here, she takes out a big bag of her gold and tosses it on the ground, like just sort of, not throws coins everywhere, but just sort of like drops a big sack of gold, 6,000 gold. Yeah, just gonna take that out of there. She's like, I brought you this.
This should be enough to hire some tradesmen to come in and actually get this place working again, up and looking like its old self.
The priestess that is nearest takes the gold gingerly and says, "We will, of course, see about hiring someone to come and fix the damage. The reason we are currently all resting is the amount of energy it is taking to try and reconsecrate the grounds."
Huh.
There's a
I'm going
definite
to-
"we don't appreciate being bitched at" attitude that they're taking.
Yeah, I don't appreciate her lip.
Okay, Miss Sassy Pants.
Yeah.
You see, what had happened was,
Mm-hmm. Well, while you were faffing about with that, I've been communing with Rao and gathering allies to fight for the end of the world. So, while I appreciate that you were having the life drained out of your bodies, is there anything I can do to help before I go off and continue trying to save all of you?
She looks at Kel, and there's a definite weariness to her. It's obvious that the amount of energy that they are expending is enormous. She says, "If you'd like to lend a hand, we would appreciate any bodies we can get. We have a ritual we're actually supposed to be doing in about another 45 minutes to an hour to attempt to continue the reconsecration."
Of course.
The
I would be happy.
symbols that had been burned in have thankfully been removed, but it is taking everything that we have to try and remove the stench of the energy that remained.
Kel starts by going, "Now listen here," and then she pauses as if listening to a voice coming from far away. It says, "I'd be happy to help. You know, I really don't appreciate all that you've been doing, and I'm going to try to be better. So yes, tell me what you need. I'm sorry for being short with you."
The priests and priestess all rise. I don't have the inclination to change all the tokens, so I'm not going to. But they all start to prepare, and every one of them takes charcoals and chalks and starts drawing the symbols of Rao and the old scriptures on the floors, and setting up for what is obviously going to be an enormous ritual. Kel is handed a diagram that has additional symbols to be sketched out on the grounds to help with this. Could I have her roll a religion check?
$15.
15. While slightly clumsy about it because she hasn't had to write like this before, the symbols she etches out are done with care, and there is a sacred feel as they go down. There's already this feeling of pouring energy into what's happening here in an attempt to drive off the negative energy in the space. It takes the better part of an hour to get the entire temple grounds laid out with these symbols.
you're smudging.
And each of the priests and priestesses takes sort of an area of the temple where they sit themselves down and begin to descend into sort of a meditative state. The priestess that was originally speaking with Kel directs her to an area at the front of the temple and says, "If you would like to join us, please meditate on these symbols and on the reconsecration of this temple and pour everything you have into it. Maybe, between all of us, we can finish driving this force out."
Okay. She's going to kneel down. She's going to put her shield in front of her, put the holy mace of the god on the shield, and yeah, hands on kneeling down, hands on thighs, concentrating on the symbols as hard as she can,
Okay.
while murmuring prayers to Rao under her breath.
I will have her make one more religion check, please.
Okay. Oh, she rolled an 8. Stupid
I'll be right
thing.
back, guys. I'm gonna go say hi to my niece.
Do you have an inspiration point you would like to use, or is there a spell she has to assist?
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely. She has spells to assist. Let's see. I mean, there's bless. There's let's see. Bless restoration. Let's go higher. Spirit guardians. Divination. Guardian bolt. Spirit guardian. Spiritual weapon. Greater restoration. I mean, Hallow. Oh, she has Hallow. That's definitely a appropriate spell here. She can touch a point and infuse the area around it with holy power.
Okay.
Oh, she's going to cast Hallow into the symbols, just like pump God energy into them.
All right. I'll let you make one more check with advantage.
Okay. I'm just going to cast Hallow. There we go. Religion at advantage. Please roll decently. Woohoo! All right. She rolled a 16 and a natural 20.
Beautiful.
So 26.
Kel focuses in and lets her meditative state connect her to the energies around, to the chanting coming from all of the other priests and priestesses in the temple. And it's almost like everyone's life forces starts to beat in unison. The energy of the spell sinks itself into the ground and flashes out, connecting to the symbols in front of her, and then reaching out to connect to the points in front of all of the other priests and priestesses here. There is an almost blinding flash of light and a feeling like a force field smashing out as the energy in the temple itself noticeably shifts. The slightly malignant energy that had been lingering dissipates completely in this burst of energy, and the grounds themselves become lighter. They become more peaceful. There is a care and a sense of well-being that returns. And the grounds themselves settle, but the energy remains that same light, hopeful, healing energy. And there is a sense of peace that Kel can feel starting up, as if there's been some personal quest that's been accomplished here.
Excellent. Well, that makes up for the pigs. All right. Well, good work, everyone.
Just like all, just and another day's work.
Now, Kel is currently exhausted.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a little lie down.
Because that would have taken a lot out of her. But
I need to go meditate.
there's a much stronger connection with Rao that is easier to feel now.
All right. Time to go meditate for a bit.
Make a note on Kel's sheet. Religion rolls can now be made with advantage.
Okay. Okay, I will make a note.
So anytime I ask Kel to make a religion roll, she can use advantage on it.
Did it work?
Okay, so it's going to take Kel a little time to make her way back to the city proper. Both because the temple itself is outside and because she's exhausted. And then it's going to be up to her if she wants to fill the party in on how that went. But just for your own edification, Ilmir, it was successful. The temple has been reconsecrated.
Good shit. All right, I'm back for good.
But Ilmir won't know that until she decides to talk about it, if she decides to talk about it. So,
not.
We'll jump back to the rest of the map, where we can check in with...
Let's see if I can do this.
What are you trying?
Oh, I'm just seeing if I can change. If there's a way to do this with the character sheet that will let me
On D&D
just
Beyond,
automatically add.
I have
Yeah.
no idea.
Yep, so I'm poking around. Anyway.
What are you trying to do? Just message me and I'll message you back.
Oh, it's just change her religion text to have advantage.
Oh, I have no clue, but you can write a note on it somewhere where you just it reminds you.
Yep, I've got I wrote a note down. That's not a problem. I just wanted to know if there was a way to like change it so that I could always have advantage.
Yeah.
All right.
You know,
So
anyway,
jumping back in, we're going to touch base with Ilmir and see what you're up to.
Okay, I actually have a question. So I still have the lightning gland from the Behir, and I would like to try and turn that into a weapon that I can use. Like, I would have to like probably I don't know how this would work, but I'm guessing I'd have to have like a certain amount of charges, like my staff of fire, that I can use in a day. But I want to try and turn it into a staff.
You do
So I
not
was
have
wondering who
the
would be
skill set
suited
for that.
best to work with. Yeah, I was
Thinking about it,
trying to see if there's someone that I could talk to.
in Asilion, if you were going to speak with anyone, you would probably speak with Roshali. She is a weaponsmith. But make me an intelligence check.
$19.
19. Thinking about what you're aiming at doing, you're probably looking for someone who works with enchantments. So either an enchanter specifically or an artificer. Now in Asilion, that might be Shadowfell that you could speak to and see if it's something in his skill set he could handle. Or you could probably talk to the Artificers Guild in Edoras to see if they might be able to do it. Because you are working with a distinctly magical kind of a situation as opposed to just a, make me something that goes boom or hits things.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out Shadowfell.
Say by periphery, basically the actual like weapon itself, the staff might be made by Roshali, but what you want out of it, that would be Shadowfell's part. He basically took a staff from her and then put the shit on it, more or less.
Okay. So you're gonna go see
I'm
Shadowfell.
gonna go to Shadowfell's Imperium. Yes.
Okay. Walking in, Inahiri is there, and she gives you a grin and a nod as you walk in. She's looking well. Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Are you implying what I think you're implying with that?
18.
There is a roundness to her stomach.
Yep, you're implying exactly what I thought you were implying.
I knew it. Okay. So I'm gonna walk in and notice it immediately, and I'm gonna I'm not gonna draw too much attention to it in case she doesn't want to. But I am definitely gonna go in there with a smile on face
babies.
and ask her how she's doing. Ask her how she's doing and say hello.
She lets you know that she is doing very well. She's tired these days, but is
dragon babies.
Is enjoying her life.
I am gonna kind of like make it seem like I can't help myself. I'm gonna kind of draw attention to her stomach, and in hopes that she's not just gaining weight.
Roll me a
really
persuasion check on that one,
out.
just to see how well you do with your attempt at not being offensive.
Natural fucking 20. Holy shit. These
Okay.
dice
She gives you a grin and lays a hand on her stomach and says, "Oh no, there's little ones there. Clearly, we're doing well."
I'm gonna smile. I see that. I'm very happy for you.
What can I do for you?
I have a lightning gland from a Bahir that I killed with my party. And I was wondering if you can turn it into a staff that I can use as a weapon. I'm gonna take out the lightning gland and I'm gonna put it on the counter.
She looks it over and she waves a hand and summons Shadowfell, who comes out and gives her a gentle kind of hand on the shoulder to tell her to step back so he can take a look at it. He's being oddly delicate with her.
Oh, he's being adorably paternal.
He looks over the gland and takes out one of his little monocles to get a better look at it and says, well, it's in fairly good condition, which is nice. I might be able to construct a staff of some description that would use this. I will forewarn you that the enchantment is not going to be cheap. And it will have a fixed number of usages. So essentially he lets you know he can construct some sort of a lightning staff out of it, but it will have a X number of charges and then done completely. It won't recharge like your staff will. He lets you know, well, if you'd like me to construct this, I can certainly do so. It will take me about a month, and given the complexity, I would not charge less than 15,000 gold.
I'm gonna nod and kinda look at it, and I'm gonna be like, okay. Unfortunately, I do not have 15,000 gold, so I will come back when I do. But other than that, that sounds very. I like the sound of that. So when I have 15,000 gold, I will definitely come back.
He nods and he leans over the counter a little bit and says, if I were you, I'd find a way to preserve that. If you let it go much longer, it's going to be beyond usage.
Would you mind if there's I don't really know of a way that I can get any any better than I currently have been. So is there any pointers that you can give, or are you willing to preserve it for me if I pay you, say, a few hundred or 1,000 gold, whatever you ask for?
He gives you a grin and says, of course, I can preserve it for you. Or if you'd like, I do have a couple of storage satchels I would not mind selling. That if you wanted to place certain rare items like this or other living components into, they will hold them in a form of stasis so that they don't degrade over time.
How much would that cost?
Well, if you wanted me to preserve it, I would do it for 500 gold easily per month. Or if you would like to purchase a bag, I am happy to sell them for 1,500 gold.
All right. What kind of bag is this? I'm just wondering if it's like a bag of holding.
It is similar to a bag of holding. It'll only hold 250 pounds of material, but it will hold it in an indefinite stasis. A bag of holding, if you put in a living object, will continue to biologically degrade. But these are sort of designed to preserve specialty ingredients and items.
Like a bag of holding will slow it down a little bit because it's not out in the elements, but it'll still start rot.
Okay. I'm going to grab or go into my coin purse and pull out 1,500 gold, as Shadow said, and I'm going to put it on the counter. And then I'm going to may I have that bag, please? There's a 1,500 gold.
He happily presents you with one, and you can just make a note on your character sheet is a stasis bag. So it'll hold 250 pounds of organic material and keep it in perfect condition.
Is it an actual item that I can get from the
No, you'll have to just make a handwritten note on this one.
Okay.
One of the...
I was also wondering. Shit, hold on.
I usually just made like a custom item for it, using freaking D&D Beyond. If you're
This
using
is
that.
one of the many
Yeah, I
customized
am.
Deus Ex Machina specific items that you can find in the world here. Like the Mirror of Insight that you guys have. There's a bunch of things that I have homebrewed specifically to help with the world.
Okay, so I'm going to put the stasis bag on my belt, and then I'm going to very, very carefully pick up the lightning gland
Mhm.
and put it in the stasis bag, and then close it tightly.
Perfect.
And
It
then
is.
would I be able to look through what you guys have?
It's a fairly small leather satchel about the size of your hand. It weighs virtually nothing, so it doesn't cause any kind of encumbrance issue. Shadowfell nods and says, "Well, I'll leave you to Inahiri. She is, of course, best of the inventory," and gives her a kind of fatherly pat before he heads back out into the back of the shop. There are the sounds of small explosions and little flashes of light. He's obviously working on some kind of a project.
As he goes back there, I'm gonna say thank you. Real quick, how much weight can the stasis bag hold? I didn't note that down.
250 pounds.
Okay, thank you.
So if you guys come across living items that you want to collect and you don't want them to end up rotting on you, this is the best way to carry those.
Yeah.
Oh, neato.
So Inahiri looks at you expectantly and says, "Well, what are you looking for?"
I am looking for what do you have for your dagger collection?
She looks at her inventory, and I actually have to look at my inventory now.
Again, I think you're missing the correct place for that by a smidge. They might have a couple, but it's not a
Well,
weapon shop, right?
She'll have some enchanted items, probably. I just have to find the specific ones because I have notes
Yeah, I was
somewhere on what she
specifically leaning
carries.
toward enchanted. I should have enchanted. I should have. Wow. I should have said enchanted items.
Enchanted, yeah, but it's just even still, they'll lean probably more towards other types of enchanted items than weapons.
Yeah.
They probably have
How
a
about
few,
this?
but
How about this? I'm gonna correct what Ilmir said. What do you have for enchanted items that can be useful?
Well, she has one enchanted dagger. It is very nicely crafted and has a slight light that it gives off. It has a sawtoothed edge and a black pearl nestled in the pommel.
it sounds fancy.
This one is specifically a finesse weapon, so it uses your dexterity. And this is a dagger of blind sight. It requires attunement, and if you are attuned, you gain blind sight out to a range of 30 feet.
What does blind sight do?
You can, even if you're like whatever, you can fucking see.
A creature with blind sight can perceive its
Shit.
surroundings without relying on sight at all within a specific
Basically,
radius.
Yeah, basically you're Illidan is what it pulls out to.
So you have
I'm
no
going to-
disadvantage if you can't see. If you're in complete darkness, magical blindness, things like that, you can still fight and operate as if it was daylight.
Okay. I'm going to ask her politely if I could look at it.
She sets it on the counter for you to take a look at. It is beautifully crafted, razor sharp. It looks quite lethal. And she lets you know that price point wise, this is a 2,500 gold dagger.
I silently nod my head and kind of smile a little bit. I really like the look of this. I'm gonna set it back down and then I'm gonna pull out 2,500.
Okay. You are welcome to purchase the dagger. It does require attunement, so make sure that you free up an attunement slot. And as long as it is attuned, you do gain the benefits of blind sight out to a range of 30 feet.
Is it just called a blind sight dagger?
Dagger of blind sight. You can probably find it on D&D Beyond. I don't know if it's a locked item or not, but it may have the stats there if you want to look it up. Otherwise, you should be able to find it somewhere.
Just gonna have to make a custom item.
But you can Google it and find the stats for it there. Beyond that, she has several healing potions. She has a couple of other kinds of bag of holding style bags. And she has a set of +2 armor.
Ooh. Okay, first off, I want to look in my inventory and see what I have for healing. Okay, I have a potion of greater healing, and then hold on.
I think
it looks like I just have a potion of greater healing.
Okay. She has.
What's this of power?
I'm gonna jump back to you in just a second. I want to check in with some of the other players. Okay.
things keep
Okay,
dropping
that's fine.
out. Is anybody else getting cutouts?
A little bit.
Okay.
I've heard like some of the other player cutting out a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, things just went like we had dead silences there for a minute.
We did have a momentary silent break, but it shouldn't be too bad. Are you hearing me now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing you fine.
Okay, good. Just making sure. So Ilmir, I'm gonna pop back into you. I'm gonna give you a few minutes to go through your inventory. That way you know what you have, what you might want.
Yeah, that's fine. I just forgot about the pearl of power I have, so I'm like, ooh.
am going to just touch base briefly with Seeker and Himbo. Are there anything you guys are doing?
I was looking for some sort of like consumable slash utility items, like potions or something that might be of use to us.
If you're looking for potions, you're probably heading to Shadowfells. If you're looking for just general utility stuff, you're going to see Ivanum. He runs the general store.
First I'll head to Shadowfells.
Okay, so I will catch up with you at Shadowfell shortly because I'm going to have to touch base back with Ilmir. And Seeker, is there anything you're up to?
I'm just looking. I wanted to double check and see if any of my plants that I currently have do anything else for these healing potions. Potion of toxin more stable and safer craft. I don't have to worry about that. I'm not gonna upgrade them again because they're already goddamn fucking D8s. I don't remember what Nightshade Berries did. So no, I'm just gonna be relaxing, maybe working on something, I don't know, knocking out dents or reloading poisons or something.
Okay, sort of buffing yourself up and checking your inventory status.
Yep, basically.
Okay. So I am going to leave you there for a moment and check in to see what Granthar is up to.
Okay. Granthar has gone to see Nathruk, the blacksmith.
Yes.
And Nathruk, Nathruk, my old friend. How are you?
He gives you a grunt and says, "Good."
And how's your sister doing? Is she figured out what that weird growth was?
There's a bit of an orcish chuckle. And he makes a very crude gesture that you get the feeling comes across sort of like she rolled around somewhere she shouldn't have been and kind of grew mold.
Got 4K. Yeah. Oh man. That's what happens when you're fucking bears. All right. Well, buddy, I have got a project for you, and I'm willing to pay for it. I take out the rod of immobility,
Okay.
and I say, you see this thing? And I activate it, and I let go of it. And I give it a kick. I give it a shove. I'm like, neat, huh?
He nods at you and looks at you. You've known him a decently long time to know that he's not much of a talker.
Yeah.
But there's an expectation
Sorry.
of, what am I doing with the crazy magic rod?
All right. I show him how it works. I'm like, see the button here? The button makes it work. I've been swallowed like 4 times now by great big things. It's an uncomfortable experience. And I was thinking, like, this rod could probably help with that. I would like you to build this into a shield that I can activate while I'm wearing the shield. You know, something that's really, really, really tough. It's not going to rip free from the rod. But if I, you know, and big enough that I can, like, get some of my body behind it, because I can use a shield.
That's fucking genius.
And then I'd like a shield that I can suddenly make an immobile object.
You want an immovable shield.
I wanted a movable shield. You left a captain ball behind. I know that that's not actually what Granthar would say, but yeah, that I can. And if I get swallowed, it'll cause a serious problem for anything that just swallowed me, like rip right through it if it tries to move. So can we put some sharp bits on it too? Maybe a extendable spike or a charge on the front of it, so if something charges into it, suddenly it's not moving, it goes right through them. You know what I mean? Like something nasty. Go full.
The butter knives.
Really dig deep down into that dark green soul of yours and just break it out. Like, don't go too crazy. And easy for me to turn on when I need to turn it on. Like, I don't have to reach around and push the button. I can just sort of squeeze a thing or something, you know. But use your imagination.
Okay. I have a couple of game detail related questions on that one.
Okay.
Does it have to be a collapsible shield, or is it just a shield that you can push a button and it'll stay where you put it?
Shield that I push the button, I can stay where I put it. I'd want it to be incredibly tough and nasty, but simple. Not a lot of moving parts to break.
Okay.
It doesn't have to have push blades or pop out parts. I mean, if you can make spikes pop out of it, great. But yeah, I just want it to be. I want it to be tough, real tough. But also not so large that if something's going to try to swallow me, it can't swallow the shield too. I mean, that would also be good, but really I want it to be able to rip the thing apart from the inside. Or if it charges into it, for it to crush whatever bones happen to run into the shield at full speed.
Okay, it's going to take me just a second to sort of go through some notes here and see what I might have.
And, you know, how much coin do you need to construct something like that, Nathrock?
Give me a moment to figure that out, because I have to decide the shield. Because
Also getting this just great character envisionment in my head of Nathrock the orc, kind of simple half-orc blacksmith, just poking and looking at the rod and just making orcish like faces.
Pretty much.
Dude, I literally thought of Hulk from Thor Ragnarok on Marvel. Like how Hulk acts that entire movie. Like he talks and everything. When Nathrock made that grunt, it reminded me of Hulk from that movie.
Big monster.
Okay, so this is going to be a custom item, so it's going to take me a few minutes
green.
to decide on the properties here. But Nathrock takes a few minutes to sort of examine the rod. I mean, he takes a full-on orcish charge at this thing to try and get it to move, and it does not budge at all, and he looks suitably impressed. He heads into a smaller back room for a little while and rummages around. You hear things falling over, boxes clank, like getting ripped open, metal clanging, and he walks out with a good size, really gnarly looking shield.
That's what I'm talking about.
This thing is easily a full plate style shield. It has a ring of what look like some sort of jagged teeth around the outside of it. and one very large horn that extends out the
Oh
front.
no! I can't get more erect. Stop! Stop!
This is made out of some kind of material that looks ridiculously tough. And he hands it to you, and despite the sturdiness that you can feel from it, it's actually not overly heavy. It's surprisingly light. He lets you know dragon bone.
Dragon bone. Brilliant.
And looking at the immovable rod and the shield, and kind of thinks for a few seconds and lets you know it'll take him probably about a week to modify the current shield to allow for it, but he can definitely find a way to attach the immovable rod to the pommel at the back where the shield would strap onto your arm. And what the shield will end up doing is it will take a DC 18 strength check to move it if it has been planted in place. No, I'm not going to do it that way. It'll take the same properties the immovable rod would have to shift it, so there's a certain amount of force required. The shield itself will give you a +2 bonus to your armor class. And if it is being used in a shield bash, or if someone is running into it, it will have a DC 15 strength check to see whether or not the shield penetrates. Sorry, that was sexual. And if it does, it'll do 2d8 piercing damage.
Hang on. I'm gonna run a rummage around in my bag of holding and pull out that green dragon fang I've been carrying around all this time. But is there any way you can incorporate this into it too? And if not, will you take it as partial payment?
He takes the fang from you and gives you a very toothy grin. Lets you know that adding an additional fang is not going to help you a whole hell of a lot, but he will happily take it as payment so he can start working on a new shield. And lets you know that less the dragon tooth, he's willing to do this for you for 1,500.
No problem. I'll pay up front.
That's not bad at all.
I think my dad was making some of those lavender scones you really like. You know, the ones with the little candied violets on top of them. Would you like a couple dozen of those? Because I can just get Dad to put them in a bag for you.
There's an audible grumble from his stomach and a great big orcish grin.
Big guy, I love you.
But he unclicks the immovable rod and takes the shield back from you and sets them down, and starts bringing down great big tongs and hammers and gives you a grunt and lets you know that he's going to get to work.
All right. I'm gonna go get scones and maybe a pot of that clotted cream you like, and get a pot of tea on, and I'll bring them back while you work.
So make a note of the properties that the shield will maintain, and you can pick it up in 1 week in game time.
Okay, so can you shoot me that that block of stats over chat so I can just copy paste it into my notes?
Yes, I
Came a little
can.
quickly from I thank you.
So that is going to give you. I'm going to call this a dragon bone shield.
Yeah. Oh, wicked guy too.
So that is a +2 to your AC. It is the strength check against the immovable rod. And is a DC 15 strength check to see if the shield does damage. On a success, it will do 2d8.
Nice. I'd like to think if something swallows it and then it tries to move, it's going to hole inside of it.
It would be pretty nasty. So those
Yes, swallow
stats
me.
are now in the D&D chat for you so that you have a concept of what you're doing with it. So something either running into it makes a DC 15 strength check against it, or if you're trying to bash someone with it, you're making a DC 15 strength check to see if you can hit them.
Okay. Yeah.
So in about a week, that's going to be gnarly.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's a shield, so it does not count as a weapon.
Yeah, Scramix will let me have a shield. It'll call me a pussy if I have one, but it'll let me have it.
So just keep in mind, if you are using a shield, that reduces your weapon usage from two-handed to one-handed.
That is true. On the other hand, is a shield I can put in front of me, let go, and fight two-handed behind it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna
Aw.
a magic item.
So our two tanks have like interesting shield weapon setups too, because I've got the magical one where I can command it and it'll basically block for me, and I can fight two-handed.
You guys get very creative with your weapon tendencies. That was a fun one to try and figure out how I wanted to design it.
Yeah, it goes ping, hit somebody.
All right. So you are going to retrieve scones and clotted cream for Nethric because he does enjoy those. And I'm going to check back in with Rex because Rex is currently getting hammered with Rochelle.
In that spirit, I'm actually going to continue with what I was just talking about, and then to tell her more shit. And like, we got on, I pull out the badass sword that we got off the deathline and go,
Oh, this is my new weapon that I've been playing with.
and I pull out the other one that's got the shiny kind of keen enchantment on it that looks like extra sharp more than it is. It's like,
I've got this one. I want to try to talk to Shadowfell or maybe the Artificer in Edoras. What I want to do is I want to get the enchantment on this one put on the nasty black one, which hits like a truck. And I have this shield, and you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this.
and I pull the shield out, and then I stand up, and because we're drinking a little bit of just kind of extra animatedness to his thing, I'll put the shield on, and then kind of speak the command word and let it go, and watch it kind of like move around with me as it like sits and blocks. I'm like,
that way I could switch to fighting two-handed, hit shit harder, and the shield, and then I can grab the shield to get a block. We've been finding some really cool shit.
Okay. She looks extremely impressed. She hiccups a little bit. You guys are now like 2/3 of a way through a bottle of some very strong alcohol. And
and I'm gonna pull out the bottle of the Dragon Ale. Go.
Almost forgot about this.
And then fill up the Bahir horn with it, and then take the first shot and hand her the rest of it.
Cheers.
Okay. I have to roll a Constitution check for her.
I will roll.
Oh!
Oh no, what happens?
She rolled a natural 1.
Ooh.
I
rolled a 10.
So she takes the enormous shot of Dragon Ale, goes beet red. There is a noticeable gurgling sound, and her eyes unfocus before she belches this enormous burst of fire out, and promptly sits back down on her ass, flat on the floor, and just goes, "Hey, how do I get more of that?"
Wow. I hold the bottle up and kind of swish it nicely with a playful expression.
Well, you could ask nicely.
Roll me a persuasion check.
That's a 9.
Okay, well, she didn't roll overly well because she's now rolling at disadvantage because she's fucking hammered. She gets up very carefully off the floor, kind of swaying a little bit, and in her absolute best, in her state, tries to give you a sultry glance and, like, sexy walk towards you, which honestly just kind of looks like a stumbling mess. Let's find out here. She trips and kind of half tackles you. And hiccups again and belches a small burst of fire out and goes, "Maybe just one shot for now." And kind of clambers off and sits back down on the floor. There's a definite unfocusedness to her.
Oops.
Oh no.
Dude, she's a halfling. She's fucked. She does sober up a little bit to point of telling you that, well, if you want to get that enchantment, and she points at the one sword, onto that sword, and she points at the other one, completely missing where it is, by the way, and aiming like a foot off to the side. She says, you don't want to talk to Shadowfell. He overcharges. Shh. Find somebody who can do it, but not here.
I don't know if you were saying more. It got a little choppy.
Okay. She essentially is very hammered and tells you that Shadowfell can do it for sure, but will overcharge.
Yeah, I caught that, and then I didn't know if there was more afterwards. There was like little clips of noises.
Just hiccups.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go over to her and go. All right, then probably try the artificer and sort of help her up and towards her bed and go. Let's get you some rest, you lush.
She stumbles along, a hand kind of draped around your waist because she can't reach your shoulder. And getting in towards where her bed is gives you the sloppiest wink in existence and kind of pats the bed, missing it completely.
All right, well, I'll get in and tuck her in and just kind of like snuggle up alongside her and just be like, you know, I'm betting you're going to pass out in about 5 minutes, but sure.
She's already snoring.
Just got to give it a minute and then just slowly get out of the bed to continue to go on.
Okay. Who do we still need to touch base with to see how they are doing? Kel, you are now back from the temple after having successfully reconsecrated the grounds. It is getting on towards 8 o'clock at night at this point, between everything that's been going on.
Hang on. I think there's something happened with it. Weird. There we go.
Oh, it looks like their internet may have died.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give it just a second to let everybody get back in. The joys of having internet that doesn't always want to function properly. So everybody take 5 minutes. Rex, if you don't mind coming here for just a second, you can help me figure out dinner, and we'll put in the order for that one. So we'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. We had a minor technical glitch.
Guys died. I'm just rebooting it. And we should be back on in a moment.
We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break to give you guys time to get it up and running.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry about that.
No problem. We're just taking a quick little break here just to make sure everybody gets logged back in because I'm still waiting to see Himbo come back on. And I am taking the opportunity to order dinner in the meantime.
Okay. All right, let's see if this worked and I can add it.
Honey? Okay. Kyle has
Alright.
a Panzeroni, which is fine. I figured you might want some sort of a. Just leave it for now. You don't need to have it closed for the moment. I thought you might want some sort of like a fancy pizza. Because he wants a Panzeroni
just
and
accidentally
Armando's,
added the
because
bonus
Fred doesn't
twice.
really do those.
What?
Oh,
So
wait,
there's
no,
oil
no.
and
It
garlic,
has-
roasted red pepper, sun-dried tomato, and chicken. There's this crazy like.
Lex,
Yes.
does the +2 bonus to armor class also include? Does that include the normal +2 bonus a shield gives, or is that in addition to?
In addition to.
Okay. All right. Oh, good. I'm not so edible now.
Good.
Yeah.
So there's prosciutto, roasted red pepper, portobello. There's artichoke, mushroom, parm, ham, sun-dried tomato. There's a Mediterranean. There's a barbecue chicken.
Sorry, what do you mean by upgrade or something to the internet?
Oh, remember I got us a better internet package, but they told me at some point it would flip over and we'd have to reset the router and the modem. So
Okay.
yeah, because I noticed that our internet
Or you can make it custom.
sucked.
Oh, roll down for a minute. This would be Armando.
Pepperoni, parm, ham, fresh mushroom.
Dean Martin. Cherry tomato, chili flakes, mozzarella cheese, parm cheese, pesto, porto mushrooms, prosciutto, red onions.
I got spending.
You want a Dean Martin?
Yeah.
Medium's probably enough.
I wish I had.
I would think, right?
Yeah.
I send you money.
I wish I had.
Oh, going to Chase.
I wish.
Okay. So that is your pizza.
Fair enough.
Because I'm getting probably ravioli.
Have you tried to be gentle, okay? Let me help. Wish. 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 Let me get it. Stop fighting me. Let me get it. The more you move, the more it's gonna not be pleasant.
Do I want ravioli or do I want chicken parm?
There. Chicken parm.
Got pinged on Discord 52 times from a raid.
Who's it? Oh, it's still pizza. Dude, those are. It's on Paul.
It's not ravioli.
They're really.
Thinking.
I wasn't trying to interrupt or steal Grand or Hellstone in that case in the moment. What I was trying to do was keep things flowing a little bit.
Okay.
We do have times where things stop. Okay, well, just about I'm stating this, we do this because we're doing it at the same time. So let's do that and go back. Well, I figure out what I was going to add to my thing and make my roll.
I get ravioli and arancini.
Oh,
Sounds good to me.
Man, am I glad I dumped my points into strength. Granthar is now stronger than should be.
Okay, I will do.
And going to get the delicate tea cakes and tea that the orc loves so much.
My purse should be out in the living room, and it has my debit card in it, so that you can pay when it gets here.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I have ordered. We can jump back into the game now. Okay. All right, we're going to be jumping back
rad.
in here.
Alright. Okay.
So, Granthar, I'm just making note that your armor class and everything else goes up in 1 week in game time, assuming you pick up the shield.
Okay. Oh, I'll pick up the shield. I'll be like, I know that we're captured and the bad guys are about to execute us, but I gotta go.
Oh boy.
Granthar, what if Stackus won't let you pick up the shield because it can be considered as a weapon when you're inside the whatever you're inside?
No. Stabix is not going to prevent me from picking up the shield because the shield's not a weapon.
It is
It's
a
armor.
shield. There is a difference.
It is a shield, and I'm allowed a shield. I'm just not allowed to wear armor.
Is that
Well, I don't know.
technically a loophole?
I guess we'll find out. I mean, that's why I carry around a giant frying pan in case I have to fight something and not go into a rage.
It is very helpful.
You know, that and you have something quick.
Very fond of Aunt Agatha's frying pan.
Okay, so, Kel, you are now back from the temple. Is there anything particular you would like to do? Or are you just Kel go night time? Kel?
Oh, sorry. Right, she's not here. Herp derp. Kel is done at the temple, so she's going to head back to find her friends.
Okay, so she heads.
Sorry.
So she heads back into town. Seeker is at the Broken Anvil, currently messing around with medicinal ingredients. The rest of you are kind of scattered about.
Okay.
Oh, I already drank this potion of cold resistance. That's gone. Okay. Okay, so she's going to seek out. Well, she's going to go to the Laced Oily because Granthar's there, hang out together because he's tolerable. Other than that, she doesn't really have much to do in town. She kind of did what she came here to do, and now she's just going to wait for the group to decide where to go next.
Okay.
Oh, right. So, DM, refresh my memory. We dropped the dwarf off in the other city that we live in, right?
Yeah. In
Yes.
Okay, in Edoras. Thank you. Okay.
That's where we're headed next after we leave here.
Okay.
All right. So Himbo and Ilmir, you guys are currently in Shadowfell's Emporium. Himbo, what were you looking for?
Oh, I was looking for potion. Oh, wait, was this potions? Yeah, this is potions.
Okay. Inahiri is currently in the process of showing some potions to Ilmir. She has 3 potions of greater healing that will run 500 gold apiece. She has 2 superior healing potions that run 1,000 gold apiece.
Wait, which ones are better?
The superior.
More expensive.
Okay.
The greater healing
okay.
potions will do 4d4 plus 4. The superior will do 8d4 plus 8.
Generally, if it's more expensive, it's going to be the one that does better.
Usually. Although, it depends on who you're talking to, because some people are just dicks.
With a grain of salt for a shaky bastard. But...
And she has 6 standard healing potions that do 2d4 plus 2. And those are 50 gold each.
Just healing potions for right now.
That's what she has in stock right now. You guys have purchased a lot of their inventory.
Okay.
We've been hitting with
the greater ones are the 4d4 plus 4, right?
Yes, and she has 5 of those.
I'm looking to buy 2 of those for right now.
Okay, she's happy to sell you 2 of them. That'll cost you 1,000 gold, so mark that off your sheet.
Okay.
And Ilmir, did you want any of the potions?
Yeah, sorry. Can I get? She has superior potion and greater healing. And
Yes, she
what else does she
has
have?
2 superior potions. She has now 3 greater healing potions, and she has 6 standard healing potions.
Okay, and does she have any other kind of potions that aren't healing?
Not right now. Her stock is fairly depleted. You guys have purchased most of their inventory, and they're not accustomed to having adventuring parties like you guys coming through. So it's going to take them a while to replenish.
We've hit him quite a bit in like a short time period, realistically.
Nala.
You won't go outside anyway, or go out of the room anyway, so stop fucking smashing at the door like it matters.
So did you want any of the healing potions she has on offer?
Yes. Can I have 2 of the potion of healing superiors?
Yep, they're 1,000 gold. No. Yes, they're 1,000 gold piece.
1,000, right?
So it'll cost you 2,000
1,000 a piece.
Yeah, it'll cost you 2,000 if you want to. They're not cheap. Healing potions are expensive.
All right, I'll go ahead and give her 2,000 gold.
Okay.
Hey, Himbo, do you know where Sika is?
I don't know where Seeker went.
Himbo, the last time you saw him, he was in the tavern. If he's gone anywhere since then, you have no idea. But that's where he was.
Okay, like the last time I've seen freaking Seeker was in the tavern. I'm not sure where he went from there. Maybe maybe Seeker went and returned some of the stolen items.
We're
So
not in the right city to return stolen items.
So as far as you know, he's still at the tavern.
Oh, okay. I thought this was the town. Oh, never mind. There's only some items here.
I'm
But
going
like
to,
we don't know.
I'm gonna look at what's her name? God damn it, fucking brain is.
Inahiri.
Yeah, Inahiri. Sorry, I'm gonna look at her and I'm gonna nod and thank you very much, Inahiri, and congratulations once again. And then I'm going to walk out. Thank you, Himbo.
Okay.
And then I would like to go down to the tavern and speak with Seeker.
All right, I'm going to let you head that way. Rex, is there anything else you are doing in town?
I was gonna go see Ilmir or Ivanim.
Okay.
Turn, you bastard.
Entering into the Rusty Nail, Ivanim is there. He is looking giddy.
Let me roll a perception in a sec here. It's 12.
That's the best you can glean, is that he looks like a kid Christmas morning right now.
I mean, you're normally kind of a happy guy, but you look extra shiny today, my friend. What's going on?
There is an enormous, enormous grin that breaks out on his face. And he waves a hand and the door slams shut behind him, and like he's having difficulty maintaining even remotely human form right now, but you can tell he's trying. And his voice is several octaves lower than his usual pleasant chatter, and he goes, "I'm having a brood."
That's wonderful news. Seems all the flights are replenishing and coming back together. Inahiri is pregnant? That seems... You virile son of a bitch, that seems very quick.
There's a really low, lazy wink that he gives you, and he says, "Well, you know, we've been keeping busy."
Congratulations. Sincerely. On a related note to that, the frozen death no longer exists, and the white flight grows again under more healthy leadership.
There's a noticeable shift in his demeanor. It becomes a lot more somber. And his voice raises back to his usual speaking tone, and he goes,
Not to rain on your parade or anything, but for the future of your brood, you know that now.
And the
You don't have
scarred
to worry
one,
about the white so much.
did she survive?
She does. She leads the flight. I, myself, and my party, we have pledged to aid her and protect her should anything challenge, to be able to guide and count on the insistence of a rejuvenated, uncorrupted white flight.
There's a noticeable sense of relief that he gives you, and there's a bristling to his scales. He says, "Oh, I'm glad to hear that that beast has been put down. The mother of your brood should never be treated like she had been treated."
That I will definitely agree with you.
He gives you a little bit of a more analyzing look and says, "And her wing?"
Myself and our cleric, Cal, managed to heal it. It has been restored, and her eye. She remains scarred, as I feel is appropriate for it to be, so she can always remember the moment she gained her retribution and vengeance and control of her flight again.
He gives you a calculated look and says, "You must travel with a very powerful cleric to be able to restore a wing."
Is a cleric of Rao. Rao, who was his only temple. I'm sure you're aware of the temple outside the city. And what happened. I think Rao has become very personally involved in our struggle.
He gives you a bit of a boyish grin and says, "Well, a lot of us are at this point." Turning to happier things, is there anything I can get you today?
Checking my rations and shit.
Then just kind of look at him and go, "You come across any more interesting curiosities since we've been gone, or I imagine you've been fairly preoccupied with the impending fatherhood. Again, congratulations."
He does give you a substantial grin and says, I haven't really had a chance to improve my own horde, as it were. But maybe one day. Did you happen to find Lyra's books?
I don't remember you describing books when we looked through the loot.
I rolled a high-low, and I successfully rolled a 4. You did find them.
Okay.
Yes, we did. I found Rashali had a sword stolen. Found that too.
Well, from one friend to another, might I suggest you bring him back to her? She's starting to get dangerous.
Right. Yeah, that gnome in her books.
There's a hearty chuckle. He says, "Well, we all have our obsessions, and with her, if someone wanders off with her, she gets upset, and then she gets very upset, and then she gets obsessive, and then she blows half the town up. So can you go deal with that, please?
Yeah, I'll go do that.
I'll move over towards the unfinished opus to go give her her books.
Okay, roll me a perception check and a dexterity check immediately on entering.
I was gonna make sure I had Hex Feather out with me too. Rolling both. Perception is a natural 20. And well, the dex check is a dirty 21.
Okay, you are able to dodge as the 20 or so books come flying in your direction at very rapid speed. This is not accidental at this point. She was aiming for you. And
Lyra,
looking around
me.
the unfinished opus, while this is normally a little bit chaotic and there are typically at least a few books flying back and forth, every book in this place is currently off the shelves and spinning around in vortex-type fashions. The small, slightly crazy gnome that is normally a little frazzled but still friendly, at this point is terrifying to look at. There is a crackling energy flying around her. She looks bigger than she typically does. Her hair is out and static, and there are these tendrils of sort of purplish energy coming off. She looks about ready to murder. She doesn't visibly calm seeing you, but the books do part to allow you to come in as you cry out to her.
Where I kind of look at the books as I walk in, I kind of urge Hex Feather to go ahead and go see her and cheer her up a little bit as I rummage around in my bag of holding for her books that we grabbed.
In contrast to Hexfeather's usual demeanor, she ducks behind you, shaking, and is not going anywhere near her.
Chicken.
You can have an inspiration point for that. For anyone who is not aware in viewership, Rex purchased a pet from Lyra's sister in another city, who happens to be an abyssal chicken. So the calling of chicken is really quite apt.
I walk forward and
I got your books. We found them in the Dragon's Hoard.
She shrinks visibly. Her hair falls back flat. The energy starts to recede into her, and there is an exceptionally loud crash as every single book hits the floor simultaneously. She rushes forward in a really anxious manner and scrambles to take these out of your hands, hugging them to her, and just goes, She smooths her hair out, reaffixes her glasses, and makes a few sweeping gestures. And you watch as the books start to pull themselves up from the floor, flying about in different directions to reshelve themselves in whatever system she seems to have.
Watching this happen, Rex kind of just goes,
I know your books are important to you, and I know they mean a lot to you, but maybe next time if something happens, not almost destroy the city, okay?
She gives you a little bit of a wry grin, and there's a slight twinkle to her eye, and she says, I don't control the energies. Now, as a thank you for returning my books to me, is there anything I can help you with?
at the current point in time, I'm not sure.
She continues to sort of wave her hand along to shift the books back onto the shelves where they belong. She's not letting go of the ones that you have given back to her. She's holding on to those with a death grip. And she says, well, if you do not have a question now, I will give you one free question. You may use it at your leisure.
Very gracious of you, Lyra. Thank you. I'll leave you to continue organizing your collection.
make a quick little like, "Come on, you wimp" gesture at Hexfeather and go to leave.
Hexfeather kind of peeks out from behind your leg, makes a little bit of a snap at you, and then looks at Lyra expectantly. And Lila reaches into one of the many pockets on her apron and pulls out some sort of a dried hunk of something and flings it over to Hexfeather, who snaps it up eagerly. She gives a shrug, looking at you, and just kind of goes, "What do you expect?"
It's hard to go to leave.
Roll me either an Arcana or an Insight check.
Well, that'll be insight because I have proficiency. 16.
Thinking on what you witnessed, and on specifically the way the tendrils of energy around her looked, they look a little familiar. You have seen Ilmir use this kind of energy before. What you can gather is that Lyra is probably one of the more powerful practitioners that you have ever seen.
Okay, so nuke of a warlock.
All right. Anything else you need to do in Azilion?
Cillian, I don't think so.
Okay. It is pushing on towards 9 o'clock at night. Are you guys moving on to Edoras tonight, or did you want to spend the night, take a long rest, regain spell slots, hit points, attune to any of your items, and then set out for Edoras in the morning?
Will it give us exhaustion doing otherwise?
Yes.
Yeah, let's sleep in our own beds for tonight.
Good idea.
Have a delicious breakfast and move on in the morning.
Okay. You guys all find your beds. Those of you
I'm
who
gonna pitch
are
my shit up in Rishali's place just because she's fucking hammered and he couldn't lock it, so like I just pitched up in there in case anybody tries to break in because she's in no state to try to fix that.
Okay, so you go in and you sleep in Rishali's room. Granthar, you go find your bed in the Lace Doily, and it is very nice
Somewhat guiltily,
to sleep in your own bed. Seeker, do you just sort of find yourself a corner to shut down in?
Yep.
Okay. Himbo, Kel, and Ilmir, are you guys staying in the Broken Anvil?
Well, Kel has a bed at my place if she wants it, so
Okay.
she's welcome to stay at the because we're together all the time, so she can take Miriam's bed if she doesn't want to pay for the anvil.
All right. And Himbo and Ilmir, do you guys find your rests at the inn?
Yep. Yeah, I'm good here. I gotta talk to Seeker in the morning, anyways.
Okay. You can either do it before you guys go to sleep, or you can do it in the morning. It's up to you. Did you want to speak with him now, or when you guys are fresh-faced after getting a good night's sleep?
Sorry, what? You were talking to me?
Did you want to speak to Seeker before you take a long rest, or when you guys get up in the morning?
Either or. I don't really think it matters much. I was just gonna talk to him about the dagger. I guess I can wait until the morning.
Okay. You guys all find a long rest. All of your hit points have been restored. If you have items you need to attune to, you can switch out your attunement slots as necessary. You wake up about 7 o'clock in the morning, well rested for a change. It is nice to be warm, dry, and not potentially being harangued by large ferocious beasts. Granthar, you in particular are very well rested, strictly because it is nice to be home.
It is so nice to be home.
Rex, you come to in the morning, and Roshali wakes up shortly after you do, and she is grumpy looking. You can tell there's probably a pretty massive hangover there.
I'm gonna brew her a little bit of smoke bush tea.
She looks at you bleary-eyed but grateful, and slowly sips away at the tea, and it does seem to lessen some of the headache effects that she has, leaving her a little more fresh-faced and in better spirits. She rubs her head and goes, "Do I want to know what we did last night?"
I introduced you to your first taste of dragon ale, and you promptly passed the hell out.
There's almost a little bit of a sense of relief, and she goes, "Oh.
Don't
Okay.
forget the fact that she breathed fire.
We'll get to that.
Dragon ale, huh?"
I'll pull out the bottle and just kind of wiggle at her. Yeah.
That's fun. I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I?
I mean, you kind of tripped and sort of fell on yourself, but wasn't that embarrassing.
She gives you a relieved look and says, "It's not that I don't like you, but can't afford strings right now. Tough times. Next time we drink, warn me beforehand, yeah?"
I was just kind of following the mood.
She gives you a chuckle
check?
and laughs a little bit and kind of rubs at her throat.
DM, insight check.
Okay.
Roll that sweet.
Do
you actually have one?
What are you checking insight on specifically?
A little deeper on what she was kind of dancing around there. It seems like she was trying to ask about something without saying something. And like there was something there, so it's kind of like it ticked off a curiosity. So now it's kind of like a
Okay, roll me an insight check.
Uh, 13.
There is a slight blush on her cheeks. You get the feeling that she's attracted to you for sure, but she's a little embarrassed at thinking she may have thrown herself at you.
You may have suggested, but I called it on the you were drunk enough that you were going to be asleep and that you were out before I finished saying the words.
There's a
Not to
relieved
worry.
kind of a look that she gives you about it. And that blush deepens a little further, and she says, "Glad I didn't complicate our relationship. Now, no offense meant, love you to death, and you know that, but get out."
Have fun with the day's work. And I tap the shield on the way by. And this might be done.
And just keep going.
She looks at the shield and kind of shakes her head and says, "Yeah, like done you mean useless," and flings it into sort of a pile of metal in the corner.
That's kind of what I meant. Like it's toast. This might be toast.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're going to make your way over to the inn to regroup with the rest of your fellows.
Yeah.
So, Ilmir and Seeker, you guys were going to have a conversation about a dagger.
So when I'm gonna pull out the dagger of blind sight and I'm gonna show it to Seeker.
I'm gonna plot myself on
Would
the
you
outside
happen
for right
to
now.
would you happen to already have one of these, or would you like to take a look at it? It's rather interesting, but unfortunately, I do not have the ability to attune to it right now.
Why do I feel like he's got something to do with blindside already?
Honestly, same. That's why I wanted to ask.
Seeker?
Is that sorry? I was zoned out for a second, reading about these healing verbs, trying to make a shopping list.
Ilmir is inquiring if you already have a dagger of blind sight, or if you think you might have a use for one.
Oh, I've already got one.
Okay.
Because I feel like he's got something kind of like that. It's come up a few times that he said it.
Do you know of anyone that could benefit from using one of these?
Not off my head. Could always use it as trade bait later if you want.
Yes, I think I might save it, but right now I have this robe and my staff, and then a pearl of power that I'd rather not unattune any of these items.
You know, I mean, you don't have
So
to
I
tune
might
to it. You can
want-
just use it as a dagger. You just won't have any of the magical abilities to it.
Yes, I think I might just do that for now.
So it will just operate
like,
as a standard dagger if you're not attuned.
Yeah, and then basically you can hold on to it that way if you want to later you can attune it, or if we come across somewhere where somebody wants it and you can get something you want for it. You have it to be able to trade then. So keep it on.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold on to it for now. It's a good item. I really like it. But the thing with the drow is that I can already see 60. I have 60-foot night vision, I think. Yeah, dark vision, 60-foot night vision. Jesus Christ. So I'm already good with that, but it's still really useful in certain situations that we have been through, like a blizzard.
Dark vision, yeah, dark vision will help you in the dark, but
was gonna
blind
say
sight
because,
means if someone drops a fog bank, if
Yeah.
someone drops darkness, if
Someone
there's a bunch of other
catches
things.
a knife as some part of an obscene ritual to a dark god.
Yep.
Might come in handy.
You end up in some other plane or something like that. Like basically, it doesn't matter. You can see through it. Magical like darkness type thing, which dark vision usually doesn't matter because that just obscures it because it's magical. Now
Yep.
with blind sight, it doesn't fuck with you.
Blind sight will let you see under any condition, essentially.
Basically, what the dragon did when he just automatically saw you off to the side of your illusion, that's kind of what it does for you.
Yeah. So I'm definitely gonna hold on to it for now. It's an amazing item. So yeah, I just thought I should talk with Seeker, because if he hadn't already had a dagger of blind sight, then he could definitely use it.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
I got one specifically because I can drop a fog bank around me, so.
Yeah, that's one reason I want to hold on to it and attune to it when I can.
Now I can still see the thing to stab it.
I also forgot that I had the Pearl of Power, which is really handy because with it I can it's on me and I can use it in action to speak its command word and regain one expended spell slot.
Yep.
If the expended slot was of 4th level or higher, the new slot is 3rd level. And blah blah blah. It's pretty cool, and I can't use it until next dawn if I do use it. But yeah.
But gives you a free spell slot.
Yes.
Alrighty.
So yeah, I definitely don't want to unattune it to anything right now.
So you guys are all waking up, kind of finding yourselves some tavern-style breakfast. Granthar and Kel, you guys come to. Your father has been contentedly snoring away in the corner.
Well, Dad was never one for beds.
Well, I am going to get up. I'm going to contentedly get some baking done before we head out.
Just put in a fresh batch of scones to take over to the to our orc friend. Yeah, get breakfast on. Oh, I've missed this.
You make yourself some lovely scones. There's a fresh pot of clotted cream available. There are multiple kinds of very delightful teas if you wanted some tea in the morning. I mean, you haven't had this array of finery for quite a while.
Oh.
I definitely also want to try and eventually get over to Granthar's house because I haven't tried his tea yet.
Oh, well, it's the Lace Doily. It's a tea shop, so come on in.
Yeah, so in the interest of curiosities here, are you guys wanting to meet up at the tavern, or are you guys going to make your way over to the Lace Doily to have proper tea in the morning?
Come have breakfast. It's very civilized.
I'll make my way over there right now.
Okay. Rex, are you heading into the tavern, or are you going off to find Grenthar?
Tavern.
Okay. Seeker and Himbo, are you guys hanging out in the tavern, or are you going for tea?
Well, I don't drink, so I'm just gonna work on my actual shopping list because it's getting kind of long on the herbs that I'm going to need.
And Himbo.
Sorry, what?
You can stay in the tavern to have breakfast, or you can head over to the Lace Doily, which is Granthar's tea shop, if you want proper tea in the morning.
Sure, I'll actually head for some tea. That sounds wonderful.
Okay.
That would sound wonderful.
So, Rex and Seeker, you guys are hanging out in the tavern, and I'll touch base with you guys. The rest of you have all made your way over to the tea shop. There is a fabulous pot of tea that is set on. Granthar is in the process of taking some freshly baked scones out of the oven. They're beautiful and delicate and perfectly crumbly.
Here we go.
So, Granthar.
Yes.
Have you heard from Voris lately?
I've been receiving messages from Voris.
He kind of looks around at the collection of adventurers, and there's a proud kind of a look he's got. And he goes, "Can't say that I have, but it's good to see you spending time with some proper folk."
Thanks, Dad. No, apparently Voris has not been in touch.
I kind of shrug a little bit and be like, "Oh."
Yeah, at this rate, he's going to be writing country songs about it.
I'm waiting for those.
Would you like to leave a message for her? She does occasionally swing by here to see my father.
What? Sorry. What?
Would you like to leave a message for her with my dad? Because she does come by every so often.
Sure. Let me think of one, and then I will tell him personally.
Sure. I'm gonna drop these. I'm gonna drop some of these scones off at the blacksmith's. Anyway, feel free to help yourself to any of this. There's the shelf of tea back there. Don't drink anything out of the green jars. It requires special preparation, and anything in the blue jars you gotta let steep for a long time. Anything in the white jars is leave the tea in the cup when you drink it. Other than that, have at it. I will be back momentarily. I pack up a basket with scones and etc. assorted things to take to the blacksmith. Later. Be right back. Zoom.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead, DM. Sorry.
I'm going to need Himbo, Ilmir, and Kel, because you guys have all been left in the tea shop, to all roll me either survival or nature checks to see how successful you are on brewing tea.
Rise tea meta.
Oh, come on. Let's see here.
I got a fucking 23, 19 on the die plus 4.
God damn it, a natural 1.
He rolled an 8.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, Himbo poisoned himself.
Himbo, what have you done?
Ilmir's tea is
drops to
perfectly
the floor.
steeped and brewed. It is served in the correct kind of teacup. It's exquisite. Himbo has essentially taken a handful of tea leaves and some water, thrown it together, and shook it for a few minutes. So you have leaf juice as opposed to tea. And
hot leaf juice.
Oh, not even hot leaf juice, just leaf juice. It's cold water and tea leaves.
Ew. Oh god, that's so weird.
It's not pleasant at all.
Oh god, and I'm sure Granthar's dad loves that.
Oh, he's laughing hysterically
I'm
watching
sure
this.
Granthar's dad just watched every single bit of it and just
Because,
enjoying it.
Kel has burnt her leaves just a little bit, but it's passable.
Oh no.
While I'm sipping my tea, I'm gonna be writing a letter to Vorus.
Which I will
And then when
require
I'm done
you
writing
to
the letter-
dictate later.
Oh, I'm fine, I guess. Once I finish writing the letter, I'm gonna walk over and hand it to Granthar's dad. who I
He
don't
takes
know
it
the
from
name of.
you, tucks it into his, leather jerkin, and gives you a "I'll make sure to pass it along" kind of a look.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, please do not treat it. It is for Vorus's eyes only.
He gives you a bit of a
And I say that
sly
very
grin
seriously.
and a commonly, cross my heart kind of a gesture. Granthar, you take the freshly made scones along with some clotted cream and other things over to Nothruk, who looks extremely happy to see them and promptly begins just shoving entire scones in his mouth.
Oh, they're hot out of the. Okay, we've been through this before.
He looks very happy.
All right. Glad to see you enjoying our work. Okay, I'll see you in a week. Maybe a little bit longer. I'm not sure where the wind is going to take me, but I will be back for my shield. Thank
He
you,
gives
sir.
you a mouthful of scone grunt and goes back to hammering on something with one hand while just shoving things in his mouth with the other.
It's a big, large iron teapot that I use for him down next to the forge to keep it hot. And if your tea's in there, don't let it steep too long.
There's a
I
and
You end up with brown teeth again. Anyway, enjoy. Head back.
So you head back to the Lace Doily, where Ilmir is carefully sipping a beautifully smelling tea that has been served properly and writing a letter. Jordan, I think that's dinner if you want to go check on that.
Okay.
Cal has a slightly burnt cup of tea, but it's passable. Himbo is consuming something that looks like it is more leaf than water. The water is cold, and it is not even remotely correctly done.
Funny enough, I have immunity to poison now because of what?
Clearly, give me that. I snatched the cup out of his hands. What?
Hey.
Give me just a second.
The door, it's not out there.
Can you go into the door and I'll be right there?
No.
It's like 7 pots worth of tea. What in the world have you done? Oh, come, give me this. I need.
Hold on, guys. I'm hearing horrible interference, but it's from.
Nothing on this end. Yeah.
Okay, it might be my shitty headphone port on my computer. I'll be MIA for a few minutes.
Okay. I'm not hearing anything.
Well, that's part of the design of letterhead. Part a little bit.
It sounds like it's coming from Lex's.
That used to be a little bit closer.
Alright. Just a second, guys. We had a dinner showed up quicker than expected. Okay, so, because I probably missed a fantastic reaction, Granthar, wandering in and seeing Himbo consuming cold leaf muck.
What is this supposed to be? What is this supposed to be? Give me that. I take it away from them and I start making them a proper pot of tea with the tea they chose. Oh, gods, this is off. Why would you? What? Cold? Why? Why?
As you're doing that, I'm just gonna happily smile and sip my perfectly brewed tea that I did by myself.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to ignore it because I mean you did it right. Cal, that smells a bit burnt. Do you want a proper cup of tea? I mean, I can remake it for you. Are you good with that? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. My tea is fine. Leave me alone. Okay, fine. Have a scone.
Okay. Himbo, how do you respond to Granthar's obvious disdain for your attempts at creating tea?
Hey. Well, I tried.
Yes, in fairness, he did try.
I make good bread where I'm from.
That's great. Next time you can make the scones.
Okay. 2-minute break, guys. I just want to go and grab myself some dinner. I had to go and
Okay.
find my debit card quickly because dinner showed up faster than I thought. And after that, I'm just going to touch base quickly with Seeker and Rex to see if they have anything else they need to do in town. And then you guys can set off for Edoras. We'll probably go for another hour, guys, maybe tonight, and then we'll see where we land from there, okay?
I'll be right back.
All right, so quick couple-minute break here. Okay. Get in the house.
Oh, you know what? It's always wow, it's freezing here this morning, so I turned it back up again.
Meat is.
What? Sorry. Move in your chair.
Hello?
That sounds like knocking. Like, oh, no, that was.
Oh, hang on just a second, okay?
My butt was making knocking noises. And not the way you might think.
It should have been a Dean Martini.
That sounds interesting.
It was not farting. I shifted to my chair.
Yeah.
Seriously, this time.
Oh, if you say so.
Is there a number on the box? 167?
She always was. She's the angriest cleric.
Wonderful.
Oh, Dad?
Yes.
What are you for dinner?
Yes, I ordered dinner. It's on its way. Sorry, what?
I said, what are we doing for dinner?
I'm gonna get back to
Tacos.
the game.
It should be here in about 45 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So, everybody successfully has their tea. Is everybody back?
Yep.
All right. So breakfast has been consumed. It was delightful. You guys are all ready to go. Any last minute business in Asilion, or are you guys all heading out to Edoras?
Let's hit Edoras. We can have dinner in my place.
Okay. So you guys all pile back onto the carriage that you had stored for the evening and start making your way there. It is early in the morning, and with the benefit of having a carriage to travel on, you are able to make much better time. So by the time you get there, it's early afternoon.
Okay.
You drop the carriage off at the tavern, as you are normally meant to. Here we go. So currently, just about everybody is actually in the tavern proper. There are a couple people in the marketplace. And we will check in to see what everybody is doing. To make it easy, I'm going to move everyone into the tavern, and then you guys can sort of split off from there to your appropriate locations. So let's start out with Ilmir. Is there anything you'd like to do in Edoras?
I don't remember if I was told if I was not allowed to go back to the Accountant's Guild until the task was done.
Yes,
can you
you
refresh
were.
my memory?
You were given a very specific warning not to return.
Okay. Good to know that. Probably should write that down. That's what I'm doing right now. Give me just a second, and then I will decide what I want to do. So maybe come back to me.
Okay. Seeker, we're going to get to you in a little bit because you have a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
Himbo, is there anything in particular you would like to do in Edoras?
Again,
Get
I'm sort
away
of
from
looking
my
for.
pizza, you fat shit.
Hang on. Okay.
Be nice.
Again,
I said get away from
I'm
my
sort of
pizza. Get.
We have somewhat very aggressive cats when it comes to food. Apparently one of them has decided he really likes Jordan's pizza. So, Himbo. I'm sorry, you had
I wonder what I could do with the Behir skills.
Well, roll me a nature check.
Wow, a 1.
Oh wow.
You too. Get.
You have horrible dice luck today.
Use them like the 3 seashells. Sorry.
You are looking at these scales that you've collected and thinking about it and going, scales. What would I do with scales? Maybe I could make a weapon out of them. Or art. I could make art. Or baking tools. You have absolutely no idea. Your thought process is, I have these weird looking scales, and I have no idea what to do with them.
Then I shall, I don't know, with them.
So you're going to spend a good portion of time for the next little bit staring at them and trying to figure out what you could potentially do. That's going to make up your turn for this round, essentially.
Did we find out if he poisoned himself?
He didn't. He just made absolutely terrible sludge.
I am ready.
I mean, this stuff
I
was...
am ready, by the way. So, no.
Anyone who's ever gotten a
I'm-
loose leaf tea, and you've ended up drinking tea leaves, you know how unpleasant that is? This was essentially just tea leaves that had been slightly moistened.
I'm literally I'm literally like immune to poison though.
Yeah, so
like,
Really the wet salad. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't poison himself, but consumed slightly moistened tea leaves and was like, tea.
Ah, juicy.
I'm looking at you in an entirely new light.
ah yes, creme de la creme.
Yeah, it wasn't a pleasant experience. Rex,
Yar?
what are you doing?
Whoa. Oh God, sorry, the fucking thing spun out on me. I'm actually gonna go see the artificer.
Okay.
And I am going to present him with my sword, Dalava.
Mm-hmm. So you are hoping he can move the enchantment.
Yep. So I'm shortening that so I can shove pizza in my face.
Okay. The elderly kind of gnomish gentleman is there, tinkering away on something. And he looks at the swords as you present them and says, well, that's quite the task. I can certainly move the enchantment. It will cost a bit of a penny to do it. My accent just went horribly there. I am not a voice actor, guys. I'm doing my best.
Multi-accent for the win. Woo!
You expect to see this fantastic voice actor. Instead, you see a young woman trying her best. Anyways.
Hey, you're trying. That's where it counts.
He takes the two items for you and pulls out a series of different glasses and starts looking them over and says, now, it'll take me the better part of a week to do it, but I can certainly move the enchantment. It will, however, cost you 7,000 gold.
No problem.
Okay, so if you would like to do it, it'll cost 7,000 gold, and you will have to leave both swords with him for a week.
That's fine. I'm pretty sure I still do have the axe hanging around, and it's decursed.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe you sold it, so you should still have the axe. And yes, the curse was removed, so now it maintains all of its properties without the curse properties. So, mark 7,000 gold off of your inventory. Make a note that you will have to come back in a week to pick up the shifted sword. He does let you know in moving the enchantment, the keen sword will be destroyed.
That's fine.
But I don't think you care. So, because you will end up with a +6 keen sword.
Yeah.
So, while you are doing that, Granthar and Kel, anything you guys are getting into?
We're going to go and retrieve a petrified dwarf.
You're going to go and retrieve a petrified dwarf. Wonderful. So you guys are heading off to the Temple of Tyr.
Okay. Temple of Tyr. Whoops. Come on, Kel. Keep up. Temple of Tyr.
What?
Oh, apparently she brushes past me and smacks me in the back of the head as she goes by. Telling me to keep up.
Okay. There is a middle-aged woman currently working in the temple who seems to be in the process of carving runes into a candle.
Oh. I start to say, Hi, I don't know if you remember me, but we were by a few months back. We brought and Kel just puts a hand on my chest. It's like, these dum-dums dropped off a petrified dwarf without actually checking to see if anyone could fix him. Do you still have him, maybe in a storeroom or something? I've come to fix their mistake.
The woman chuckles a little bit and gestures behind her, where you can see there is a statue of a petrified dwarf that has been draped in an assortment of like runic painted cloths and flowers, and there are candles around him. He's kind of become an unofficial mascot, as it looks like absolutely none of them could figure out how to fix this problem.
Kel
Don't
is,
take anything off of him. Like
yeah, Kel is just going to shake her head at the sheer annoyance of being a part of this world, and stalk forward and say, "Excuse me, I'm going to fix
I think
this."
if they were clerics, they would probably be able to do it.
I'm going to be like, "You'll have to forgive my friend. She's having a rough everything."
And well,
And
you know,
Kel is going to
in the
Kel's going to
interest
put
of
her hands on.
in the interest of responding to Jordan's, you figured they were clerics, they'd be able to handle it response. Yes, technically they probably could, but you guys are the heroes of this story. So I leave it to you.
We are heroes. We can be heroes. All right.
Just because they can doesn't mean they put the effort in.
He is going to grab the dwarf by either of his prodigious ears, hard, look into his face, and casting Greater Restoration, shout, "Wake up!" Pass.
Okay.
Allow the power of now to flow through her and turn this poor soul back into fleshy matter, which must pass eventually from this plane.
Roll me a medicine check.
Medicine check. That would be a natural 20, so 29.
Okay. The energy flows out from her very angry elvish hands.
Red
And
crackling
the
lightning.
ears she is grappling onto turn from stone to flesh. The dwarf, who apparently had been in the middle of some kind of a swing, very suddenly wakes back up, shouts, and his arm continues in a downward path. Can I have Cal roll me a dexterity check so that she can duck?
Sure.
Oh,
That's an 8.
You're going to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as this dwarfish fist clunks down on you.
To tighten her grip on his ears and respond with a vicious headbutt.
Okay, that appears to... You know what? Roll an attack for me.
Sure. Let's see. That would be an unarmed attack, unarmed strike. That would be a dirty 20.
Okay, roll a d4.
Sorry. I'm having way too much fun. Okay. That'll be 3 points of damage.
Okay,
Right in the stupid dwarf face.
the very successful headbutt seems to shock him out of the stun that he's been in, and he shakes a head and carefully kind of pries her hands off of his ears and goes, "Angelesi, where am I?"
You are in the Temple of Tyr. It is Silion. And I have turned you back into flesh because apparently you decided it was a good idea to fight a... What was he fighting? A basilisk? A basilisk.
The
Oh,
dwarf...
by the way, you've been stoned for at least several months now.
The dwarf kind of gets wide-eyed for a second and goes, "Oh, you know, I didn't really see what it was. It just sort of came at me out of nowhere, and then I felt like waking from a very long dream."
I'm just gonna step in at this
He
point.
starts sort of patting himself down, and I'm actually going to have him roll a perception check to see if he figures out that he is missing items.
Granthar is going to speak to him in Dwarvish because he can do that now with his belt of Dwarven kind. And say, yes, we stumbled across you after you've been petrified, and we brought you here in the hopes you've been restored, but they couldn't do it, so we brought my friend here to fix you. How are you feeling? What's your name? So sorry it took so long.
He tells you his name is Gerdon. And he says, well, physically I feel fine. Although me armor and me feather seem to be gone. Wonder if those
Your
beasties
armor
done
and your-
run off with them.
I think one of my companions has your armor. I mean, it wasn't really doing you any good, and they borrowed it. Who actually has his armor? Yeah, somebody took his armor. I didn't take it. Well, I didn't take it. It doesn't fit me, and I'm not wearing any armor.
I'm
Anyway,
pretty sure it was the mithril armor that I have on.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, but that said, not sure about the feather either. Feather? Huh.
That would be the bird token that you have.
I was gonna say the feather's the bird token.
Your bird. We have been using your bird to get around because we're on a mission to save the world, which is how we stumbled across you in the first place. So your bird is safe. We've got it. Hang on, I'm writing down some notes. What's his name again?
Gervin.
How do you spell that?
Gurvyn. Gervin.
Okay. Gervin. Gervin the dwarf. Gervin the dwarf.
I mean, well, like the freaking bird may have a few extra 100 miles on it, but don't worry about that.
Granthar, because you're doing most of the communication. Granthar, because you're doing most of the communication right now, roll me a persuasion check.
Ooh, I get this at advantage because he's a dwarf.
I really hope he doesn't think he's getting his bird back, because it's really
16.
helpful.
He's
for
not
us.
getting the armor back.
Oh no.
Well,
I mean, seriously, we're on a quest to save the world, so I mean, I think we might need the bird more than him. Just saying.
he gives you a bit of a look, but eventually lets out kind of a resigned sigh and says, well, clearly you did save my life. The least I can do is let you keep me bird and me armor.
We are actually heading off to shit. This is the player's inability to remember names. Dwarven City? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Drufamore.
Drufamore. We're heading to Drufamore. Can we give you a lift? Where were you headed when you got petrified?
He looks around and goes, where am I?
Idris.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I mentioned that.
Well, I was actually heading here.
Oh.
I needed to check in with the blacksmiths to see where they were on their order.
Oh.
And then I'd be heading my way back to town to check in with the mines. And what month is it in? You fill him in on the fact that a couple of months have now passed, and it is just hitting sort of the fall here. And his eyes light up with this joy. He says, oh, thank you, everything. I thought I'd missed it. And he lets you know that in the coming week, they are actually hosting a festival in Drufamar.
Oh.
The city itself worships the god Olidamara, who is the god of revelry. And it is their annual festival to that particular god. He says, I insist you come with me as my guests for saving my life. It's just the most fun. There's drinking and smoking and huge feasts of roasts and meats and the games. The games! There's the obstacle course and there's the arm wrestling and there's the great hunt at the end of the evening and there's dwarf tossing. I mean,
pork is particularly
all of this, of course, you have to be very drunk to do because Olidamara demands it.
But it's such excess.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to go and check in on the orders, and I'll meet you. I'll meet you at the inn first thing in the morning to head out, and I'll happily show your way to my city.
Well, it's been lovely to meet you finally. As aside from just carrying you around, and
Yes, this is good, Wervin. We will see you in the morning. Huh. Great. Oh, that was resolved finally. And the lovely woman at the front says that you can keep all that stuff they draped over you.
He starts carefully sort of examining himself now and notices the runes and candles and flowers and politely nods to the lady, but you watch as he walks out the door and he starts carefully removing everything.
Aw, man. All right.
Was it the naked?
No, not naked, but yeah. Man, I love this belt. My beard has never looked lusher, and I can speak dwarf. All right.
So
back
he
to my
has
house.
happily invited you and obviously your party members to return to Drufamar with him, where you guys will be able to partake in the annual festival of Oli Damara. From what he's told you, this is going to be a week of debauchery to the extreme. It seems that actually, Cal, roll me a religion check because you get to roll advantage.
Sorry, say that again. Oh, religion and damage check?
At advantage.
Sorry, religion at advantage. I don't know why I'm okay.
Guys, I was getting old check.
Why is Calabrus religion so low? No, that should be a 13. No, that's weird. I don't know. It shouldn't say 0. Maybe it's when I was trying to
Rolling issue?
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry, it was a 13.
Okay. Cal sort of reviews her mental knowledge about some of the different gods. And what she figures is that, from what she's heard, Oli Damara is a dark god. And specifically is the god of revelry. There is not a debauched, immoral, or uncommon thing that he has not encouraged or partaken in. If you guys are heading out for a festival in his name, you can expect to spend the vast majority of the week drunk, at least partially, if not fully naked, and doing things that you may or may not be proud of.
That describes.
Okay, this sounds fun. I want some of it.
Okay. Yes, Christina's here. She's pointing out to me that somehow when I was trying to add add advantage to religion, I wiped out its bonus. It should have been a +6, not a +2. So her actual religion check would have come out at 18 on that roll.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to add?
One thing specifically is that you know that given that there is a temple there, it's going to give you guys an opportunity towards another quest line. Without knowing for certain what that might be, you do know that Oli Damara specifically is always looking for something interesting that he has never tried.
Oh. Maybe I'll make him Himbo's tea. I guarantee he's never tried that before. Would you like this? It's tea called wet salad.
So going into this, you guys should expect that whatever quest he sends you on, it's probably going to be an unusual one.
Oh yeah. Just call it wet slop salad.
I want the Wabbajack staff at the end of it.
Uh-oh. You're going to chickenify everything?
No, I'm going to hit things and have a chance to turn them into sweet rolls.
Oh, I thought you were going to turn them into chickens.
That would be a fun one. All right.
Where
So
you can do that.
Your newfound dwarven companion is contently traipsing off and sort of waking up and unkinking himself from having been frozen for several months. Are the two of you returning back to the inn to sort of regroup, or what are you up to?
Well, I'll go meet the guys at the inn. just to let them know what's happening. So we unfroze the dwarf. He's going to take us to Dwarven.
Drufamar.
Drufamar.
Thank you. Drufamar. And yeah, he's going to take us to Drufamar as his guests. Also, he's happy to let us keep the bird.
Okay.
I'm not sure how he feels about
Wait,
this
what?
armor there, Rex.
What? Oh.
He did let you know that because you guys unfroze him, rather chagrined, he's happy to let you keep any of the items that you did technically pilfer off of him.
Well, he's a very forgiving dwarf. But yeah, we are going to be invited as these guests, and it's going to be the festival of the god that we have to get the favor with. So that's a thing. Hopefully, he's in a good mood. But it's this festival, so unless he's one of those like eat your eyeballs gods, I think we're gonna do okay.
Oops.
Okay. Ilmir, was there anything you needed to do in town at the moment?
No, I am staying as far as away. Wow, English. I am staying as far away from the Accountants Guild as possible, so I'm literally gonna stay in the Featherless Bird and just drink, I guess.
Roll me a Constitution check.
Okay. Constitution check. Yeah, I thought you mean Ilmir roll a Constitution check.
Ilmir, roll a Constitution check.
Okay, yeah.
$15. Sorry for taking so long. I couldn't find the modifier for it.
Okay. You take a single shot and are promptly revolted with it. There is a brief flash in your mind of the ugliest set of panties you've ever seen before you shove the bottle away with a nope, this is a bad idea.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Or
I possibly just saw the worst and most disgusting pair of panties in existence.
Really? Why would you think of disgusting panties drinking that?
I don't know, but I'd rather drink anything but that.
Oh, okay. You sure? 'Cause
Anything.
This stuff's delicious. All right.
Oh no! What?
You know what? Actually, I have a drink that you might like.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
Would
so-
you like a?
Not literally.
Okay. Would you like a bong kabang?
Would you
I'll see if
mind
the bartender remembers how to
telling me
make
just
it.
what that is?
Huh?
Would
Oh,
you mind
okay.
telling me just what that is?
It's a cocktail.
You've already
It's
had
fun.
one.
You already had one. You had one the last time we were in here. You had several.
Oh, that's right. Yes, hit me with as many as you can.
Ilmir, roll me an intelligence check, please.
Dude, my intelligence is +6 on mine.
Marky, a round of bong bags.
What did you
So,
roll?
I rolled a 6 plus 6 is 12. So, I'm stupid.
Granthar, roll me a deception check.
Oh, I better. Those bets.
I mean, a dirty 21, Lex.
Ilmir, this sounds wonderful.
I feel like I might be in a lot of trouble. I feel like I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm just gonna look at him and be like, and just give a really big smile and be like, give me it as much as you can.
Granthar, you heard the man.
Okay. I'm
I'm in trouble.
I'm going to go to the barkeep. I'm going to say, hey, do you remember how to make the bong bangs from the last time I was in here?
He gives you a grin and starts taking out all of the necessary components and being very showy about it. Slides it across the counter in such a way that, Ilmer, you have to lean forward slightly to reach it.
Okay, I lean forward slightly and I pick it up and I just start gulping it down.
Oh, do I do it now? It seems so.
Do it.
Okay. As he finishes it, I square up at it. I get this frying pan and whack him in the back of the head with it, so that his head bounces off the table. Bong bang!
Roll me an attack.
You really should have caught up on last episode.
Yeah.
How much non-lethal?
That would be a dirty 26.
I heard that, Christine. I'm super annoyed that I haven't caught up.
That's gonna hit for sure
How much
because
is
Ilmir's armor class is not that high. How much damage do you do?
Minus 16, by the way.
Minus 16?
His armor class is a 16, so you definitely hit.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm not trying to kill the boy. So. What? Yes. That's only 5 points of subdual damage. It's really just meant to,
I thought you were saying that I'm gonna try and kill the boy. I was like, hold on.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to kill the lad.
Okay. Ilmir, this frying pan makes contact with the back of your head, and your head promptly makes contact with the bar in front of you. You are left with a splitting headache, a very large lump on your forehead, and the sensation of being a moron for not realizing what was happening.
Shoulder and heals him so that the lump goes away, but the ringing is still there. Do you want another one?
And you get to watch as the party members that are currently in the bar with you are just laughing hysterically at you.
Oh god.
And that's how you end up with a
I
pocket full
am
of
going to hold up.
You are going to.
Oh, just hold up. I'm looking for it. And my fucking thing isn't loading. Hold on.
Oh, that's so Montana.
So Ilmir is still conscious.
Tempted to. Yeah. Wait, how many points did you do? 5?
Then Kel healed it by touching your shoulder. Went, that was great, wasn't it? You want another one?
Okay. I'm gonna kind of shudder at Cal and brush her hand angrily off my shoulder, and then I'm gonna give direct eye contact to Granthar. Direct eye contact.
Oh.
And question.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
DM, can I have Unseen Servant slap something?
Unseen Servant doesn't really have a mass. Let me check and see the specifics of the spell.
But it can do things, though. I know it's probably able to do things because. Oh shit! It can. It cannot attack. Damn.
No.
So
Unseen
a
Servant,
light caress for my cheek.
it does not attack. Like
It cannot attack. So
it can mime the motion if you're really inclined, but it won't actually do anything.
I'm tempted to use something on him. Just don't know what.
Do it. Do it.
We'll come back to you.
I'm gonna do Earthbind. I'm gonna do Earthbind on him.
What does Earthbind do?
Okay.
Hold up. Let me pull it up. Okay. Earthbind. You choose a creature you can see within range. Yellow strips of magical energy loop around the creature. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or its flying speed, if any. is reduced to 0 feet for the spell's duration. An airborne creature affected by the spell safely descends 60 feet per round until it reaches the ground or the spell ends. So basically, it just grapples them.
Not even
So I
really.
won't be
He
able
is
to
not
fly
a flying
anymore.
creature. So
So I'm looking at the yellow energy around
No, hold on. I'm thinking of Maximilian's Earthen Grasp that I want to use.
do you have that spell?
Yes. That one, a 5-foot square unoccupied space or ground you see within range, a medium hand made of compacted soil rises and reaches for one creature you see within 5 feet. The target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed one, the target takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage and is restrained.
So you're just going to have something wash the giant hole in the floor of the inn.
I got 5,000 gold. Why not?
Okay, so I'm imagining the inn's probably gonna be something you're not gonna be welcome to visit anymore.
Fuck you, right?
Okay.
Grandpa, come outside. Grandpa, come outside.
I'm gonna need you to roll a persuasion check, or actually no, a deception check.
Dude, I'm +8 in deception and persuasion.
Roll a 1.
You're a good sport, lad. Let me buy you a drink. Real drink this time.
18 + 8.
So 20.
Granthar, roll an insight check.
Yeah? An insight check. Oh, I suck at insight. Oh, I rolled a 2.
He seems very honest in his intentions.
For me to go outside? That's usually an invitation to fight. Like, so I say, hang on, so you want me to go outside with you? Do you know what that usually means at a bar?
The way he worded it, because of his deception score against your 2, means you trust him completely and will follow him out.
Okay, I guess we're having a dust up. All right, I'm gonna head outside with him.
Oh, I gotta see this.
All right. In the interest of this, I need both of you to roll initiative checks.
Okay.
Oh no.
21.
Look.
Just rolled. I rolled initiative at advantage. I just rolled literally 2 natural 20s.
I got a natural 20 + 1 on initiative.
We gotta roll off then, because I got a 21 as well. Okay, roll off.
Oh my.
You both like each other at the same time, knocking each other out.
All right. That's
19.
better. 12. You go first.
Okay, so with Maximilian's Earthen Grasp, hold on. You have to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, target takes 2d6 bludgeoning, and on a before I do anything, I'm just gonna declare right off the bat to you, I'm not looking for a fight. I just want to lay your ass into the ground. And I'm gonna cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp and walk away.
You're gonna need to roll me an intimidation check.
Hey, wait a minute. Did he just say, I'm not looking for a fight, and then attack me? And then turn
Yeah.
his back on me?
Uh,
I love it.
Ilmir, I'm gonna need an intimidation check from you.
Don't you
25.
dare roll. I was about to say, don't you dare roll 1.
And
25, 17 on the die.
Granthar, I am going to need a charisma saving throw from you.
Charisma saving throw. All right. 16.
Ilmar's serious. He fully intends to lay your ass out.
Oh. Huh. Well, this just got serious. All right. Well, it's his initiative, so let's see what happens.
Okay, Ilmir, what is your spell
Okay,
save DC?
So I'm gonna 18.
All right, Granthar, I need a strength saving throw from you, please, against a spell save of 18.
18.
You're probably gonna make it, which is why I'm doing this.
I rolled an 18.
An 18, you do make it.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna take half as much of 2d6.
Roll your damage
Wait,
for me.
no. On a failed save, the target takes 2d6 bludgeoning. And it doesn't say anything about a successful.
If he
Then he
succeeds, it
takes-
means he doesn't take anything.
Then he takes
Saving
nothing.
throw, it takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save or half as much. Okay.
Or half as much on a success?
So I'm. Yes.
Doesn't say.
So
much
I
on the
cast
success.
this. It's in a different paragraph. It says, as an action, you can use
After you've had
the
a
hand to
restraint.
crush. Okay.
So
So
made the first success.
this isn't going to do damage.
Nothing.
Yep.
This is not going to do damage. Honestly, I'm not really looking to do damage. It's just going to restrain him.
It's
And
not.
he made his
passed strength save.
He made his strength save. He is not
Alright,
considered
God
restrained.
Damn it.
So I Hulk out of the hand. It's like, well, you took your shot.
Granthar, I am going to need a wisdom saving throw from you, please.
Oh, man. I don't know. It's never good when you ask you that. Oh, 18.
Okay. You do resist the urge to go into a rage.
Yep.
But it is now your turn on the initiative order.
Hey, bud, I was just looking at how I want to have fun.
I'm just gonna hold my hands up and just say, come on, man. I'm sorry, it was really good fun. Let me play a drink.
Okay, there's horrible interference there.
Yeah. I'm just not playing with your bag.
Sorry. There.
All right. I don't attack him. I just put my hands out, like, spread my hands and smile and say, like, it's all good fun. Let me buy you a drink. Come on.
I'm gonna walk up to him and grab his hand, and just like give him like a. I'm just gonna punch his hand without wanting really to do damage.
Oh.
Roll
I
me an
don't
attack.
want to do damage. That's the thing, though.
No, I'm just gonna let him punch my hand.
Okay. He punches your hand.
It was a 3.
It's half-hearted at best.
It was a 3. It wasn't to do damage. I'm just fucking around.
I know.
To be honest.
I'm just gonna let you.
Okay, so he punches your hand. Do you guys go back into the bar?
I just walk into the bar.
Okay. Ilmir, I'm assuming you are ordering some sort of a beverage.
Yeah. Give me a best drink.
Are you asking for alcohol?
Yes.
I need a constitution check.
And the best of it.
If you are asking for alcohol, I need a constitution check.
19.
19. You get 2 shots in this time before your gag reflex kicks in, and you're struck with a concept that you really don't want to overdrink. You can't exactly determine why, but something is telling you more than a couple of drinks is a really bad idea.
Or an awesome idea.
Like a. Do I get a danger sense, or do I just feel like I'm gonna throw up?
It's sort of a little inner voice that kicks in and says, the last time we did this, bad things happened. Stop!
I want to push past that. That's the thing.
At a constitution check that you have, that was the result. Is you got a couple of shots in before it kicked in and went, don't do this to yourself.
Yep, I'm good. I'll stop.
All right.
I'm just gonna say to Granthar, I'm done for the night.
That's probably
or day, whatever time it is.
Okay. So you guys are in the tavern. Seeker, you have a lot to do, so we're going to get to you.
Yep. I'm gonna go counterclockwise from what I did the last time. So I'm gonna start at the crone. Let me get me zoomed in here. There we go.
So
I'm going to start with the crone.
She is in the guise of a beautiful, very buxom barmaid. The tent flap closes behind you as you enter, and her guise drops. And she looks at you expectantly, goes, "Well, were you successful?"
Just going to pull out the vial of the weapon of mass destruction. Let's just call it that. And I'm going to gently place it back on the table and say, "Contract's done."
She takes it from you very gingerly and sort of whisks it away into the folds of her robe. Gives you a grateful nod and lets you know, should you ever need anything, my doorway is always open. And with that, the tent restores back to its bar guise. She resumes her aesthetic of a beautiful buxom lass. And the flap opens back up. She does let you know that she is willing to haggle because of this favor, should you ever need anything.
Alrighty. So then next, I can never remember her goddamn name, but the pet lady.
Vika.
Yep, I'm gonna go talk to her. I found where your missing egg went. The one you suspect was a white dragon egg. I suspect you were right because it was taken by the white dragon flight. So I'm just going to leave the egg with its flight. I'm not going after a flight of dragons to steal back an egg.
Her eyes light up looking at you, and she goes, "Yes, little dragon, tiny white one. If return home is fine. You have other egg?"
No, that was the only egg you mentioned was missing. So
No. New egg, new find, new creature. You bring me new creature?
Oh. No. But I'll keep you in mind if I do happen to find any more eggs.
Her shoulders drop a little bit, and she goes, "Oh, I hope you find new creature. I'm almost out of stock."
Okay, so she's done. Trinket lady, that's this tent, right? The yellow one?
Yes, that
Actually,
would be
we have to
Marishaz.
go see her after he finishes up because I do have something for her.
Marishaz is very happy to see you come in. She looks at you with slightly, smoldering eyes and inquires if you found her missing items.
I'm going to, well, she only told me a 1, but I'm going to, as closely as I can, smile as a Warforged and hold up the necklace and say, "Is this the one you were looking for?"
You do have the capabilities of smiling, although it is less friendly and more
intimidating, which is what I was
machine potentially going to bite your face off. But she appreciates the effort. She gingerly takes the necklace from you and says, "Yes, that is mine. Thank you. I'm good to see that it is still in good condition. Could I offer you a finder's fee of some description?"
Sure, whatever you think is fair.
She happily hands you 200 gold pieces and lets you know that you will get a 5% trader's bonus or discount at her stall.
Okay, I'm gonna have to make note of that. You want 5% traders bonus / discount. Okay. That's dot discount, but whatever. It works. Same difference. Okay, so then what was next? Let's go up the list. Scroll up. We got the general store over here. This fella.
Okay. The gentleman running the general store looks at you as you enter and says, "Oh, you came back."
Yes, I think I found those boots that went missing off of your shelf there. And those, I don't remember what exactly they were. They were boots of something travel that we found.
He takes the boots from you, looks them over gingerly, and says, "Yes, thank you. These would have ruined me if I just lost them."
Yeah, we got them back. It was a bit of work, but we got it back for you.
He hands you a small satchel that has a couple of bottles of wine, some dry rations, and a few other odds and ends like lantern oil in it, and says, "With my gratitude, please."
Thank you, sir. Wine, rations, and lantern oil.
Like a traveler's pack.
Yep. Tell him it was my pleasure. Just glad we could return what, at least the most valuable item to you, anyways. Okay, so what do we have left? I don't have to talk to Galgan because he said we could keep whatever we found. Let's go talk to the Mason. Because even though they technically didn't have anything stolen when I asked, I'm pretty sure that portable fortress came from them.
Roll me a perception check. Entering in.
Hey, Lewis. Can we get your tacos?
17.
Hang on, wait.
Looking around the display room, all of their pedestals are full.
Well then, I'm just going to say I entered into the wrong building and leave. We're going to keep that.
Okay.
I forgot what I came here for. Bye. I'll be talking to the Weaver.
What, a corn fritter?
So we got to keep that nice. I'll add that to the group limit actually right now. So I'm going to Weaver shop.
Okay.
Before I walk in, I'm going to put the robe on. Just because I want to mess with her a little bit because she was annoying.
Which robe?
It's the Cloak of the Bat thing. The one that she wanted me to get back for.
You put the Cloak of the Bat on. It won't be attuned to you or anything because you just put it on.
I just more or less wanted to walk in wearing it just to piss her off.
She sees you as you walk in and goes, That's my cloak!
And I fought to get it back for you. I'm just making sure I didn't take up space in my inventory.
Okay.
I'll take it off and give it back to her. I just wanted to fluster her a little bit.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Keys go.
Ooh, that's not very good. Oh, actually, it's not as bad as I thought. 14.
She takes it from you a little more forcefully than necessary and starts looking it over very carefully to see if it's been damaged at all.
There you go.
But gives you a nod of thanks and slides 20 gold pieces across to you. And says, "For your trouble."
Sure, I'll take it. It's 20 gold. Whatever. It could buy something. Even if it's just like rations. Okay, so then we'll go talk to my buddy the Artificer next.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make him extremely happy. As soon as I walk in, I'm going to hand him his black fly mount.
He squeals. And says, "Oh, thank you, laddie. Thank you, and take this back. And remind me, did you have anything he was working on?"
I think it was just the fly.
Yeah, no, I had an idea I wanted him to start working on, but we talked about that the last time I was there, so I was going to talk to him about that later in this game before we're done.
He lets you know he's extremely grateful for you to have returned his mount to him. And tells you that if you ever do need anything, make sure you come back. He will knock some of the cost of materials off as a thank you for returning this extremely rare item.
Sweet. Thank you, sir. But I got more business to take care of. I'll be back later.
Okay.
Let's trundle on over to the blacksmith, the last one.
All right.
So as I walk in, I'm going to set my bag of holding on the floor. I'm gonna pull out the shield that we found, the one that's got platinum and gold and that frost, whatever the hell enchantment it was on it.
Yes. The blacksmith takes it from you very gingerly and gives you a look of sheer gratitude and says, "Thank you for bringing this back. As agreed, half off any services you need in my establishment. Any services."
Perfect. That's more than enough for me. Thank you, sir. Glad we could resolve this for you. So the last person I need to go talk to is I need to go talk to the sheriff or guards or whatever the hell you want to talk about. And this is where this might get interesting.
Okay. So you
So I'm
head
gonna walk
to
in.
the guardhouse.
Yep. As I enter, I'm going to say, okay, I'm here to collect my bounty. I've returned all the stolen items, and I stopped the thief.
The guard looks at you and says, "I don't see a thief."
That wasn't part of the contract. The contract was to stop the thief and recover the stolen items. I've done both.
Well, how do I know you've done both?
You want to go for a walk? We can go for a walk and go talk to all the shopkeepers. They've all had their items stolen, and nothing's been stolen since.
Roll me a persuasion check.
23.
He sighs and says, "It's not necessary. I will do it myself if I have to, but you seem like an honest metal man. As agreed, I will pay the bounty, and you can guarantee this won't happen again."
Yep. I'm going to let him know, since he's being amenable, what happened, that it was a young white dragon, and that we've resolved the issues with the flight, so they will not be doing that anymore.
He looks a little shocked, but kind of shakily counts out 300 gold pieces and hands them over to you. And says, "Well, the next time I have a dragon problem, I guess, I'll be sure to give you a call. I don't have anything really going on right now. It's been pretty quiet since the last couple of break-ins happened. But if I do,
that's fine.
If I do ever run into an issue, I'll be sure to come talk to you about it."
Okay. So that's that. I guess I'll just return to the rest of the party.
Okay.
And inform them as to what we've been given in return.
Okay, DM, before we jump back to that, on the way back from the Artificers Guild, I did want to stop by Vika's because I do have something for her.
Okay. As Seeker is making his way back, you are welcome to stop in and chat with Vika, who looks not unhappy, but quieter than you've seen.
I come from frozen lands bearing gifts wondrous and many.
Her eyes
With a
go
smirk.
saucer size.
In a smirk, I just kind of open up the bag and slowly take out the 7 Remora's eggs I grabbed.
She starts to just about vibrate with the amount of
These are
energy.
from Remora's. Then we killed the mother and I took some eggs.
And she starts jumping, like, exuberantly and pulling eggs from you and going, "Little Remoras can sell for great amounts of money, little Remoras. Very hard to train, but excellent guards. Good bug, good bug!" And she starts carefully cataloging the eggs and looking them over for cracks and damage. And, I mean, you're wondering if her feet actually touch the ground at certain points with just how much she's jumping around in here. But she takes all 7 of the eggs from you and just sits there counting them up, going 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 7 bug, 7 bug. That's num. And she kind of starts mentally doing math, and you can see her making hand gestures in her air, and she goes, "Oh, I can give you gift for this. This is make. Very, very good sale. She just starts shoving bags of like abyssal chicken feed and little like skinned mice and stuff at you. Like there's there's more food than the size of your chicken in front of you right now. Hexfeather is looking at this pile of stuff and just snapping up anything and everything she can get at.
Hey, don't eat all of it now. Save some for later.
Oh, she's still shoving food. Like, the pile is getting bigger at this point.
Well, I will devote a space in the bag of holding for all of that.
Okay, so make a note. You have enough food, realistically, to feed Hexfeather for the next 6 months without breaking a sweat. Vika starts frantically looking around her tent going, "Is not enough, is not enough, need more, need more. What else buy? What else do you want? I give you gift, what else gift?" You get the feeling, just based on the way she's reacting, that Remora's eggs are probably extremely rare and very, very valuable.
I'm gonna kind of look around her shop and go,
Did you happen to find anything else interesting in the times that we've been gone? Anything new, little creature-wise, around here?
She has a couple of interesting looking pseudo dragons. There is a male black pseudo dragon who strikes you as being lazy. It cracks one solitary eye, glances at you, kind of lets out a little curl of smoke, and goes back to bed. There is what appears to be a partially grown Ankh egg that is snapping away at things at the back of the tent. And it looks like there's some sort of a small, slightly furry animal. And she points at this particular one and says, "Oh, I found this one. Does not know what does. I've never seen before. He's little weird little animal.
Beef barbacoa.
It's a small, furry black ball, essentially, that has just rows and rows of sharp teeth. And even at gesturing at it, it is attempting to, like, full-on snap her finger off.
I'm gonna grab one of the little skin mice and just kind of hold it up towards the cage.
It's not in a cage at this point. It's like, it's in this weird sort of circular leash mechanism. Roll me a dexterity check.
I think that's the beef. I think that's barbecue beef. Smoked, whatever it is. Roast smoked. Yeah, roast smoked.
That's a 15.
You manage to yank your fingers back before you lose them, as this little hell gerbil, essentially, snaps the mice up from your hand. Hexfeather is looking at it very warily.
You scared of this thing?
She bristles a little bit, kind of makes a half-hearted snap at your hand to let you know she doesn't like what's going on, and goes back to rooting around to see if there are any scraps. But she is giving the fuzzball a very wide berth.
I kind of look towards Vika and go,
Well, there's some more curious details for you to note. It seems to scare even an abyssal chicken.
She pulls this rather enormous kind of leather-bound book out from under the desk. It's half her size at this point and starts scrawling little details in it. Mumbling to herself and goes, "Yes, does not like other pets, does not like the chickens does not like. He's growing bigger every day." She tells you more or less that she acquired this thing about a week ago, and when I got was the size of marble, little, but is grow very fast.
You may not want to keep it here much longer then.
She gives you kind of a chagrined look and goes, "But I cannot just set loose. Does not know what is. Must study. Must study." You have a feeling that despite your better intentions, she's intending to try and figure out what specifically this thing is.
I get that. Just I don't know if this is the best place to do it because it may get loose.
She giggles at you a little bit. And there is a subtle crackle of energy from her hand, and she says, "It not get loose."
Maybe you're not so different from your sister after all.
She grins, but there's a little bit of a not insulted look. You get the feeling that while equally powerful, very different brand of magic.
Who's her sister, if I may ask? For player knowledge?
Lyra.
Lyra.
Crazy book.
I thought so. Okay. Lyra.
I didn't know she had any magical potential before. That's what I was getting at.
Roll me either an insight or an arcana check.
It would be insight. That is a 19.
Looking at the energy tendrils that she's letting out, while probably just as powerful, they have a definitely more natural feeling to them. You have a feeling that, if anything, Vika is probably a druid. Which might explain her luck with taming some of the more interesting animals that she deals with.
Yeah. But that would probably explain how some of this works for you.
Pardon me.
That literally sounded like Rex.
I'm gonna canon that one and just say that was the sound of the little fuzzy black ball belching.
Okay.
Belch is provided by Michael McMaster, voice actor.
So the little ball belches, having consumed these dead mice that you contentedly fed to it. And it has sort of a purplish tongue that lolls out of its mouth over its very, very sharp teeth for a while. Before it starts kind of snapping and moving around trying to look for additional scraps.
Pretty much. That's
Exactly.
what I'm picturing.
Beautiful. Thank you for the voice assistance. Think a perfectly round, very toothy gremlin. Whatever this thing is, it's hungry, ill-tempered, but cute in a weird kind of demonic way.
It's a hell.
Okay, I'm getting Jawa vibes from Star Wars. Like, seriously.
Okay, Vika looks at you while keeping a careful eye on the little black guy and goes, "Well, I thank you very, very deep, very happy, very deep for Remora's eggs. I can sell Remora's eggs for 1 egg for same as everything in shop. One egg. 7 egg. I don't have to sell pet. I can keep pet. No, I sell pet. I sell pet.
You could make a bigger shop.
I could make a bigger shop. I sell eggs. I buy building.
Then you could keep more in better condition, better places.
Yes. May have to expand into different city for more pet shop. She starts staring off with sort of this dreamy look, and it's obvious she's completely lost interest to you at this point. She's in fantasy mode in her head.
Dear God, Rex, what have you done?
As I walk out, I'm just gonna get like, "Is QB appraised of any expansions?" I head back towards the inn.
She rushes after you for a moment, says, "Wait, wait, 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 wait," and slams a small wooden beaded bracelet into your hand and goes, "For updates on shop. Each little bead will flash with name of city where shop is for Vika."
Well, that's handy.
Yeah. Remores! And she runs back.
Alright, I'm gonna tie the little bracelet onto like the little waistband area and continue on.
So currently there is one bead that says Vika's pet stall, and it has the scripture for Edoras underneath of it. But apparently she is looking to expand her horizons to be able to sell dangerous creatures in all manners of shops.
She's going to franchise. Oh, make dangerous creatures.
Specialize in rare exotic creatures.
Do you have face? Do you want to not have face anymore? Come down to Vika's. We will sell you things that will eat your face.
It's a very nice tagline and surprisingly appropriate for her. You guys just keep bringing her more and more hazardous creatures. Okay,
We
so
are sculpting the lore of the world.
We have brought you this brain slug. We swear we did it of our own free will. Would you like the brain slug on your head now?
So, Rex
All
having
the cool kids are
successfully
doing it.
given Vika 7 Remora's eggs, which is insane, has been informed that she is probably going to expand into new cities, where you will be able to purchase more exotic animals of all variety. So you head back to the inn, I'm supposing, to meet up with the rest of your compatriots.
Yep.
Everybody else, Seeker, is there anything else you're doing in town?
Nope, just letting the party know what bonuses we've got now, all the discounts that we've got.
Okay. Granthar and Kel. Why am I hearing an echo for myself?
I don't know. I turned my sensitivity down, so it shouldn't be that. But I was hearing a little bit of me too.
So, Granthar and Kel. It's coming
Yes?
from Michaels.
Oh, weird. Okay. Nothing changed. I lean forward a little bit. Let me just turn that down a little bit. That better?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes, okay. So, Granthar and Kel, anything else that you guys would like to do while you're still in town?
I'm just going to take our opportunity to clean my stuff and pack up some more rations and get ready to go on a trip.
Okay.
Make sure that my house. Oh wait, the Accountants Guild isn't watching my house anymore, are they? Or are they?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Because we had a deal, but I feel like maybe they might not be doing it anymore. Dirty 20.
Looking around, there is one slightly shadowed figure that seems to be keeping an eye on things.
Okay.
But there is also a old woman that seems to be sitting on a bench nearby knitting.
Oh, right, the grannies. The grannies are watching my place. All right.
She looks at you as you are entering into the home and gives you a bit of a wave and extends a hand holding something towards you.
Okay. I head over to her and I say, "Hello, grandmother. How are you?"
She says, "Oh, well, dearie, always working on something new. I have a message for your dark friend there."
My dark friend. Okay, I'll be sure he gets it.
And she hands you a scroll. It is sealed with a wax seal.
right. All right. Any other news?
She gets a little bit somber and says, "Well, I don't know the validity of it, dearie, because I haven't had a chance to check for myself. But heard a rumor that there may have been some trouble on one of the northern isles. Great clouds of black smoke have been seen rising over the mountains."
Dear, that's not good. Well, that's good news. Well, that's not good news, but I mean that's good that you've told me. We'll go and investigate.
She gives you a nod and sort of reaches around in her bag and pulls out a very nice, very warm-looking wool scarf and says, "For the chill, dearie."
Oh, I very much appreciate it. You know how much I hate the cold. Well, in exchange, I have this lovely tea I picked up on my travels, and I hand her a little other pouch of tea.
She perks up and says, "Oh, aren't you just the sweetest dearie that ever deared?" and starts pinching your cheeks.
Oh, thank you so much. And I hope your family as well.
Well,
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get ready to.
Jorvin is over there keeping an eye on the house as we agreed to, and I've always got my knitting.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I greatly appreciate it. And if you ever get over to the Lace Doily, just let my father know that he's to give you a pot of tea and a scone. All right?
Oh, I'll be sure to take advantage of that if I ever travel that far, dear.
All right. Okay, good. The house is in good hands. I'm going to go and tell Kel what's going on. It's like, one of the northern islands is belching black smoke over the mountains. We should probably check it out at some point. Also, I have a scroll here for Ilmir. One of the grannies gave it to me.
Can I have Granthar and Kel both roll me a history check?
Sure. I rolled a 18. Wow. Granthar knows the thing about something. And Kel rolled a 12. Granthar might know more. For once,
Kel
Granthar
is
knows
not
a thing.
100% certain, but Granthar, you spent a decent amount of time talking with Himbo, and you know that Himbo came from Shozamar, which is the largest of the Northern Isles.
Okay. Well then, I better go tell Himbo. To the tavern! I've said that way too many times.
That's a fairly common cry that comes from many members of the party at this point.
Yes. Himbo! Oh, I got your mail.
Where's the mail? Where'd it come from?
Oh no, the mail's for Ilmir. I just talked to one of the Mima Mafia, and they told me that apparently there's black smoke.
Sorry, say again?
I said I just spoke to a member of the Mima Mafia, and she tells me that there's been rumors that black smoke is coming from covering the islands to the north. You come from there, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I noticed the smoke like a little while ago. Like,
well, it apparently has.
Himbo, that actually is not something you were aware of. There was a cloud that was hovering, but the island itself seems to be belching huge bursts of black smoke.
Oh, then this is different then. I know. I just noticed the smoke off in the distance, like a little bit away from the island itself, but like the clouds, but not like what you're describing then.
Huh. Well, I think we might. Once we're done with the dwarves, we might go check it out.
When you mentioned that you have mail for Ilmir, he just kind of peeked his head up and has been staring at you since.
Okay. Granthar, do you give Ilmir the scroll you were given?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And she had this for you. Said she was to deliver it. So I don't know what it is.
I take it and start to open it. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, no, I start to inspect it first.
Roll me an investigation check.
Natural 20 plus 6.
The wax seal on the front bears your family crest.
Oh, that's interesting.
Really? I am immediately going to say, this is my family crest. Who is this from? And then I'm going to open the scroll.
Okay. The scroll reads, Ilmir, despite what you have been told, I still live. If you'd like to know the truth about who I am, who you are, and where our family really came from, come home. And it is signed simply, your brother, Liam.
Oh shit!
I thought your whole family was dead.
I think
Sorry, I
Ilmir's
was writing
freaking
that
out.
down. I was writing it down. After reading it, I just kind of ponder and just set the scroll down, and a tear starts to go down my face.
What
And
you
then
remember
I say,
is that when you were quite young, probably still only 7 or 8 years old, your older brother supposedly died in an accident deeper in the Echo Labyrinth. It's been 50 plus years since you've thought about him.
okay. I kind of with a shakily voice, say, my brother is still alive. I
That's
thought he
amazing.
died ago, many, many years ago, in the Echo Labyrinth, not because of my doing. I am to go home. I must do this alone. I must leave you guys and come back later. I'm going to pick up the scroll again, and then I'm gonna basically just read what it says. The scroll says, Elimia, despite the truth, I'm still alive. If you'd like to know the truth about what really happened, come home. Your brother, Liam. My question is, though, how do I know it's real? How do I know it's not a trap?
I'm just about to actually add that. As much as I would hope that this glimmer of hope actually came out to be something real for you, how do we know this isn't Ephraim trying to separate us and pick us off?
Roll me an insight or
do
an
know.
investigation check.
Okay, and as I do that, I'm going to say,
me or
I
him?
do know that was my... Me or
Yeah, which one
Rex?
of us is?
Ilmir, roll me either an investigation or an insight check.
Okay. As I am doing that, I am saying I do know that was my family seal, and I'm assuming that only comes from people that know it, which would exclusively be my family.
He has been extremely convincing before. That's one of the reasons why I bring it up.
21.
Looking over the scroll, there is a detail that you had not noticed initially. In the bottom right-hand corner, there is a small drawing of sort of a cartoonized drow with a little tiny, like exaggerated, huge, chubby-bodied, really, really tiny, spindly-legged spider. It triggers a memory in your head of the exact same drawing that you and your brother did when you were very young, scrawling it into the dirt underneath your home.
Hmm.
As I'm reading this scroll over, well, no, I'm talking about like how I don't understand if this is real or not. I'm gonna stop talking and be like, wait, this drawing, it's real.
Hmm.
I'm going to
And then he'll work with the knife at all of us and says, "Give me the brother."
I'm going to fold up the scroll, and I'm saying I have to go.
Well, good luck on your journey.
Good luck to you all, and I hope we meet again soon. And I hope that when the time comes, you will aid me in the battle with Ephraim.
Undoubtedly. And if you need our help and you need to get in contact, stick a ball of yarn in a window with 2 knitting needles, and one of the grandmas will get in touch with us. And with you.
Okay. I will do that. Thank you all for everything, and I hope to meet you all again, and I wish you all safe travels. And with that, I kindly bow to all of you, and then I walk out of the tavern, and I head towards the direction of my home.
Okay. Ilmir, we're going to get back to you in just a moment. The rest of you, after a relatively successful day of returning stolen items, practical jokes, general communications, and tomfoolery and all of that, what is the consensus on where you guys are intending to travel next?
Dwarven City?
You guys heading to Drufamar?
Like I said, it seemed like the most logical place to go.
Okay. As the dwarf said when he spoke to him, he would meet you in the morning. So you guys will be able to take a long rest before heading out the next day to start making your way to the Dwarven City. From what you know, it is a fairly large city that is partially underground, where the dwarves are known to mine very particular materials. You have been pretty well forewarned to pack for a good time. The likelihood is that you won't be sober for a good portion of your visit. And there is a temple there that you will be able to visit to see about getting your next particular quest line. This one specifically for the god of revelry.
Oh boy.
There is a bittersweetness to the evening watching Ilmir head out. But you all kind of understand this is something he has to do on his own. And he knows where you're going. So hopefully he'll be able to rejoin you once he does find his brother, once thought dead. Ilmir, our player, actually Dom, has to take a hiatus for about a month. So we're going to be able to touch base with him later on when his character is going to be getting back to find out whether or not he does manage to find Liam. But in the interim, that is going to kind of leave that portion off on a bit of a cliffhanger so that we can see where that goes. And this is where we are going to call it for the night. You guys are capable of getting yourselves a long rest and ready, and when we pick up in 2 weeks, you guys are going to be in Drufamar for the festival to Olidamara.
Understood. I'm going to be attuning my staff of striking.
Yes. Any last minute details before we end for the evening?
I wanted to talk to the artificer real quick.
Okay, go for it.
I want to see if he can make those arrows that I had talked about, the ones that can inject the poison. So they're like a needle on the end, so when it hits, once the pressure's on the needle, it releases the poison.
Okay. You bring him the basis of the design you had in mind. And he looks at it and says, "Oh, laddie, I'm sure I can work up something. There may be a possibility of failure to inject, but I can make you say 25 arrows for 50 gold pieces.
Sure. Sounds doable.
So the ways these are going to function is they will have to be fired the same way a standard arrow would be. You'll have to defeat the armor class and let me know what particular kind of poison you are inserting into them. And on a hit, it will be a high-low chance that the arrow fails.
Okay. Sounds good.
So he tells you can pick them up in the morning before you head out. He's content to sort of tinker away for the evening. And any other last-minute items of business?
Not Netters, I don't think.
Is
Go ahead. You go ahead. I'm trying to think of mine.
Go ahead.
okay. I was wondering if Ilmir could get a ride, I guess, like a carriage rider or whatever it's fucking called.
You could probably.
Like, I'm mainly just curious how that's gonna work out. How he's gonna get to Echo Labyrinth.
You could probably look at renting a carriage and dropping it off in Asilion to head from there. Because that's where the closest entrance point is. The other option would
Okay,
be
yeah,
to
I'm just
see
gonna rent a
if
carriage and
there
go to
are.
Asilion.
The other option would be to see if there are any traders that are heading into the Sinking Valley, because you'd be able to take the entryway from that point. So you've got a couple options. Either you're going to head to Asilion and then go on foot, or you'll head into the Sinking Valley and go from there.
Which is closer, Sinking Valley or Asilion? I'm assuming Sinking Valley.
It's sort of a 50-50 shot. The entryway from the Sinking Valley is actually closer to where the Echo Labyrinth is, but it's a longer journey to get there. Asilion is closer to get to, but it'll take you longer underground.
Alright, let's do Asilion. That way I can stop there for any goods that I might need. This is all canon, but I could stop there for any goods that I might need, and then I can make the finished journey to Echo Labyrinth in Shadow Sanctuary.
You do find a cart to be able to take a carriage out. It will take you about a half a day's journey to get back to Asilion, where you'll be able to stock up and then make your journey from there.
Isn't the spot where the Shadow Labyrinth is, or Shattered Sanctuary is, isn't it a little bit closer to Asilion anyway?
It's actually a longer
Than where
trek
the
from
valley
underneath
is,
of
from what I remember?
Asilion to get to where it's going to be. You'd have a more straight shot from the Sinking Valley, but it'll take you almost a week to get to the entryway in the Sinking Valley. So realistically, it's not too bad of a trek if you're going through Asilion. You know, it's a heads or tails. It'll take you about the same amount of time. It just depends on how you want to do it. It's a longer trek above ground if you're taking the Sinking Valley entrance, but it's same time really. You're just going to come at it from a different side.
All right, I'm good. Honestly, I think I'm good for my part.
Okay. So we are going to end our game off here. Can I have a big, we'll see you in a couple of weeks to Ilmir, who is taking a hiatus for June. He has family coming into town that he hasn't seen in a very long time, and they're going to be going camping and hiking and all kinds of other stuff. So he's abandoning us.
I will say, I am not entirely sure if it's going to be like an exact month or longer. I will keep you guys posted.
All right, have fun then.
And what we'll do is when you are going to be able to start coming back towards game time.
Don't forget about
Now, when you're going to be able to come back towards playing game, I'm going to say you'll have to catch up on episodes so you know what's going on party-wise. And you and I are going to have a day where we'll sit down together to go through what happened while Ilmir was away in game. So plan for an off streaming day so that we can go through specifically what happened with you.
Okay, sounds good.
But
Well, I can posit an idea if you'd like. You guys can sit down and kind of figure that out, and we can sort of do interjectory like half episodes, sort of like we did to catch Wookiee up, to
Yeah.
sort of fill in on like Ilmir's lost time.
what we'll do probably is the Saturday before we're looking at having our next big game when Ilmir is going to be able to come back, is we'll have a sort of offshoot smaller game that will be specifically just the goings on with Ilmir. But we'll make sure that we get
Do
to
you
that
mean
point.
the Saturday before I like when I come back, the Saturday before the next
Yeah,
stream,
yeah.
or...
When you're
Yes.
good to come back, the
Okay,
before
I was
the
gonna
like
say.
the week before our next big stream, like where we would have you be back joining the party, we'll do like a mini one of kind of what happened with Ilmir while you were off doing your thing. What the result of you going to meet your brother.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I like this.
Just so that way, when we go to the full game, we can continue going with that story pretty much. But like the backstory loop of what happened with you is filled in.
Yes. It's going to be a lot of fun. Lots of plot twists today. So,
I was honestly really curious, like what you're gonna do for Ilmir when I'm on my break, and I really like how it turned out.
I had some plot hooks I was kind of waiting for the opportune moment to drop in.
It hasn't
so...
quite turned out yet either.
So this is where we decided it was a good plan to place this one, because it gives Ilmir a reason to be away from the party. That's part of the fun of being a DM, is figuring out why are players missing. But
canon-wise, the story.
With that being said, we are going to end the game here for this evening. I'd like to say a big thank you to the viewers out there who have been watching. Atten, Caterpillar, Commander Root, Discord for Streamers, DZI Thirst, and Yasmans. Thank you guys for hanging out. You guys have been here pretty well the entire game, which is awesome. I love seeing people in chat. Caterpillar, I'm glad that you got to experience more fun with Vika, because I know that the Crazy Pet Lady is your favorite of the NPCs, which is cool because honestly, she's so much fun to play. I always have a good time when I get an opportunity to be a crazy gnome. We had some fun today with some of the players, and I am really looking forward to the next game because you guys are going to get to experience some good old-fashioned drunken dwarves. So make sure you guys tune in 2 weeks for the Festival to Ollidamara, which is going to involve a lot of fun drinking games, obstacle courses, all the crazy things you can possibly think about. And we'll see how well our players do in the realm of the drunk and disorderly. So with that being said, a big thank you from myself, from all of our players, to you guys. You're one of the bigger reasons why we do this. And this is Deus Ex Machina, signing off.